heard, again, not like it's a report, you're not Shams, and I'm not trying to discredit you, but you've heard that there's not a specific timetable, or that they're still holding out hope? Explain to me right now.
No, I didn't say any of that. What I basically said, Kylan Mills from Crown 4 said, look, she heard that Steph Curry's going to see a couple more doctors, just to make sure that it's just a sprained ligament in the foot and that he doesn't need surgery, that there's no fractures. So I talked to somebody from the Warriors last night. They basically said the same thing, echoed the same sentiments. And look, we'll see what happens in a week or two once they get all the doctors and all the informations or whatnot. But they feel really good about it. So, look, here's my mindset about the whole situation.
Yeah, what is your mindset?
Because a lot of people are panicking, which is okay. You want to panic, that's fine. I don't care. You can go ahead and panic. You should panic. It's Steph Curry.
I'm worried.
I get it.
Yeah, I'm very worried.
Yeah, a lot of people are worried. I'm not going to live life like that. The way I look at it is this. Draymond Green said before he came back that he's coming back to dominate. Last season, he was on All the Smoke podcast. He said, look, me and Steph helped change the game. Steph changed the game with me. I changed the game with him. Draymond Green said he's DPOY. Draymond Green said we're going to win a championship. So Draymond Green has barked, and he's backed it up. I want to see how these guys now, with Jordan Poole being a lot better in year 3 than year 1, with Klay Thompson back, with Andrew Wiggins now in the system, hopefully getting reacclimated and becoming that all-star again. I want to see these guys stare adversity in the face and hold down the fort until Steph Curry comes back. So I'm relishing this challenge that the Warriors have in front of them. I love this.
No, it's very interesting. So B, like what you're saying to me right now about Draymond Green, I'm not sure anyone else is saying that. Like when we talk about Steph Curry being out, how many people are pivoting like you are? And I'm not saying you're pivoting directly at him, but you're saying to me Draymond Green's the guy that you're focused on. Not that he's going to carry the offensive load. That's not what you're saying. You're talking about the leadership void,
I'm talking about the leadership void, a champion who's out there,
battle-tested,
who's healthy,
battle-tested,
barking, communicating. How can you lift up the rest of the team now as they have their heads down knowing that number 30 is not on the floor?
What about Andrew Wiggins?
That's a big key for me. He's a big key.
Why is he a big key for you?
Because he's a two-way player, and he's a guy who played really well the first 3 months of the season. He's a guy who in ISO situations, he could go get a bucket. He's a guy who could go defend the top wing player. He's a guy who could score 25 points a night if he was your lead cog. Now, are you going to win a lot of games with him as your lead cog? No. But Wiggins and Poole, this is a time for them. Like Poole, I'm not worried about. Klay Thompson, I'm not worried about. He's just got to fix the shot selection. He's going to have good days and bad days.
Pretty good shots, didn't you, in the game the other day?
He's going to have good days and bad days. That's just where Klay Thompson is.
Don't you need him to shoot?
You need him to shoot.
The last thing I want is for him to be shy. And I've been probably more critical than most when it comes to Klay Thompson, but I'm not outraged about the shot selection.
Not at all.
Nor the misses. He missed shots that he'll hit down the line. I'm not really worried about him. I'm kind of with you there. But here's the other question that I have for you.
But Andrew Wiggins has to get going here.
Yeah.
He has not been good since February 1st.
Do you think that there's a role for James Wiseman? Maybe not that it's going to be extremely, expanded, but is there something like maybe now there's an opening for them to use the big man a little more instead of like 8 to 12 minutes? Maybe it's 16 to 20.
James Wiseman is not going to be with the team on Sunday. He's still playing in the G League. So I don't know when James Wiseman is even going to get recalled to the big league
So maybe
club.
I'm a little too optimistic.
So I would not. Right now, how could you expect anything from James Wiseman when he's not with the big club?
But what about Jonathan Kuminga? Because he has been with the team pretty much all year, and he's ascended. Do you think that there's an opportunity for him to step his game up? Or am I just looking at the rookies in too high of a light?
I mean, he's getting 25 minutes a game, so he's going to get opportunities. He's gotten opportunities to kind of stake his claim in this rotation, so Jonathan Kuminga will play. But again, when you don't have Steph Curry, just like when you don't have Klay Thompson, just like when you don't have Draymond Green, it forces other guys to be in roles they're not comfortable with. So another guy who I think, there's a couple guys. There's Draymond Green, there's Andrew Wiggins, and then there's Otto Porter Jr. Quietly, Otto Porter Jr. has struggled just as much as Andrew Wiggins. You think about Otto Porter Jr. over his last 12, 13 games. Dude shoot 19% from the three-point line.
Wow, that's like Russell Westbrook zone.
He's a 40% career three-point shooter. You got to get a little more from Otto Porter Jr. right now. You don't have too many back-to-backs left. I believe they have 2 back-to-backs left. So What are you going to get from Otto Porter Jr. here?
Well, he was so good early on.
So good. So good. So you look at his splits right now. You look at him in the month of March. He's shooting 15% from three. That's in 5 games.
Wow.
Now, in 7 games in the month of February, Otto Porter Jr. shot 23.5% from the three-point line. Think about that. You do the math. That's 19% in the last 2 since February 1st from the three-point line. 12 games, 19% from three. I need a little more from Otto Porter Jr. So, look, these are veterans, man. We're talking about Andrew Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr., and Draymond Green. These are vets. You can't get me to 7-5. You can't get me to 8-4 to finish the season. You can't hold down the fort until Steph gets back. I'm looking at this as a challenge.
Okay.
Let me see this, because imagine that. If these guys step up over the next 12, how much confidence are the Warriors going to have going into the playoffs, knowing that Steph Curry may be back for game 1 in the first round? I think it'd do wonders for this roster if they can play well without Steph.
Devante, I'm right with you. I agree with you on that one. And in a weird way, I think this gives other guys opportunities to prove why they should be in playoff rotations and then to build some synergy. And what's been one of the big struggles just the last couple of years, when Steph goes to the bench, it's chaos, right? You're bailing water. You don't know where you're going to get your reliable scoring or production from. It's been a problem. Now I feel like they've stopgapped it at times, especially this year, because the overall record speaks for itself. But yeah, this is a big one. Where's Coach Kerr for you, B? Where's Coach Kerr in this time? And I got 617 shout out to the local there, 302. I mean, tons of different locals that are coming in here, B. There's a ton of them coming in here. I just want to shout out 81, the roofers, so many. Where's Steve Kerr, though? As I go back and forth on the shout-outs, where's Steve Kerr in this equation? Because you don't have your top dog, and I think this is where a guy like Spoelstra, for example, people point to and they go, he made the most out of the least. Do you think there's an opportunity for Steve Kerr to win over some of these fans, having a little run here, and staying above 500 while Steph Curry's out?
I don't know. I mean, there's fans who already have their minds made up about Steve Kerr.
Well, forget them. What about you?
And I think Steve Kerr's a great coach.
I think he has an opportunity to adjust as well, though.
I think Steve Kerr's done a great job this season.
Oh, well, there's no doubt.
You know, the
record speaks for itself.
The Warriors are third in the Western Conference. How many people had the Warriors
Jordan
third?
Poole, career year.
Yeah.
Looney, career year.
I mean,
Andrew Wiggins, up until this point, was a career year, right? Hell yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
I mean, how many people had the Warriors third place in the Western Conference?
I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? So, look, you got Jordan Poole ascending. You got the rookies playing. By the way, a lot of people coming in on the text line saying James Wiseman got recalled. He's going to practice. However, he's going to play in Santa Cruz on Sunday. He's playing in Santa Cruz on Sunday against the Salt Lake City Stars. So Wiseman won't make his return Sunday against the San Antonio Spurs. He'll be playing for the G League team. Now, things could change over the next 2 days, but as of now, as the Santa Cruz Warriors tweeted out yesterday, James Wiseman will be playing at Santa Cruz on Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, because the recall thing, it's hard for me to keep up because he got recalled,
right,
I feel like multiple times, but then he still hasn't been, I guess, activated or elevated to the roster.
He's playing at Santa Cruz. Look, Steve Kerr has to, what he has to do, too, he's got to get Otto Porter Jr. rolling. Obviously, he has to get Andrew Wiggins rolling. But now you got to go deeper into the pitch.
Well,
that means you got to call on Damian Lee and Juan Toscano Anderson again. And you got to get these guys going. Can they steal you 12 minutes a game?
Yeah.
Because Damian Lee really struggled against the Celtics. 0-5 from the floor. This is why plus-minus is a joke. He was a +9 Thursday against the Boston Celtics. Or no, Wednesday, against the Boston Celtics. You got to scrape these guys. You got to get the most out of these dudes. So you play San Antonio on Sunday. It's a great opportunity to get a win. You play Orlando on Tuesday. It's a great opportunity to get a win. South Beach, Miami, going to be a little tough. Atlanta next Friday, going to be a little tough. But Steve Kerr's done a great job. Now he's got to do it again.
Well, I think the thing for me, what I would like to see, me personally, I would like to see them evolve the offense a little. You can't run the exact same offense.
Maybe react.
Well, yeah, but like with Steph Curry, you want to get the ball at Draymond's hands at the top of the key, and you're going to run Curry off of a bunch of screens. Wouldn't you like to see just a sprinkling in of more pick and roll for Poole to go downhill?
Who are you going to run the pick and roll with, though?
Draymond and Poole.
Well, see, here's the deal with that pick and roll. Is Draymond going to be a threat to score?
Well, I mean, that's
because if I'm the opposing team, and I see the pick and roll coming with Draymond and Jordan Poole, wouldn't I just sell out the double Jordan Poole
if I'm looking at it this way, B, you're making a great point. But what I'm looking at it this way is, do I want Draymond standing at the top of the key with a wide open 3-pointer that he's reluctant to take? Or would I like to have Draymond Green rolling to the hoop or have an opportunity to get the ball as he's coming downhill? Like, to me, that's the most effective Draymond. What do you think?
He's got to come downhill. He's got to go finish. You know, I said this yesterday. Can I get 10 points from Draymond?
I'm with you.
Can I get 10? And this is why I'm looking at him, because he's talked a lot. He's talked a lot. He's talked about this team winning the championship. He's been barking. Well, I need to see him bark even louder. I need him to produce offensively. So if it is a pick and roll, do you have confidence in Draymond Green finishing at the rim? Well, do you have confidence with him hitting the floater, or is he rolling with the ball in his hands and he's looking for an open shooter or quarter?
I think with Clay on the court, I think that's going to help him out. We haven't seen him in Clay in a long time, B, and that's going to help him out because Clay's going to obviously pop to those corners. Wiggins going to pop to those corners to the outside. This is where I go back to the Wiseman thing. I'm not saying 30. No one's saying 30 minutes. Can you sprinkle in that lob element? Because when they had JaVale McGee, you gave him that little high-low. Draymond would get it at about the elbow. He'd take a hard dribble in, and then it's either he goes up for the layup or he throws that lob up or he kicks it back out.
Right.
So I'm looking at the optionality here, and I'm thinking, I'm not saying you're running this exclusively. You're not the Houston Rockets. You just got to sprinkle in a little more, I think, just to get these guys going. Also, I think Jordan Poole excels going downhill.
Yeah, I mean, he does excel at going downhill. I just wonder how are teams going to play Jordan Poole now that Steph Curry's not there? He's going to see a different variation of defenses now. People know he's the man on his team. They know he's going to have the ball in his hands.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see that. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Everything's going to change here for the Warriors.
It's one thing to be the
12.
sidekick. It's another to be the primary guy. That's a great point.
Yeah, so we're going to see, man. At 209, he's saying, look, man, these guys need to step up. Wiggins is an all-star. You're not wrong. Draymond and Clay, self-anointed top 75 players. JP having a career year. The guys need to step up and win some games. Any other team would kill to have these players. You may not be wrong there, 209. No. You may not be wrong there. Look, we're going to get into a lot. Football, basketball, baseball.
Yeah, I missed it. What happened with Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday?
Nothing happened with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, so, that's the problem.
Let me ask you, who's having the worst offseason? The Niners or the Giants? Because apparently the Giants feel like their roster is set.
Oh, God.
Who's having the worst offseason? Is there one position player on the Giants who could start for the Dodgers? We'll do all that. 888-957-9570 on the Frisco Friday. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Here's a trend to consider when betting on a team to win it all. No team, not a single one, has won a national championship from a conference with less than 4 teams in the tournament. Since the West Coast Conference only got 3 invites, not looking good, at least historically, for Gonzaga. Think about that when you're weighing on who to bet to win it all. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At BMW Fairfield, we believe the key to customer satisfaction is building relationships. We've designed our one price, one person, 1 hour sales process for this specifically. Built on simplicity, respect, and efficiency, we offer transparent pricing up front, a single point of contact to assist with your purchase, and less time spent in the dealership once you've chosen your vehicle. There is a better way to create connections, build relationships, and sell vehicles. We're eager to show it to you. Experience one price, one person, 1 hour, BMWFairfield.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore life in our solar system and beyond at our new planetarium show, Living Worlds.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses, so help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge. Or ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and 1 voice line customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 4/11/22.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
Block heartburn all day and all night with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Okay, so we got the chorizo dumplings, the cucumber empanadas.
Zara's food truck is popping off.
Come on, guys, let's pick it up, all right?
But if she doesn't find a new chef, her truck will be stuck.
Carl quit this morning, so Jessica, I'm gonna need you on the fryer.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your roof. It takes a beating from our heavy rain and sunshine. Replacing a roof is a major undertaking, but Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help make it easier for you. Golden State carries a great selection of roofing tile like steel and composite material that looks like wood, slate, and terracotta. They also carry underlayment, sealants, and other components. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Welcome to Allstate, where saving on your auto insurance is kind of like a joyride. You, your car, and an open road. Maybe your best friend, too. The music is chill, and so is the traffic. You and your friend both look over at each other, and then he puts his head back out the window. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Allstate and affiliates offer products and services subject to availability, terms, and conditions.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is Pat Monahan from Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity, Family House San Francisco, at their 40th anniversary gala, April 2nd. Cocktails, dinner, 80s attire, and dancing, plus live auction and more. Support Family House today at familyhouseinc.org.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com will join us at 6:50 to talk about how Jimmy Garoppolo may or may not fit in with the Cleveland Browns. Of course, the Cleveland Browns are having a situation with Baker Mayfield. He requested a trade. Cleveland said, not so fast. We'll do what we want to do here. So there's an impasse there with Baker and the franchise over there in Cleveland. Of course, Davante Adams. It's the biggest move of the day. Came out of nowhere. Actually, was on the phone with Sam Lubman discussing the show for today. And I'm like, whoa. What? You know, Sam, he's like talking a million miles an hour.
That was a great recreation of your reaction, by the way. That was almost spot on.
Yeah, that's what I do when big news drops. And then Davante Adams gets traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. I wanted to say Oakland Raiders so damn bad. But look at Spadoni. He's got the beanie on. He's got the polo on.
Just win, baby.
Just win, baby. He's smiling ear to ear. And Chandler Jones, Davante Adams, they're in on Stephon Gilmore. Hey, the AFC West. Look out for the Raiders. Let's go, Raiders.
They've had a great offseason. When you look at the Max Crosby deal in relation to the other pass rushers that have gotten paid over the last couple of years, they fleeced his agent straight up. Like the Raiders, don't get me wrong, he's getting paid, but nowhere near what he could have gotten like some of these other pass rushers, because he's a very, very, very good player. Very, very good player. I still don't think he's better than Nick Bosa, but that's neither here nor there. Secondarily, they bring in Chandler Jones this offseason, and now they get Davante Adams. In my estimation, Chandler Jones is as good as Khalil Mack. I've watched him in Arizona. Some will take Khalil Mack. That's fine. That's their prerogative. I like both players. I think they're both very, very, very good. Can stop the run, can rush the passer. I mean, Chandler Jones is an absolute monster in the NFC West for every single snap he was in there with Arizona. Then you get Davante. You get that premier wide receiver you've been looking for. You drafted Amari. You thought he'd be that. You know, he showed flashes. You bring in Antonio Brown. He freezes off his feet or whatever the hell happened there. Couldn't wear the helmet. I can't even remember what his exact excuses were week to week. He ends up getting whatever, released.
Got traded.
Was it traded?
Yeah, he got traded to New England.
Whatever the exacts were. Mama, I'm free, as he said on the phone. And now you get Davante. I like it.
5 years.
Reunite him and Derek Carr.
Yeah, 5 years, $141 million, 67 guaranteed. Devontae, Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow. They're gonna have a lot of options. Kenyon Drake, of course, and Jacoby Jones. Raiders look good. Look good. Josh Jacobs, not Jacoby Jones. Josh Jacobs. That's the name I was looking for. How can I forget Josh Jacobs? It's my rookie of the year. He got shafted for rookie of the year.
Jacoby Jones, Ravens legend.
Yeah, Ravens legend. Josh Jacobs, Jacoby Jones.
It was a hold. And y'all who out there know what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, should have came
Bruce
ready to play.
Miller got held.
Niners should have came ready to play.
Maybe if they would have kept holding him, he wouldn't have assaulted that dude.
They would have, wow. Let's move on from that one.
Are the Niners going to do anything?
And Ray McLeod. They signed Ray McLeod. Punt returner, slot receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's a competitor.
That doesn't get you excited. Ray McLeod.
I mean, that's mandatory. Like kick returner is mandatory. I thought we were going to upgrade the roster. Now I do love the cornerback that they signed. Get this Jimmy G thing done, for crying out loud. I was waiting for my phone as I left the Russian River and I'm coming down River Road. Like all of a sudden, all my messages will like hit my phone because again I had no Xfinity. That's another question. I got to get myself an an Xfinity Wi-Fi box, but I had no service. And so as I'm coming back, I'm like, whoa, Davante! You know, I see all that, and I'm like, where's the Jimmy G news? Where's the Jimmy G news? Nothing.
Why are you guys waiting on Jimmy G? Nobody wants Jimmy G.
Yeah, but at least release him. Do something.
Nobody wants him.
I have a stick like that meme. I'm like, do something.
They don't want Jimmy Garoppolo. They don't want him. Everybody's trying to put Jimmy in Indy and Cleveland. Those teams don't want him. They want to go after Matt Ryan once DeShaun Watson becomes an Atlanta Falcon. But let me ask you this. Who's having a more disappointing offseason? Is it the San Francisco 49ers or is it the San Francisco Giants?
Boy, that's a great question.
Here's the thing.
The Giants basically said their roster's set.
If I'm making the argument for the Niners, like in their favor, the question is like, what do they really need to upgrade? Okay, you can say pass rush, some offensive line, figure out getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo and bringing in a corner. Well, they brought in the corner. I still like their pass rush, although I'd like to bolster it. I still like their O-line, although I'd like to bolster it. And we'll see what ends up happening with the quarterback. The San Francisco Giants, what's your starting outfield?
I don't know.
Slater, Yastrzemski.
Could we get Mark Willard on line one? He'll sell that outfield.
And Tommy Lastello with his hanging by a thread Achilles at second base, who really is a platooner.
Hey, Mark Willard will tell you the Giants are having a great offseason.
Yeah. The Giants are getting destroyed in the offseason right now, in my estimation.
What about the Niners?
No, I think the Niners are about...
They've lost DJ Jones. They've lost Laken Tomlinson.
It's a tough loss.
Laken Tomlinson's gone.
But if I listed out all the best players on the Niners, like you still have Debo and Nick Bosa, right? Those are pillars of this organization. Armstead was great last year. You still got him. You still got Fred Warner. Like, you've got elite players. Don't shove Brandon Belt down my throat like he's an elite player. I'll give you Brandon Crawford.
Charvarius
Ward. You lost Buster Posey.
Charvarius Ward. He do it for you?
Yeah, I like him. I do.
Did you see his presser yesterday?
I did, and he said that the Bay Area media asked some blank questions.
You can say it. Whack-ass questions. It's okay to say ass.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah. He said the Bay Area media asked some whack-ass questions.
And he's kind of right.
I'm not going to go there.
Well, I did.
Why?
Who do you think?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I'm thinking about the Niners, right? And because baseball things can happen. You may find lightning in a bottle. Guys may hit good pitch. Who knows? But the Giants may be good again. I don't know. But I'm looking at the Niners. I'm saying, so they play the AFC West next year.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to go against Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Devante Adams, Darren Waller.
Are we going through the first round of the fantasy draft?
Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you got DK and Tyler Lockett in Seattle for now.
Uh-huh.
You got Allen Robinson signing with the LA Rams.
I wanted Allen Robinson.
With Cooper Kupp. You have DeAndre Hopkins that you have to guard. And then, by the way, you play Tampa Bay, so Mike Evans is coming to town.
And Godwin's on the franchise tag, I believe, right now.
He just signed a 3-year deal.
Was that what he ended up doing?
Deal.
Okay.
I think 3-year deal.
I know that they were going to retain him.
So you got those guys going. I think you'll play the Saints again. Who knows? They're still trying to be in on the Deshaun Watson Sweet 6. You got Kyle Pitts in Atlanta. You know a wide receiver's going to follow Watson to Atlanta.
They can't stop Cupper Coop.
Yeah, they can't stop Cupper Coop. They can't stop him. So, Stephon Gilmore, would you like that? It'd be nice to have him.
I'll take him, but the price has got to be right. You know, you can't be spending $35 million on your cornerback room. I mean, that's a lot. So I don't know. We got to see what the price point is.
It's looking more and more like Matt Ryan may end up in Indianapolis. Looks like Watson may go to Atlanta. So that leaves Carolina, Cleveland, and New Orleans looking for a quarterback.
Can we just marvel for a second? And I'm not pointing it at you or anyone specifically. Can we just marvel at how quickly things turned in the Jimmy Garoppolo camp
for the
majority of people?
It didn't turn quickly.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
What do you mean?
It didn't turn quickly. It was a slow process. It's 2022 now.
Yeah, I know.
How I felt about Jimmy in 2019, that's 3 years ago.
No, 2020. I'm talking about January 2020.
January 2020 felt good about him. 2 years ago.
Okay.
It's 2 years. That's a long time.
Is it, though?
That's a long time.
I mean,
that's a long time.
I don't know, man. I feel like things have changed dramatically in terms of now most people. I was, again, working on the spot yesterday. A guy with the Niner hat comes walking up. We start chopping it up. And I'm like, what's up, man? Big Niner fan? He goes, yup. And first thing he says, dude, they totally misplayed this Jimmy G thing. Now, again, we have that conversation 2 years ago, and it's, I still love Jimmy G. What do you mean go after Tom Brady? What do you mean draft a quarterback? What do you mean go get whatever?
You got to realize,
upgrade
Tom Brady did not look good that last year in New England. You cannot deny that. He did not look good that last season in New England.
Bonte,
he looked washed.
They had no weapons, but we can argue about that all day. And
did Jimmy have weapons in 2020?
Just how quickly the Jimmy Garoppolo bloom has come off the road.
I don't think it's happened that quickly. I think it was a slow process. For me, I'll speak for myself as we go to break here. Trey Lance came to town. And so once Shanahan made it known that Jimmy wasn't his guy, which he basically said before Super Bowl 54, that's on Kyle to move off from him. All right? So he didn't move off from him. You walk into 2020, who was the starting receivers for the 49ers week 1 against Arizona?
Brandon Ayuk?
No.
Dante Pettis. He had the hamstring injury.
Dante Pettis, Trent Taylor, and Kendrick Bourne.
2019?
2020. Week 1 against Arizona.
Trent Taylor. Was he active, Trent Taylor?
Trent Taylor, Dante Pettis, and Kendrick Bourne. That was Jimmy's starting wide receivers.
Okay.
So you want to talk about weapons? So
but he got his best player hurt in that game. George Kittle almost got his knee blown off.
Hey, things happen. Things happen in football. Things happen. All right, we got a break here. Mary Kay Cabot coming off from Cleveland.com. That's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop.
Thunderstruck!
When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289.
Some double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expenses additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on Carnival.com. Ships Registry, Bahamas, Panama.
Are you feeling boxed in by the pressures of running your business? Remote work versus HR compliance, retaining top talent. The list goes on. His best. He's at his best. Mary Kay Cabot is at her best for Cleveland.com. She's a Browns insider. She is. When you want to know about the Cleveland Browns, you go to Mary here. And we're going to Mary on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Mary, good morning. How you doing? Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. We're trying to figure out what the heck is going on in Cleveland.
Oh, we are all trying to figure out what is going on in Cleveland. It's getting really interesting here. The way I wrote it yesterday is that the relationship between the Browns and Baker Mayfield has now gotten downright dangerous. So, it's kind of dicey, and it remains to be seen where this is all going. But right now, I would have to say they really don't have any intentions of trading him.
So they want to keep Baker Mayfield in. So that would mean they would not be interested in Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of people out here are linking Garoppolo to Indianapolis, Cleveland. I always thought Jimmy Garoppolo in Cleveland, look, he may be an adult in the room. He may be a good locker room guy. But I think about guys throwing the football in that weather, in that division. I personally don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is a good fit in Cleveland. How do Browns fans feel about Jimmy Garoppolo? What's the sentiment about Jimmy Garoppolo possibly being the next Cleveland Browns quarterback?
Well, I think that fans would be on board with that if in the event that the Browns did acquiesce and let Baker go somewhere else. I think that he's obviously somebody that would be on the fans' mind right now. But I reported at the Combine 2 weeks ago, and I still stand by this, Jimmy Garoppolo has not been on the front burner for them, and I just don't think that is something that they are going to jump to do anytime soon. So I think Jimmy's going to find a different home, not sure where, but I just, I'm sticking by what I reported 2 weeks ago at the Combine, that he was not somebody that they were clamoring to trade for anytime soon.
It's interesting because I feel like Baker and Jimmy similarly have been loved by their fan base at times and now, discarded by certain parts of the fan base at times. So what happened and where did it go wrong for Baker? This guy broke the rookie passing record and it took him to the playoffs. And it just, I don't know, man. It feels like the injury this year really set him back with a lot of the national media. And I don't even know if it's his fault. What went wrong, Mary?
Well, a lot went wrong, actually. There was the injury, and then there was the Odell Beckham Jr. saga, which rattled him midseason. He never really recovered from that. And there were a lot of injuries around him, too. Jarvis Landry was not himself last year at all. He missed games from injury for the first time in his career. And, he struggled. And Kareem Hunt missed most of the season. His right tackle, Jack Conklin, missed most of the season. He wasn't protected the way that he had been in the past. And then defenses started playing him differently. That bootleg, play-action bootleg game, defenses are catching up to that, as you guys know. And you have to adjust, and you have to find other ways to get the job done. And, that's going to have to be something that they try to figure out going forward because a team like the Steelers, they hemmed him in, batted down passes, sacked him, and, that's just not going to fly.
Well, we were talking so much about the on-field product. I have heard a lot of stuff about the maturity, whether it's in the locker room, off the field, things like that, dealing with the media. And that's why Jimmy Garoppolo, I guess, is the opposite of Baker Mayfield. Where's he at maturity-wise, Baker Mayfield? Because he put out that statement earlier this week, and that felt like the most mature thing he's ever done.
Yeah, but some people had a problem with that. I did not have a problem with that, but a lot of people did. A lot of people thought that was, that he should have just kind of kept his mouth shut like other quarterbacks in this situation have done. But as far as the maturity issue is concerned, the Browns drafted a player that, he had some maturity issues, and you just don't change your stripes overnight. So he is the same player that he's always been. He's got the same personality he did at Oklahoma. We all saw all that stuff. Right. We saw the flag planted and the signs and the crotch grabbing and the, the little running away from the police. We saw all that. So, anybody that would be surprised now about his personality, they're kidding themselves.
Mary Kay Cabot here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast, covers the Cleveland Browns for Cleveland.com. She does it all out there in Cleveland, Ohio, the go-to when it comes to all Browns news. So what's next for Cleveland then with this standoff? Baker Mayfield requests a trade. The Cleveland Browns say no. How's this going to work, and where are the are they going to end up drafting a quarterback in a weak quarterback class? How does this end, Mary?
It's a great question, but I'll tell you what. I keep using Jimmy Garoppolo as the comp because what did Jimmy do last year when they went out and traded up for Trey Lance? He went out there, he put his head down, he went to work, and he took his team to the NFC Championship game. And I could be wrong about this, but I don't think he kicked and screamed. I don't think he complained publicly. I think he handled it like a professional, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong about that.
No, you're not.
But I think, okay, good. That's what I think Baker Mayfield needs to do right now. In fact, he should probably get on the phone with Jimmy and say, how do you handle something like this? Because I feel like he could use a little bit of advice. And you know what? If you do it right and you're professional about it, you're either going to continue on with the team that you're with,
right,
or somebody else is going to give you a chance. So that's what Baker's going to have to do now.
Yeah, no doubt. And go call Amari Cooper and start building a rapport with him, throwing some touchdown passes to Coop. So a lot of things happening in Cleveland, a lot of things happening in San Francisco. We have no idea what's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo. But, Mary, we thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thanks for the insight.
Sure. Thanks a lot, guys.
Anytime. Mary Kay Cabot,
So
Cleveland.com.
no Jimmy to Cleveland.
I mean, this is something we talked about last year. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. You guys are missing the smoke. Jimmy will end up in Houston. You know what? That may happen. That just may happen.
I'm not
I mean, they have Davis Mills.
Wrong, but I like Davis Mills.
I do too.
He's younger. He's got a better arm, more mobile. I don't know.
Maybe they bring down Jimmy just for a veteran help, bring him in for 1 year. Nick Casario again, the GM, comes from the New England Patriots system. Maybe that's
listen to the conversation we're having though, B. Like this is where I'm saying and I know you're saying it's a long time, but it feels like it's 2 NFL seasons. It moves so fast. It went from Jimmy could start a lot of places to we're looking around. I'm not sure how many places Jimmy could start right now because of the quarterback roulette that's going on. I feel like he's the odd man out.
Yeah, no, he may not start, which is crazy. And look, I think a lot of Niner fans, I don't know, I can't speak for every Niner fan. I'll speak for myself here. When it was apparent that 2020 he got hurt again, and they had flirted with Tom Brady, and they had flirted with Kirk Cousins, the pressure started to come on Shanahan to say, you know what, go find your guy. Go find your quarterback. It's obvious you don't want Jimmy Garoppolo, so go get your guy. I think, like me, a lot of us has shifted. Once we started looking at Trey Lance, and started falling in love with Trey Lance, they make the move up for Trey Lance, and it's like, all right, it's go time. Shanahan has this guy. I'm ready to watch this guy and go see the 49ers groom a quarterback, and hopefully he could be here for the next 10 to 15 years. I don't hate Jimmy. I think Jimmy's done wonders with the 49ers. When I look at the resurgence of the San Francisco 49ers, I give Jimmy Garoppolo a lot of credit. I give him just as much credit as Kyle Shanahan. We all know what happened when he got traded here midseason. He flipped everything. The expectations, the vibe, the swag. He flipped everything for the 49ers. It wasn't George Kittle. Shanahan was coach, but they were 1-9, 1-10. And when he got traded here, they were 0-9.
So why does he have zero value around the league then?
Well, the shoulder surgery, the injuries. Bill Parcells said this way back when on Willard Dibs. He said, the one worry I have with Jimmy Garoppolo is that he can't, how durable is he? And before we all, we were in love with him. We're like, Bill, shut up. You're old. Jimmy's going to be fine. Durability issues. You can't count on him to play 17 games.
Well, I agree with that, but there's a lot. He's not the only guy that's like that. He's
not the only guy like that. But look, the upside. Who is Jimmy? He's a guy who's going to manage the offense. Uh-huh. He's not going to stretch the football field. He doesn't have the strongest arm. You see the tape. And the injuries. Again, injuries, arm strength. Can he stretch the defense? Is the defense going to be intimidated by him? There's a lot. There's not a lot there. And one more thing, you watch the playoffs. Everybody wants their own Josh Allen.
Well, of course,
everybody wants their own Josh.
No doubt, but
Joe
not
Burrow.
everyone can have that right now.
But that's what everybody's searching for. That's why they're all in on Deshaun Watson.
I screamed about that for 2.5 years. Trust me, I'm well aware of how everyone wants their own big, strong, mobile pocket quarterback.
And is Jimmy
who's
that?
Next level? No, but my point is that someone I'm just throwing out teams, someone that doesn't have a first round pick or that has a guy that's they don't know and they're looking at the draft and they're saying to themselves that guy maybe doesn't exist in this draft or we're not likely to take them. The New York, I'm just throwing teams. The New York Giants, they got Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes is garbage. You know what I mean?
But he has a stronger arm. He can make plays with his legs.
Danny Dimes
plays.
is better than Jimmy G.
He makes broken plays. I'm not saying that he's broken plays. I'm not saying that. I didn't say that, Shasky.
He's not.
I didn't say that he was better than Jimmy.
We keep talking about what Jimmy can't do. I don't care about what he can't do. I know what he can't do. I'll tell you what he can do. You just brought it up. He stabilized a very toxic situation. And if you're looking at the New York Giants, they have been toxic. They have gone through how many different... I'm just using them as an example, okay? So many offensive coordinators, so many head coaches, the personnel problems left and right. I'm not saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to beat Josh Allen, but he's an upgrade over Danny Dimes, and maybe he can make that team go from 4 or 5 wins to 6 or 7 or 8 wins. Like,
is he better than Danny Dimes? Because Brian Dable probably is looking at Danny Dimes like, look, man, he's got traits like Josh Allen. He can run the ball like Josh Allen. Maybe he fits better because it's also fit in systems.
But I don't think you can have it both ways. So be like, this is where I'm frustrated.
No. Hold on.
Say that Jimmy Garoppolo did all these good things. No. And then say that he does nothing.
Brian, I didn't say that. But Brian Dable's system. No. Where does he come from? He comes from Buffalo.
Well, yeah.
What kind of system did they run?
He's been all over. He was in Miami. He's been everywhere.
in Alabama. What has he started loving? Alabama, Buffalo.
Okay.
He wants a guy like Josh Allen. He wants a poor man's. That's what he wants.
Josh Allen. Everyone wants
Danny
Josh Allen.
Dimes makes plays with his legs. You cannot knock that. Jimmy right now is a guy that we saw this year. Everything's got to be right. He's regressed. In 2019, I thought he was ascending. I thought there was time for Jimmy to get better. Maybe the injuries have held him back. Maybe he lost his confidence. Maybe he didn't appreciate the way Shanahan didn't love him. Maybe he needed that love. Hey, Shanny, just give me a hug. Wrap me up.
I think he's very similar player. I've looked at a lot. I did a breakdown with certain people, Jordan Elliott, Splash Cousin, who came on here, and Jimmy's missed the same throws in 2017, in 2019, in 2020,
I thought he was
in 2021.
I thought he was a lot better in 2017.
Well, when you isolate the film and you're looking at it emotionless, there was a lot of
do that
similar
too all the
film.
time.
There was a lot of, and again, I'm just going off of what we did, and we were doing a breakdown. I said, is Jimmy better or worse than what he was in years prior? And we were just picking some of the good plays. We were picking some of the bad plays. And look, everybody's telling me what Jimmy Garoppolo isn't. And I know what he isn't. He's not Josh. He's nowhere near that guy. But when I see Mitchell Trubisky, because of his price point, get what he's getting, had Jimmy been released, I think he would have been picked up by a team already.
I don't think so.
I do. Because I think he would have gotten like a $13 million deal.
He can't throw right now. He can't even throw a football. Don't you want your new quarterback to be part of OTAs and minicamp or throw with the receivers over the summer?
But he's not the first guy to get hurt and then get acquired by someone while he's hurt.
Yeah, but he's not good enough to do that.
Richard Sherman was going through an ACL, Achilles rehab.
Richard Sherman's a borderline Hall of Famer.
I know, but he was coming off an Achilles injury, and guys have picked him up. So look,
he's a borderline Hall of Famer who showed
Jimmy's good enough to play in the league and start.
That's not a good cop because Richard Sherman is a borderline Hall of Famer who showed
that he's a smart defensive player. Well?
What's the knock on Jimmy? He doesn't have a great IQ. You told me that for 2 years.
Believe me, but he's better than Mitchell Trubisky. He's better than Danny Dimes. Like, there are teams around the league that could use him.
You know what the difference is?
I think he's better than Tua.
You know what the difference is? They're younger.
Well, that's obvious, and they're cheaper. And I think the money matters, too, in this one.
There you go.
So, that's what I'm saying. I think if he gets released, he has a landing spot. I don't think if he gets released, if he stayed on the Niners, I'm not sure there's a trade partner. The price point's too expensive.
Maybe back. What if he's back? What if he's back?
For him, why would he want to be here? Mary Kay said something very interesting, and I'd like to go through this exercise with you. She said, if I'm Baker Mayfield, I would pick up the phone and call Jimmy Garoppolo because the way Jimmy Garoppolo handled it was really good. So I'm Baker Mayfield, B, because I think you're going to have a similar reaction than I'm doing. I'm Baker Mayfield. I pick up the phone and I say, hey, they want me out. They want to upgrade. They might draft somebody, and I'm going to have to be a 1 year, waited around guy. What should I do here, Jimmy Garoppolo? If you were Jimmy, what would you say?
Go compete. Go compete and handle it like a pro. Stay off of Twitter. Stop talking to people. And just go to work. Just go to work. Block out the noise. You know what Jimmy Garoppolo did that was so great? He don't tweet.
That's
true.
a
tweet.
Except for the Travis Matthews stuff that's like a paid promotion.
Right, yeah.
The clothesline that he's signed with.
He doesn't tweet.
He doesn't. No.
He doesn't get involved in that.
No.
He doesn't pick up the papers.
That's a good point. He doesn't.
He stayed away from the noise.
Yeah.
And you know what?
That's a good point.
What Jimmy had that Baker doesn't, and if I'm Jimmy, I'm telling Baker, you need to go up to every single teammate. You need to go up to every single teammate and say what's up and apologize and show that you're a leader. Because that's the one thing Jimmy always had. This locker room loved him. They loved him.
You don't think Jimmy Garoppolo would tell him, I went through this year with the Niners, and we had a lot of great moments, but now I'm looking around, and I'm kind of stuck without a spot to land. See, I thought you were going in this direction. I'd get out of there. I'd get proactive. If they're already thinking about moving off you, you're screwed. Get out of there for your own self-preservation.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't you think if you were Jimmy's agent right now and you were saying, man, I kind of wish we would have left last year?
No, you had a Super Bowl caliber team. This was the best situation for Jimmy Garoppolo.
But now he's sitting here and no one wants him.
He got to the NFC Championship game. He made a lot of money. Would he have made more money if he had been traded last year before playing a down in 2021? Would he have more suitors? I don't know.
Because I feel like playing this year actually almost overexposed him, and then he got hurt, and now he's diminished in value.
If Jimmy's a team guy, and you want to have team success,
that's true.
And you want a chance to win the Lombardi, you want to go get traded somewhere else where you may not have that chance. You may not go to the playoffs, and you really may get exposed.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
I'm not leaving the 49ers.
Well, I just look at Mitchell Trubisky, right? Mitchell Trubisky goes backing up in Buffalo, doesn't do anything, and all of a sudden now is back to being a starter.
I don't know if he's going to start though. They're not done. They're not done making moves. You don't think Pittsburgh's going to draft a quarterback?
I mean, the $13 million. Well, they'll probably draft someone.
They're going to have somebody.
But there's nobody who's pro ready.
But they're going to have somebody compete with Trubisky.
See, my understanding when he signed that deal was he was the starter, especially after Tomlin talking about he's looking for somebody with legs.
Yeah, I think they're going to bring somebody in to compete with him. Offseason's a long way away from being over. Yeah,
I find it interesting that you think that competing, because normally I would say you compete and you try to win a championship and you try to do everything, but from a selfish perspective,
I'm not a selfish guy.
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's how these players stinks.
But if I'm your agent, I'm out for your best interest, and I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, it was a great run that you had with the Niners, but now you have less options. You're not going to get that contract, because your shelf life in the NFL is very small.
Let me ask you something. Would it have been better for Jimmy Garoppolo to play last year with the 49ers and go to the NFC Championship game and lose? Think about you're playing quarterback for the 49ers.
It's a great question.
Say if he gets traded to Carolina.
But he plays all year and they only win 5 or 6 games. But at least he's solidified in Carolina. We would think he is.
That's not how players think.
No, I know it isn't, but that's how agents think.
That's a selfish way of thinking. Agents, this is where players, the agent don't run everything. All right? We gotta get this mindset that agents control everything a player. No, they don't. Davante Adams yesterday told his agent, look, I know Green Bay's offered me a bigger bag than the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't want to play here. Make something happen. Player has the final say in what they want to do. And I'm sure Jimmy Garoppolo told Donnie, you know what? I know Kyle's disrespecting me. I know this fan base has turned on me. But you know what? I get to play in the red and gold. I get to play in a place where Montana and Young won Lombardis. I know if I can win here, if I can win in San Francisco, it's not going to get bigger for me anywhere else. And you know what? He gave it a damn shot, and I commend him for that. He held off Trey Lance for however it went down. He played all those games. He came back in Week 18 hurt. All right? Was he great in the playoffs? Absolutely not. I think he hindered the 49ers. There's no doubt. But I think as a player and a mindset and a competitor, you're with the 49ers. It's one of the biggest brands in sports.
I don't think he cares about that.
I do. See, that's not fair to say.
Well,
how do you know how
Because I've never heard him at a podium once reference in the past or anything like that.
Who cares?
Well, I'm just saying, some guys that that understand the history, sometimes they'll talk about that. I never hear that from him, so I can't say that he thinks that.
Come on, we don't hear from him. We hear from him if we talk.
Well, he's very cliche and very vanilla and bland. It's the New England way of doing press conferences.
All right, okay.
I've never really seen his personality. I don't really know what Jimmy's personality is.
Who cares about
other
what
than
he
being
says?
one of the guys?
Now we care about what these guys say at the podium?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know that.
When did you start caring what people said about
fan,
the podium?
All I'm saying is I didn't know that being a 49er quarterback would mean something. He never expressed that, so it's hard for me to attach that to him.
Does he have to? Does he have to?
Well, we're talking about whether he wanted to stay or whether he wanted to go, and I don't know. I think it's an interesting question because he plays the year out, trying to win a championship, trying to be a competitor, and he gets the NFC Championship game. Now he's hurt. Now he's got less options, and maybe he feels boxed in. Maybe he regrets that decision. I don't know. Maybe in real time it made a lot of sense, and now you're looking back, and I've made a lot of decisions that felt good in the time, and then I look back and I go, yeah, that wasn't the smartest thing I did for my career.
Yeah, but I don't live in regret. I don't think Jimmy does either. And he has 27 million reasons why he shouldn't live in regret. It was a fun year for the 49ers.
Thank you, Drew Rosenhaus.
It was a fun year. Fun year for Jimmy Garoppolo, if we're keeping it a buck. So more 49er talk coming up. Who's having the worst offseason so far? Giants or Niners? Giants or Niners. Plus, we'll get back into
the Raiders.
Raiders having it. Oh, man. Shameless shout-out 745.
The Dodgers.
Shameless shout-out 745. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. Your phone calls. 888-957-9570.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your
And Shasky.
To be shameless. They don't all have to be shameless.
Shout out the real workers out there, as I told you in the first hour. I don't consider this a job.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it is. It's got ups and downs like any job, but like on the level, if we were scaling it out.
To do this job, but it's a job. It's a job. I wouldn't say it's not a job. It's a job.
Cheer up, bud. Jimmy
happy.
Garoppolo will be gone soon.
I'm happy. You're the one who's going crazy over Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm not really. I'm just saying that I think he doesn't have value.
I haven't lost any sleep. And this is what I discussed 3 weeks ago. You guys got on my head about saying Jimmy has no market, and everybody's throwing Indy at me and Cleveland and the Saints. And what I do, and I tell people this all the time, I try to look at things from the other team's perspective. Not just the Niners' perspective, not just the Warriors' perspective, not just the Giants' perspective, but how would another team look at the situation? And I'm looking at the way Jimmy plays, and I'm looking at other team systems and the way they play, and I'm saying to myself, Jimmy don't fit there. Jimmy don't fit there. Jimmy doesn't fit there. He's going to have to play a full season to re-up his value here. I mean, it's not good because a lot of teams are – the first question teams are going to have about Jimmy Garoppolo. Why are the 49ers moving off of him?
Well, it's obvious. I mean, he couldn't stay healthy for them, and they traded heaven and earth to go get Trey Lance.
And there's other.
That's why.
I don't think it's that simple. It's also, can he take our offense to the next level?
Oh, well, there's no doubt. But there's how many guys in the league right now could you ask that same question about? Like, realistically, you can see Sam Darnold. I would even throw Matt Ryan into that. Matt Ryan was an MVP at one point, and I think Matt's better than
Matt's
Jimmy.
so much older.
You know?
Yeah, he's still better than Jimmy.
That's what I said. And Kirk Cousins also better than Jimmy, but I asked that same question about him. Like, that's not an exclusive Jimmy Garoppolo question, but I understand where you're going.
Yeah, so can he help elevate an offense to a championship level? By the way, Chandler Jones, 3 years, $51 million with the Raiders, $32 million guaranteed.
That's a great deal. I wanted him.
Cap hit in 2022, $7.4 million.
That's it? Wow.
For base.
They're making moves, man.
But it goes up to 19.4 and 19.4 in 2023 and 2024. So
you hear so much about like free agents want to go to Vegas. Well, the results are slowly coming in. Free agents want to go to Vegas.
Vegas is a great town.
I mean, Nevada is a tax-free state.
Tax-free state.
I mean, you're looking at that, Arizona, Washington.
You get all the prize fights. You get all the UFC fights. You get conference tournaments there now. Pac-12, West Coast Conference, Big West. You got the WAC out there.
You got Joe Fortenbaugh.
You got Fortenbaugh out there. Fortenbaugh's good. Fortenbaugh. I'm gonna go see Fortenbaugh soon out there. He's got it going on in Vegas. So, big house.
Going with this Vegas thing right now. If I give you $100 and you had either or, okay, like it was the roulette table, okay, you had to pick one, either or. Jimmy Garoppolo is a starter in the NFL anywhere. I'm not going to nail down specifically where. Or Jimmy Garoppolo is not a starter in the NFL. Which are you going to put that 100 on?
For next season?
For week one of this year.
I think week 1 of this year is going to be a bench player.
Wait, wow. Now I have to know where.
I don't know where.
Okay.
I don't know where he's going to go.
So you think he's coming off the bench?
If you ask me to bet.
Take injury off the table.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Because he's not throwing until late June. I've been saying late July, but it's late June. So he's going to need July to build up that arm strength, to finally get reports. So hopefully by training camp, he's able to throw a football. I think he's going to have to go somewhere. He's going to have to go somewhere to compete for a starting job. Now, if it's Carolina, can he beat out Sam Darnold? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he will.
If it's New Orleans and they don't get Watson, can he beat out Taysom Hill or Jameis Winston?
Well, I don't know where Jameis is at with the injury either. That's the question.
Well, he's running already.
Is he?
The torn ACL, he's going to be back. He at least can throw a football now. Where's Jameis going to go? That's another domino that has to fall.
Another spot that I would throw out there, just because I know that Tannehill's on a huge number. If he got released and you can get him for cheap, I would think Tennessee would be in on Jimmy Garoppolo. As a backup?
Jimmy Garoppolo and Todd Downing. Ooh-wee. Raider fans know all about Todd Downing. Ooh-wee. Tennessee.
What about Seattle? He gets released.
A.J. Brown will be asking for a trade
by
the end of the year if he has to play with Tannehill and Garoppolo next season.
That's not saying much. There's a lot of guys around the league that want upgrades at quarterbacks. What about Seattle? He gets released. Could he start in Seattle over Drew Lock?
I don't know.
I think he can.
I don't know.
So the fact that we're here this quickly, that's wild to me. That is, like, straight up. Like, you could say it's not to you. For me personally, it is wild that we went from he's a no doubt about it starter all the way around the league, like, for 10 teams or so, and now all of a sudden we're talking about where could he back up somewhere.
Well, it's also because a lot of teams, a lot has changed. A lot of teams have young quarterbacks like Tua,
absolutely,
Justin Herbert,
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like Denver's made trades for veteran quarterbacks. You got a lot of movement here. So a lot of spots have been filled up. Last year was probably ideal for the 49ers to trade him.
Especially with the 5 quarterbacks in the first round.
Exactly.
Somebody who didn't have one of those top quarterback spots, you would want to move an asset for him.
And now, here's another thing I see. I want to bring it back to the 49ers because I'm kind of exhausted to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, where he's going to go and where he's going to start. I honestly, once they trade him, I care less. It's all about Trey Lance. And our 49ers building a roster that's going to help Trey Lance win next season. Because the expectations are from 49er fans who are Team Jimmy. There's a lot of people out there who are still Team Jimmy. The pressure on Trey Lance next season to at least get back to the playoffs in the NFC title game is immense. And so what other options are they going to have here? Well, how are they going to build around Trey Lance? That's where my head is at. I'm like, when Jimmy Garoppolo gets traded, wake me up and let me know.
But I'll be able to close that chapter because
that chapter's closed to me because he's gone.
Well, right now it's open ended. Bonte, like we're still typing out the story.
Yeah, he's
you
gone.
know what I mean? Like we could say that, but you also just said that he might come back.
That's a book. I said I wouldn't be surprised if he came back.
So then
I wouldn't be surprised. But personally, right now, I'm going to close that chapter.
Well, I'm
going to put that book back on the shelf and not even read it.
No, but I hear you. But I can't do that until he's done.
Well, that's you.
I just want him to go.
All right. Well, hopefully he's gone soon for your health, for your mental health.
It is for my mental health.
So, Trey Lance, I'm looking at it like this. Trey Lance, how is he going to get better? Can he help this football team? Then I see the teams that they play next season. I'm thinking, gosh, the Niners have to play the Chargers, the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Raiders in Vegas. There's so much talent out there that they had to play against. Oh, by the way, the NFC West, we'll see what happens in Arizona. They still have Kyler. Seattle may take a downturn. The Niners should be able to handle Seattle next season. But you got the Rams with Allen Robinson and Cooper Kupp, and Jalen Ramsey's still around, and Aaron Donald's still around, and there's no Laken Tomlinson. Man, how is Trey Lance going to perform? Are the Niners doing a good job building around Trey Lance? That's where my focus is shifted.
So I'm glad that you're bringing this up. They can't fully build around Trey Lance without moving off of Jimmy. Forget the empowerment and the emotional and the mental and all that stuff. What about the team building aspect? You can't give extensions to certain guys on your team until you figure out the Jimmy thing. You can't go out and splash even more in free agency because of the Jimmy thing. You can't use the pick that you wanted to get from Jimmy Garoppolo until you actually move off of him. Now, there's a lot of things that are kind of like waiting. It's the domino effect. You're waiting for the Jimmy domino to fall so these other things can fall in place. Like right now, we lose Laken Tomlinson. I'm hearing Aaron Banks is going to be the guy at left guard. He didn't even play last year. That's not good. That is not good. We don't have I like Jennings. I would still like another receiver. I would still like a second tight end. I would still like to know whether Alex Mack is coming back this year. I've got no clarity on that. I don't even know. Like right now, because of the Jimmy Domino B, I don't even know what we are going to take in the draft with that second round, third round, fourth round pick, because I don't even know what their moves are going to be they're going to make in free agency.
You think Alex Mack's decision's based on Jimmy Garoppolo?
Wow. Oof. I hadn't even contemplated it that way.
Because you brought up Alex Mack.
Yeah, I hadn't even no, it's interesting. I hadn't even does Alex Mack's decision factor on I don't know. What do you think? I don't mean to just kick it right back to you, but I hadn't even thought about it.
Well, it's a question that maybe needs to be answered because I don't think so. I think Alex Mack wants to play with Trey Lance. I would hope so.
I think he just wants to win, right?
I think he wants to win. Does Trey Lance give you a better chance to win? I believe so. So the way I look at the roster, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, Elijah Mitchell. I love to see them draft James Cook. Oh, my God, I want James Cook so bad from Georgia. I think he could take this offense to another level. I would love James Cook.
Where do you think he's projected to go?
James Cook?
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at the mock drafts yet.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I'd love to have
James
another
Cook.
running back. They lost Raheem Mostert. Are you sad there?
Yeah, no, I'm not sad because he can't stay healthy.
But he did give him a home run element. I liked Mostert more than most.
Hadn't played in 2 years.
No, I know, but he did. But hey, in that Arizona game you referenced, the 2020 Week 1, he went to the house on a little swing pass. He's a home run hitter.
He is a home run hitter, but it really hasn't played in 2 years.
That's true.
I like when I look at the roster, I see the offense. Like Austin Hooper's now available.
I love
Can
him.
the Niners get him as a second
How
tight
old
end?
is Austin Hooper, by the way?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm going to tell you, and you're going to be shocked.
What?
He's 27 years old.
Is he really?
I thought he was like 31.
Well, bring him back out here to the Bay Area.
Crazy?
Bring him back out here to the Bay Area.
I love him. What about Gronk? Gronk's a free agent, right? I'd love to have Gronk. Gronk and Kittle. Come on, that would be social media insanity.
Isn't Gronk going back to Brady though?
You would think.
Yeah. So I look at Austin Hooper. Give me Austin Hooper. Ray McCloud from the film I saw. A lot of people said, I'm not really impressed with him. He made some plays with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a nice little low-risk, high-reward move. And if Shanahan is the genius that we all deem him to be, he should be able to coax everything out of Ray McCloud. And Jawan Jennings. Don't forget about him.
He came
on.
So
offensively with Trey Lance, yeah, you need to fix the line a little bit, a guard and a tackle.
McGlinchey, what are you doing at tackle?
Great. So, but patience, because patience is something we didn't have when Harbaugh first became the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Remember that? It was a lockout year, and that first wave of free agents, the Niners were quiet.
Yeah.
And then the second wave happened. And what happened?
Oh, they got Braylon Edwards.
No.
Josh Jacobs. No. Carlos Rogers. Yes, there's all these guys.
Carlos Rogers.
Dante Whitner.
Yeah. And what happened?
No, they
took him to another
level.
level.
Two of those guys were awesome.
It took him to another level. DeShaun Ghosted bought into the team.
Well, he had switched from corner to safety during the Nolan era and really ascended.
He bought into the new system.
Ascended.
He bought into the new system.
I think they drafted Terrell Brown the year before, and then he took a big step forward.
Alden Smith's rookie year. Yeah. So, maybe patience. We need patience in this first wave of free agency. Let's see what happens in the second wave because, the Niners really need that star player. It'd be nice to have an edge rusher. Would have been nice to have Chandler
Arden Key
Jones.
was under the radar last year, B.
He may be back.
Well, no, he was awesome, though.
Maybe back.
He was a guy that I didn't think much of. I kind of yawned, and he was awesome. They signed Mo Hurst. I don't know what ended up happening there. I had hopes for him. Maybe with DJ Jones out of the mix, maybe, him, Givens, whomever steps up. I don't know what happened there.
So I look at the 49ers situation saying a lot of people are losing patience. I saw a lot of tweets. People were tagging John Lynch in tweets. Do something, John, do something. You don't think they have a plan? People you don't think the Niners have a plan? They've had a plan over the last, and they even proved me wrong last season. I was done with the year after 3-5. I was like, they're one game out of the playoffs. They're cooked. They made the NFC Championship game.
I think we also said that the Rams were cooked. But that's
I said the Rams were cooked.
That's okay.
And they turned it around.
But no,
you
know what it is, B? I don't think it's necessarily losing their minds about John Lynch. I think the trend in the NFL is you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, all right? And you think highly of him. You go out and you bolster in free agency and you spend because you have a small window to overspend in free agency. And then after that quarterback gets paid, you have to be very discerning in the moves that you make, whether it's Buffalo, Kansas City, obviously you referenced the Chargers. These teams that have these rookie quarterbacks on rookie quarterback deals, they go out and spend. But what's different between the Niners and them? Well, the Niners still have another quarterback making a lot of money. And so that's why I keep going back to Jimmy, and I'm exhausted with it, B. I want clarity. But they really can't do a lot, it feels like, until that domino falls and do what these other teams have done.
I think they factored that in. I would hope they factored that in.
It's so sophisticated with the salary cap. I can't keep up. I don't know.
But once he had the surgery on the shoulder, I knew that the Niners would have problems moving off of him. And if they were looking for a first-round pick or a second-round pick.
I feel Mojave.
I never thought that was going to happen in the first place.
Yeah.
In the first place. We're talking about the Russell Wilsons of the world. 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Jimmy, 2 seconds? 2/3? Like, no.
Well, Wentz went for 2/3, and I would take 1/3 and do cartwheels. I'd take 1/3 and do cartwheels.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at with the 49ers. Real quick, had a day to digest the Steph Curry news. Yesterday, it was reported that Steph Curry will be out indefinitely with the sprained ligament in his left foot. Sprained ligament in his left foot. Panic meter. I sent that out, and I saw your quote tweeter saying it's Maximus panic meter.
Yeah.
You're at like a 50.
Well, I want to hear the clarity on how long he's out, and I want to hear what the specific injury is. And then I would be able to, drill down. Like right now, it's so unknown. It's the best player on the team, the franchise's greatest player, in my estimation. So, yeah, of course it's maximum panic mode. I thought they were a championship contender. I'm not saying that they were the favorite. I thought they were in the mix. Like, this is a special season. These things come around, few and far between. I think the last 2 years really made me appreciate what they've done this year. And so to have our best player go down at this time, it really stinks for the cohesion.
So best case scenario, Steph Curry plays game 1 in the first round of the NBA playoffs. But he has like maybe 3 practice days.
This is you guessing?
This is me just throwing out a hypothetical.
Okay. I'm trying to follow
out a
along.
hypothetical.
Okay.
He comes back first round, game 1 of the first round of the playoffs. Has 3 days of practice.
I mean, Steph Curry, I expect him to be good because he's Superman.
You believe the cohesion of the team will be a lot better?
No, that'll be a work in progress. But could they win? If 30's out there, why would I doubt them?
Could they still win a championship knowing that their full roster has not been together all season long?
I think it was going to be really hard to win a championship even when you didn't have the full roster. I mean, even when you had the full roster, B. Like, everything's got to go right, And even then, the ball might not bounce your way. So, could they? Yeah, they could. It'd be a lot harder. Because I thought they were going through a rhythm right now of playing their best basketball. At least with this version of the team. I mean, what did we get? 5 quarters of Dre and I mean,
Steph
was that what
Clay.
it was? Steph and it's like, come on, and Clay? It just stinks.
888-957-9570. Dub Nation, Warrior fans, are you feeling like Shasky here? Is that panic meter on the high right now?
It could be worse, though. Like, if it was season over, you're not panicked, you're just depressed. Like, if we were told yesterday, because I guess the sigh of relief part of the Shams report is the part I'm clinging to. Like, I'm literally clinging to it. And I'm like, all right, at least it's not the end of the year. Because that meant, like, season's probably a wrap, right?
Man.
And I'm not trying to disrespect the rest of the Warriors, but it's just so hard to win.
925, Comcast Business Text Line. This injury is more serious than anyone thinks. He's getting opinions because his season is over. Where's the panic meter?
That's a text message?
That's a text
not
message.
okay.
Comcast
Yeah,
Business Text Line.
I hope not.
Well, let's go to Casey and Moran. Casey and Moran, what you got, man? You panicking about the Golden State Warriors?
Good morning, gentlemen. Perfect topic. The actual reason for my call is the Garoppolo aspect. And I love sports talk. It's amazing. But one of the things that is amazing about it is the absolute panic and the hype of every story that has to get major to get the callers interested, the listeners interested. For example, Garoppolo. I think if we sort of step back and relax a little bit, seeing at all of the crazy trade that's going down for all the quarterbacks, the giant contracts that are going out for quarterbacks, I think it's relatively easy to say, or at least in my opinion, that give it a few days, few weeks, everything rolls out. The Niners are probably going to get a 1, a 2, a 3, a 2 and a 4, something good for Garoppolo because there's a lot of nervous GMs out there, and there always are. There's owners who need a handsome, and let's be honest, white quarterback to lead their franchise. There's always someone who's going to overpay. Regarding the Steph injury and the panic, it's a great topic to panic about. It's going to get a lot of people excited. But, again, let's just see how it plays out. I love listening to you two gentlemen in the morning. It always picks me up no matter the topic.
Thank you, Casey. Have a great weekend.
I didn't know where he was going for a second.
Well,
But you know what? Jimmy Garoppolo, to his point about him being the face of a franchise because he is handsome, he is white, there's some validity to that. There's no doubt. We don't want to touch that.
Are you surprised? Forget race for just a second. Are you just surprised that Deshaun Watson has the not market, because that's not the way to put it, but like the teams are ready to make him their franchise quarterback again after not playing a snap this year?
Am I surprised? No, this is the NFL.
Well, yeah.
Hell no, I'm not surprised. Deshaun Watson's a baller. So teams are seeing that, saying, man, there's a top 5 quarterback out there on the loose. He's not doing any jail time. The NFL does it better than anybody in terms of ignoring a person's character, in terms of ignoring a person's background and his rap sheet. Once Deshaun Watson starts balling and he throws about 15 touchdown passes through the first 6-7 weeks of the season, you know the NFL, there's going to be fans eating at the palm of their... Dude, there are already Falcons fans clamoring for Deshaun Watson. People have already ignored the situation, so no, I'm not surprised at all.
No, it's just... He didn't even play last year, and I didn't even know that he could have played, and Houston just didn't play him. And he got paid every dollar last year. That was surprising. I didn't know that. I wasn't all drilled in on that. It was just kind of like we don't talk about it.
Right.
No one brings it up. You know, I look at some of the guys that were playing last year. Kareem Hunt, everybody remembers where they were when they saw that video, and he has done everything he can to let everyone know that he's grown from that incident. And
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon's another one. He's big
a
stepping
team
in the
captain.
Super Bowl.
He's a team captain.
Yeah.
Team captain. So,
but I do think that both of those guys, and Mixon to a lesser degree, they did have not reckoning. I don't know. They acknowledged what had happened, and there was like a car wash to it. You know, like Kareem Hunt served a punishment, Bonte.
He did.
A legitimate punishment. So I don't know.
He did. Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. You know, as to the Warriors, my panic meter is not as high as it was before.
Why?
And, well, because when I look back on it, first of all, I read an article on ESPN this morning, I believe, where he went to see a specialist, a foot specialist, a renowned foot specialist. And the prognosis is that it could have been much, much worse, and that he should be okay and he should be back for the playoffs. That's the first reason. So that made me feel good, and that he saw a specialist. Second thing that I think about is after he went down, and after we were struggling, what did they do against the Celtics in the third quarter? They turned around and scored 37 points on the number 1 defense in the NBA. Granted, they couldn't hold on to for the entire game, but that gave me a lot of encouragement. And then finally, Steph being out, I think the silver lining is that this gives Jordan a little bit more time to see what he was truly, truly capable of. Because even with Clay back, I mean, let's face it, I think Jordan is going to be the difference between now and all the way through to the end of the playoffs. So let's see what he does now that Steph isn't on the court, and let's see how he steps up. That's just my opinion.
Bonte, in the first hour, you were talking about people that you were looking at to step up for the Golden State Warriors. Can you reiterate what you're looking at over these last couple? Let's just say he's out for a couple of weeks. We don't know, what the timetable is right now, but for the interim, he's out for the rest of the regular season, hypothetically. Who are you pivoting to and saying, guys, I need you to step up and bring this thing home for us in terms of finishing the regular season out?
Draymond, Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr. Those 3. Poole is in a category now where you know what you're going to get from him.
Wow, already.
And this is something where we discussed this a month ago. Where you asked me, what's going to be the key for the Warriors in the playoffs? Well, Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. Can they be consistent? Well, Jordan Poole's been consistent over the last 8 games. He seems to have turned the corner, and he's played his best basketball of his young career. I need Andrew Wiggins to do the same. Also need Draymond Green, who's been out for over 2 months, to be that guy again, to be that dude. He's going to get wide open 3-point attempts. Not just saying go score 20 points a game, but you got to at least be a threat offensively. So I need a little more from Draymond. He's got to step up. Wiggins got to be the all-star that he was. And then Otto Porter Jr. shooting 19% from 3 since February 1st. Otto Porter Jr. needs to become automatic Porter Jr. again. Like, seriously. So those 3 got to step up there as Jordan Poole has the ball in his hands. And Jordan Poole, he's going to see defenses that he's never seen before. It's one thing to play with Stephen Curry. It's one thing to play without him. All of a sudden, the spacing, it's not there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be. Look, I still think the Warriors can go 7-5, 8-4 to finish the season and finish in the third spot and get home court advantage through the first round, and we'll see if Steph Curry's back. But those three guys got to step up for me, Shasky.
Yeah, and I hear you on that one. I think Jordan Poole, as much as you say that he's solidified and stuff, he still needs to step up even more, and he's going to have to adjust to seeing, like you said earlier, the double coverage. There's no doubt about it. Draymond. I hear you on the Draymond thing. I'm looking at Wiggins and Clay because I'm looking for scoring. Like, I know what Dre's going to give me defensively. I need those guys. Two of those guys of the three, Poole, Clay, Wiggins, have got to be on every night if they're going to have any chance to make this thing look good. Two of those three got to be on. And then, of your point of the others, can Damian Lee have a game here? Can Otto Porter Jr. have a game there? Can maybe Kevon Looney have a game? Like, I'm needing these other guys to step. Kuminga. Can Kuminga come through? Has there been any clarity on the Moody injury, by the way?
No, shoulder injury.
It's not a separation, though?
Not a separation.
Okay.
No timetable. We'll have more details.
It looked like
the
he
next couple
separated.
days.
He hunched over.
His shoulder, Jason Dumas reported that his shoulder down in Santa Cruz. Jason Dumas, of course, here in 95.7 The Game in Crown 4. Reported that his shoulder, he had a similar injury down in Santa Cruz.
Okay.
It's had him out for a while, so this seems to be a reoccurring problem for him. I'm hearing.
You ever hurt your shoulder?
Oh, yeah. Playing football, hell yeah. You get popped in the shoulder, pow. It's not fun.
Yeah, I did it with playing basketball. Went to go get a rebound, got pushed out, and it got stretched, and oh my goodness. So it's hurting the shoulder. It's tough to sleep.
Not fun. Not fun at all.
Especially for a basketball player.
I'm hearing he may have to have surgery in the off season. We'll see about that. We'll see. But Moses Moody doesn't need summer league.
No. But we need him for this year because of what's going on right now.
I think he should be fine to play the rest of this season. So, shameless shout-outs coming up in about 1 minute.
And
Line
I
them
have
up.
a story that I'm going to start it off with to get this thing going for shout-outs.
All right, shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. That's in like 30 seconds. Line them up. 888-957-9570. They could be shameless. You can shout out your wife, your son, your dog, your cereal. Shout out anybody. I'm going to shout out somebody as well. They're on their way over here to jump something off, so I'll shout them off. What's your shout out? Who you shouting out today on a Frisco Friday?
I have a wife.
Let's Guru. I'll start it off right here.
Hold on. We got an open for it.
Oh, I was going to set it up while everyone dials in and gets teed up, but that's fine.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout outs on the Morning Roast.
All right, I forgot about that. It's been a while. Yeah.
You know you make me wanna
Your shout-outs will be shameless, but this one is not. Our sponsor, Evergreen Valley College, or EVC, is doing an amazing job and amazing work. And we want to shout out Second Harvest of Silicon Valley for donating about 42,000 pounds of food each month. That's right, 42,000 pounds of food each month, which supports over 450 EVC students and their families each month. Last year, Second Harvest donated 410,000 pounds of food to support EVC students and their families. Great job, Second Harvest. That is big time. That's our first shout out of the day. Shasky, what you got?
All right, I want to shout out my cousin JP Money for helping me yesterday. It was a great day working on the deck. And I want to shout out all the manual laborers out there. And for some reason, it's a derogatory thing these days. But no, I am giving you mad appreciation. Y'all got the guts, the strength, the know-how, the skill, because it's an art form when you're working in these things, whether you're an electrician, a plumber, whether you're a laborer, whether you do roofs, whatever it is. I want to shout out all the local unions out there and anybody who's a general laborer, my landscaper, Alberto, you name it. Like, these guys come out and grind and put their body through physical tolls every single day. I worked for like 5 hours, and I am hurting. I feel like I got hit by a muni bus today. And let me tell you, I just have a newfound respect for you guys. Not that I lost it. I just forgot about real work, and y'all the real people out there. And I just want to say thank you to you guys.
Well, Mikey Dubs on the Comcast Business text line. He wants to know, what injury hasn't Joe Shasky had?
You play a lot of sports, you're going to get hurt, yo.
SF Bay drummer in Houston SF Bay drummer, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's up? What's up, man? I wanted to give a shout out to Thurgood Marshall Baseball High School baseball team. I used to play for them. Jack Farmer was actually the eighth on the staff when I was on there. And shout out to Texas Southern University men's basketball. We got smacked by KU, but I'm glad we made the turn.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Conference champs down in the SWAC. Good job. Texas Southern. James in San Jose. James, who you shouting out today?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to shout out my girlfriend, Angel. She's becoming an esthetician, and I'm really proud of her, and I love her, and I hope nothing but the best for her on her journey to become an esthetician.
Absolutely. Keep going. Keep
Beautiful.
going. Keep going. Gene in Oakland. What's up, Gene? Who you shouting out today?
Hey, fellas. I'll shout out my daughter's restaurant again, Sorella. I don't know if you guys are gone yet. It's blowing up. It's going to be harder and harder to get in, but get over there, 760 Polk. Doing a great job. So if you guys haven't gone yet, you better go soon.
Absolutely, Gene. We will be there soon. By the way, 408 Comcast business text line. Shout out to USF. Shout out to USF. We're proud of the Dons. Hell of an effort yesterday against Murray State. Took them to overtime. Best game of the day, no doubt, on the first day of the tournament, or I guess technically the third day of the tournament. Also want to shout out the Lumpia Company, E40 Alex Rototo.
Yeah?
He's actually on his way out here right now to drop some Lumpias off. March 16th was National Lumpia Day. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Michelle, Filipino, National Lumpia Day.
Oh, I knew it.
Yeah. Oh, did you have some Lumpias?
Well, I mean, your boy's got, my wife is actually going to be rolling up a bunch of Lumpias for my cousin because he loves Lumpia. Who doesn't love Lumpia? Because of what he did on the deck. So, yeah, we're all over it. I had to go get the little rice paper.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Lumpia Company. John in Richmond. John, who you shouting out today?
I'm going to shout out Steadfast Martial Arts out there in Richmond, California. If you want to learn some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you want to learn some Muay Thai, I'm the Muay Thai coach. Come get slapped around a little bit.
What's it called?
Check it out.
What's it called?
Steadfast Martial Arts.
Nice.
Steadfast.
Nice.
Steadfast. I like it.
Very cool.
I like it. John, good stuff. Sparky in Oakland.
Bonte needs a bodyguard, so that might work.
Sparky, what's happening?
I want to send a special shout out to everybody out there in Alameda Electric. They're my distributors for my electrical supplies.
Nice.
Without them, we could be nothing on the field.
Yep, and shout out IBU workers out there. Your boy might be needing a whole gang of circuits and switches. So if anybody got them, them Levitrons, I don't know if you know about them. Those are the high-end ones. Holla at your boy. Which one? 415 on Instagram.
888-957-9570. Who you want to shout out today? 510 Tamir. Shout out to my daughter Hazel for going out and trying a new sport. Dad loves you. Keep it up.
I saw that. She's playing softball. Or baseball. I couldn't tell, but I'm really excited. That's really cool. I love when the ladies are out there playing the boys' sports. Keep balling. Keep playing until they rip that jersey off you.
Shout out Antoine Evans becoming the head football coach at Sacred Heart Cathedral.
Hell yeah.
Good for him, man. He works hard. He does a great job with those kids. Want to shout out all the people in Hayward that leave their garbage cans 2 feet apart so garbage men can go grab those cans. That is Super Mario in the 510. Victor in Oakland, what you got?
I want to give a shout out to my parents and especially to my wife.
Nice.
My parents' name is Victor and Susana Gomez, and my wife's name is Myra Rodriguez. We just bought a new home in Pittsburgh, and I'm just getting them out the hood in Oakland.
There you go.
There we go.
Keep growing. I want to give a shout out, and the 408 said it, to Scott Hall, a.k.a. Razor Ramon. One of my most influential pro wrestlers in my life. I love pro wrestling. I always have. I have no shame about it. One of the great characters of all time, the bad guy with the toothpick. And then he became Scott Hall, NWO.
Yep.
Just an all-time icon. The ladder match between him and Shawn Michaels, and then the redo. I believe one was at SummerSlam, one was at WrestleMania. 2 of the greatest matches of all time. Me and my little brother loved the bad guy.
Razor Ramon was fun, man. He was a fun character. Justin in Oakland, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, good guys? Good morning. I just want to give a shout out to my brother's brewery, Humble Sea. They started in Santa Cruz, had a second location out at Pacifica.
Really?
And now they just opened up a brand new location out in Felton.
Where's the one in Pacifica? Where's the one in Pacifica?
It's downtown. It's right there on the beach in the shopping center, right next to that beautiful Taco Bell on the beach.
Yeah, near the cantina. Okay, I'm gonna come and check you out. My brother's over there in Pacifica near Nick's Rockaway, so I'm gonna come check that out. That's really cool. Awesome.
Let's go to Vince in San Carlos. Vince, what's happening?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I just want to give a huge shout-out to my wife for making an amazing St. Patty's Day corned beef and cabbage last night. Had my mom and my sister down. It was my brother who passed. It was his recipe, so it was an amazing time. And I also want to give a shout-out to my two daughters. They're both ballers. One plays softball, my youngest, who's 8.
Nice.
And my oldest is 11, and she plays 3 sports. She plays hoops, she plays softball, and she plays soccer, and
Love
she's
it.
killing it. So
Love it.
Love watching them play.
Hey, Godspeed to you and your family. Prayers up, man, for real.
Good stuff. And Billy Ray in the segment. Billy Ray, who is shouting out today?
Hey, this is Billy Ray in Fremont. I'm shouting out to all the plumbers on the planet.
Let's go.
I thank you guys for being phenomenal like me and for laying the best pipe in town. Have a good day.
Hey, shout out my Uncle Matt, my brother Pat, and my dad, all plumbers. My grandpa used to teach over there at the plumbing union hall for the apprenticeship school. So my whole family's plumbers. I got mad respect for plumbers.
Love that. Shameless
Many a
shout-outs.
no hub cap in my day.
Shameless shout-outs. That was Shameless Shout-outs brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Coming up on the other side is Chris Rose. But first, it's the Boxer and Gerson Injury Report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts. I get knocked down.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, today's injury report. It is the Curry injury report today. Stephen Curry, who was out indefinitely with a sprained ligament in his left foot. X-rays did confirm there was no structural damage, and he is expected to be back for the playoffs. And Seth Curry is currently listed as questionable for the Nets matchup with the Trailblazers tonight. So the Curry brothers dealing with some lingering issues here. This comes after the younger Curry tweaked his ankle in the Nets OT loss to the Bucks on Wednesday. Or excuse me, that was to the Mavericks. The Mavericks they lost to Wednesday. No return date has been set. Steph Curry, of course, is the big news. Not only here, but in the NBA. Will Steph Curry be back in time for the first round of the playoffs? We shall see. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Chris Rose can talk a little baseball, talk a little football, talk a little everything here on the Morning Roast. We'll do that coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Running a business comes with pressure. Remote workforces, HR compliance, retaining top talent. You start to feel boxed in. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put 30-plus years of HR service and technology to work, offering my employees competitive benefit options while lightening my HR load. Instead of obstacles, I'm surrounded by people empowered to be their best. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
95.7 The Game.
2 hours down, 1 hour to go here on a Frisco Friday. Good morning to everybody out there getting off of work, the graveyard shift workers, everybody going to work, the plumbers, union workers, everybody out there, techies, we all love you here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to Lubman Spadoni filling in for Langford. He's out in Scottsdale hanging out at spring training. Good morning to Shasky. Good morning to everybody here at 95.7 The Game. A lot of fun here, a lot to get to here. And one of our favorite guests is Chris Rose. Chris Rose, of course, NFL Network, the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, John Boy Media. We had Chris on a couple weeks ago, and we were all doom and gloom about baseball, but baseball's back. Baseball is back. I'm not sure what really changed other than a couple dollar signs, everything about the shift and this and that. I don't know, but it's good to have the game back. Plus, we didn't get to talk a lot of football last time out, so let's start there with you, Chris. As we say good morning, you're a big Cleveland guy. We know about that. The Browns in this Baker Mayfield situation, and Jimmy Garoppolo here with San Francisco. We had Mary Kay Cabot on earlier today, and she doesn't believe there's a market for Jimmy Garoppolo in Cleveland. So let me just ask you right off the rip, what is going on in Cleveland? What's your feeling on the Baker Mayfield situation?
Haven't noticed, guys. I just haven't noticed what's going on. Trying to keep my head in the sand on that one. So, here's the thing. The little I know of Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry, who's their GM, they're pretty bright guys. They had to know going into this that if they were to pursue DeShaun Watson and it didn't work out, that they would have kind of a hothead at quarterback who would possibly act the way that he has. Like, not everybody is Jimmy Garoppolo and can somehow laser focus. Whether you like Jimmy or you don't, you have to applaud him for the fact that they drafted his replacement. Not even the theory of bringing in a replacement, but he's literally right behind you every day at practice. Tua had to deal with the Deshaun Watson rumors all last year. You didn't hear much. The Atlanta Falcons have been in on Deshaun Watson, and reportedly that might be his top choice. Have you heard anything out of Matt Ryan, a guy who's won an MVP and was within a couple minutes of winning a Super Bowl? No. I'm not saying that Baker needed to act a certain way. I'm just saying that you knew which way that was going to go. So do they have a backup plan here? It doesn't feel like it, but I have to think that they knew that this was a possibility and would have to go a different direction if they need to.
So you said whether you're a Jimmy guy or not, are you a Jimmy guy to the point where you think he'd be an upgrade over Baker Mayfield? We had Mary Kay on earlier, and she doesn't think that they're linked to Jimmy Garoppolo at all. But I've seen other people say that the Cleveland is. You're a big Cleveland fan. Would you be interested in taking Jimmy and think it's an upgrade?
So one of the little exercises I like to do is I like to rank all the quarterbacks occasionally, right? And I try and figure out in a year where they're going to play their best and a year where they're going to play their worst, what is that range? And I think for Baker and for Jimmy, they're very similar. Really, I don't think they could get any higher than maybe the 12th or 13th best quarterback in the league, and probably as low as 20 or 21, somewhere around there. That's what I would give the range. And so their skill sets might be a little bit different, but I just don't see it as much of it. I would agree with Mary Kay in that instance. But at least you know what you're getting emotionally. And you get a guy who, even if you don't extend him, I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, if he goes to a new team, he would want an extension, right? Because he's playing out his team. But at least you know that he can play with that hanging over his head, is what I'm saying. Here's the word of caution I would use with Baker. Nobody's taking snaps tomorrow, right? We don't have mini camp. We don't have training camp. We don't have the regular season. And that's not happening in the next 7 to 10 days. So it's very raw. There's still a lot of, listen, I've been married almost 25 years. My wife and I have had disagreements where at night we don't figure it out, but we figure it out the next morning or 2 days later or something, and all is well. I'm not saying that the Browns and Baker Mayfield have as strong a relationship as the Roses, but maybe they can work something out.
As a married man, I totally relate to that last comment you made. I've been there. I'm not half as far as you are, and believe me, I've learned to pick and choose my spots through trial and error.
Yeah. I mean, listen, to be honest with you, so what leverage does Baker have? Could he come in and say, hey, my shoulder still hurts, I'm not 100% healthy, I can't go? Sure, it could, but he has to look at the bigger picture. There aren't people knocking down the Browns' door to get Baker Mayfield in. He still has a lot to prove, and he can. It's not like he's washed up. He's had 4 years. His rookie year was really good. His second year was not. His third year, the back half was excellent, and then last year was a disaster. So there's a lot of up and down in his resume. He has a lot to prove. So if he wants to get paid, whether it's by the Browns, which I don't think will happen, or by some other franchise, and not have to go the Trubisky route where he goes to Buffalo as a backup and now goes to the Steelers, not on the most lucrative deal ever, but he's going to get a chance to prove himself, then he can do that. But if he really wants to show that he is a franchise-type quarterback, then he has to at some point say, okay, my feelings are hurt, I'm going to use this as fuel. That's when I've always been at my best, whether it's Texas Tech or Oklahoma. I've always been the little guy that's been counted out. And you know the one time he wasn't counted out was when he was the number one pick over guys like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and now there's a heap of expectations. Well, now look at him. He's been kicked to the curb by his own team. What better way for him to resurrect his career than by proving to the Browns, you screwed up?
Yep.
So the question is, can he swallow his pride, get his head in the right direction, get his shoulder healthy, and perform?
Chris Rose on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, NFL Network, John Boy Media Network, the Chris Rose podcast, of course. And lastly, before we shift over to baseball, Jimmy Garoppolo. What are the expectations with him? How does the league view him? I never believed, Chris, that the Niners were going to get a first-round pick for him. Heck, I thought they would have been lucky to get a second-round pick for him. Now, what does the compensation look like? Or do you believe there's a slight chance he may be back in San Francisco, believe it or not?
I think the shoulder surgery really screwed this up.
Yep.
You know, when teams saw that he wouldn't be able to throw a football for 4 months, that possibly scared off the Steelers, who at least know they want a healthy body in there. And is Jimmy better than Mitchell Trubisky? Well, they're different. Trubisky did get the Bears to the playoffs twice. Some would say he was strictly along for the ride. Others would say he played okay at times. So where else could he go that would make sense? I don't think Seattle is an answer, and I'm not saying that just because they're in the same division. I don't think the Niners would be scared of having to play Jimmy Garoppolo twice a year. Indianapolis, is that a possibility? Absolutely. There aren't a lot of long-term answers left for teams, so they're going to have to kind of go stopgap and evaluate on the fly, and if they feel like, hey, boy, we really like Jimmy Garoppolo, we could give him a 4-year deal and live with him. That's a possibility. There aren't a lot of other places where he can go right now, and you feel like, yes, that's a home run. So I would say at this point, if they get anything higher than a conditional third, meaning that, with playing time and good health, it could turn into a second somewhere down the line, I think that's a win for the Niners.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement there. Look, Chris, I'd be lying. I'm sad today. It's a little gloomy out here in San Francisco. It is a Friday, so that makes me happy, but Steph Curry's hurt. And I'm just looking at my San Francisco Giants, and I'm looking at this Dodger lineup. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Trey Turner, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Cody Bellinger, Justin Turner, Chris Taylor, A.J. Pollock. I mean, what are the Giants doing? Like, what can they do? They just got to wait for their prospects to come up? Should they be more active in free agency? Like, I don't know. Is this just more a byproduct of, hey, it's the Dodgers' time and they've got the arsenal to do whatever they want? I'm just really perplexed and frustrated as a Giants fan right now.
Well, it's funny because as we're doing this, I'm watching Freddie Freeman in a business suit, a baseball glove in his hand, walk into the Dodgers facility at Camelback Ranch out in Arizona. It's a pretty funny video.
Yeah, I'm actually watching it right now. I just pulled it up. Man.
Yeah, it's funny.
Hey, Chris, I hate the Dodgers. Come on. You're twisting the knife on me.
No, listen, I live in L.A., but I'm far from a Dodger fan. I'm a Cleveland Guardians fan. That's
Attaboy.
Guardians, they're big. Hey, you want to complain about what the Giants have done? The Cleveland Guardians' big free agent acquisitions were Sandy Leon and Luke Maley. So suck on that.
Wow.
Wow, guys.
Wow. Can I raise you a Carlos Martinez? No, I'm just teasing.
I mean, listen, that's a flyer worth taking for $2.5 million, dude. I mean, his arm is, when he's right, it's electric. And by the way, let's not sleep on the Carlos Rodon signing, please.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but he's not a 2. I mean, he's a 3 or a 4, ideally.
Really?
Yes.
Did you watch him pitch last year?
Oh, yeah. It was his outlier great year. Every other year besides his rookie year has been over a 4 ERA. He's never had double-digit wins outside of last year. It's a great
Don't
year.
worry about the double-digit win stuff. That stuff doesn't matter anymore. That stuff doesn't matter.
It matters to me. I still hold it dear.
When he was throwing last year, he was throwing 97, 98. And, I mean, and in that park, he'll play. He'll play fine. The question is, can you get 25, 26, 27 starts out of him? That's the biggest question. And, in fact, that's kind of all up and down the rotation, right?
Yeah. And we don't know if Logan Webb can sustain this for a full year. I mean, I love him, but we'll see.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you think so?
He just hasn't done it. It's just, we've seen a lot of guys.
But he's not 30. What is he, 24, 25?
It's at 24, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So, let's give him time. Why don't we look at it as though, hey, he's going to build off an amazing year that he had last year.
Well, maybe you know what? You know what would make Shasky happy over here, Chris, is maybe if the Guardians want to go ahead and flip Shane Bieber over here to the Giants. You guys don't have to pay him, and we'll take Shane Bieber off your hands.
And I'll give you, I don't know, Littall, for example, some of our cast-off bullpen guys.
Oh, great. Yeah, that sounds fair.
And Dawson Slater. We're throwing Dawson Slater.
Can we just start how depressed I was that we named ourselves the Guardians?
Dude.
I was fine. I was good with the name change. I would have gone Spiders.
Me too.
Marketable. You could have called you could have called the stadium the Spider's Web. Like when they hit a homer, you could have had these fake little tarantulas down the foul pole.
Chris, we had a hockey team named the San Francisco Spiders, and they had the dopest jerseys.
Yeah, minor league team out here.
Yeah, they played at Cal Palace in my neck of the woods. It was very cool.
I think if you guys go bring up the old Indians jerseys and bring up the Guardians jerseys, you'll look at them and you'll say, well, hold on. They actually were able to save and salvage the left side of the jersey because it's IANDS.
Oh my!
And so all they had to do, they only had to, they didn't have to order full jerseys, just the right sides of the jerseys.
Giants will be there April 15th, 16th, and 17th. So I'm looking at the Giants lineup. I'm saying, man, there's not one position player who could start on the Dodgers. And look, this the only reason why I'm doom and gloom. They're coming off a 107-win season. And I just want to see him spend a little bit more money or be a little more active. But look, the whole slogan out here, the slogan here in the Bay Area, in Farhan we trust. So I guess we just have to do that. Farhan we trust. Trust in Farhan.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I thought Seiya Suzuki, the guy who ended up signing with the Cubs, would have been perfect for that lineup. Right-handed hitting, power outfielder. It would have given the lineup more balance. Right, it just feels like there's so many lefties with the addition of Jock Peterson out there in the outfield. You got Yastrzemski, you've got Wade, you've got Duggar, you've got Peterson, and I know that you have an extra place in the lineup now because of the universal DH, but they're really left-handed heavy, right? Belt, Crawford.
Yep.
So it's,
and who knows, hey Chris, who knows if Crawford's going to have the season he had a season ago?
Well,
Brandon Belt, can he stay healthy? There's no Posey, there's no Chris Bryant. You're going to ask Lamont Wade Jr. to do what he did last season. Mike Yastrzemski kind of fell off the map. It's a lot to ask.
Before you get out of here, though, in terms of the Dodgers being the greatest lineup anyone's ever seen, I don't know, man. Your mid-'90s, and I would even put the Pirates in there. Your mid-'90s Indians, that roster, Tomey, Manny Ramirez,
Roberto Alomar.
Omar Vizquel, Roberto Alomar. I mean, you guys had mashers on that lineup. Is this the greatest, this Dodger lineup, is this the greatest lineup top to bottom in the last, let's say, 30, 40 years? I think that's a stretch.
I think it's a stretch, too. I think it's an exciting lineup.
Yes, yes.
That gives them a ton of versatility and the ability to rest guys. I think that's the most important thing is that with the way they're crunching numbers these days, you don't need Justin Turner to play 150 games. You need him to play 130 and be healthy so that when they get to October, these guys are fresh and still ready to go. And by the way, you mentioned about my mid-'90s tribe.
They were so sick.
I have a T-shirt from a group in Cleveland, and it had the lineup. It has a lineup card on the front, and it's awesome. It is Lofton, Vizquel, Baerga, Bell, Eddie Murray,
500 switch hitter, 500 home runs,
Manny Ramirez, Jim Thome, Sandy Alomar, and like Paul Sorrento is at the bottom.
Paul Sorrento, number 44. Wow.
That is three Hall of Famers hitting 5, 6, 7. Tony and Ramirez hit way down that lineup. And Albert Bell, if he had stayed healthy, he would have been a Hall of Famer.
Well,
and
was it Jose Mesa? Was it McDowell? I'm trying to think of the rotation. McDowell,
Dennis
Nagy,
Martinez.
Dennis Martinez.
McDowell wasn't 95. It was Martinez.
Yep.
Hershiser. Let me see here. They traded for Ken Hill, I think, at the end of the year.
Ken Hill, ex-Cardinals closer. Yeah. Did you have
Charles Nagy?
Jim Plunkett?
Julian
was Plunkett
Tavares? There? Jim Poole?
Jim Poole, unfortunately, God, there's a tragic story with him. I don't know if you read it.
Ex-Giant.
Think about him.
Yeah.
About his battle with ALS.
I'm over here saying Jim Plunkett. No, I'm not thinking it's football quarterback of the Raiders. But who's it? Plunk?
It was Jim Poole.
Was it Poole?
Yeah, Jim Poole.
With the goggles?
Yeah, and then on Tavares.
Jim Poole was actually the guy who gave up the home run to Dave Justice in the 1-0 Game 6 that we lost.
Mid-'90s
But he was really good. Eric Plunk.
That's what I'm thinking of. Eric Plunk, not Jim Plunkett. Eric Plunk. Because you know why? The only reason why I know who Eric Plunk is I always received his baseball card in every pack of baseball cards I had. It's like this random Eric Plunk guy.
Card.
Like for the longest time, the only Cleveland Indian I knew was Eric Plunk. I'm like, Plunk. Okay, so when he did play 95, I was like, oh, I have his baseball card. That's who I was thinking of, Eric Plunk.
In my mind, somewhere, Omar Vizquel is taking in at bat and Jose Mesa's throwing at him.
Why would you do that to Chris, man? He's not going to come back on the show. We don't have to go.
Oh, gosh. Of course. Guys, please. You think I haven't heard this stuff before? I love you guys. I'm coming back.
I know.
Arrows in my direction, and they will just merely bounce off this Teflon.
That was such a fun team, though. God, I miss that baseball
100 wins. 100 wins. You guys played some iconic series there. 96, you lose to the Orioles. I mean, I thought one of those teams were going to break through, man, and win a World Series. But, man, exciting times. Mid-'90s. Indians baseball. Now they're the Guardians. Now they're the Cleveland Guardians.
The year in 97, where actually that was the year that they shouldn't have made the World Series. They ended up making it. And, Mesa blew the save and everything. I was living in Atlanta at the time. And I called my brother after the game is over. And we literally sat on the phone for a half hour and didn't say anything. We were just watching the celebration. And like every 8 minutes, one of us would say, this effing sucks. Like, that's it.
Chris,
like, people that have lost big games, whether it's a Super Bowl, an NBA championship, or a World Series, fans of it, y'all know what I'm talking about.
No doubt.
Chris, I just took a ride back from L.A. Me and my dad, we went to L.A., Niners versus the Rams. After the game ended, it concludes. Jimmy throws the pick. My dad grabs his bag like a little old man, walks out, says nothing to me. We drove for 5 hours from L.A. to San Francisco in dead silence.
Yeah. It's hard.
It's hard,
man.
That was a hard one.
God almighty.
NFC title game was really, that was a hard one walking out of SoFi Stadium with all. Because if you know, Chris, it felt like a college bowl game, like one of those neutral site college bowl games. There was so many Niner fans there. It's like I was at the Rose Bowl or a Fiesta Bowl or something. I was like, man, this is electric. And to walk out of there, losing to that team with that fake crowd noise, it's brutal. It's brutal.
Yeah, it was interesting. So we did the show. We did game day final right outside on our little ball field.
That's a pretty cool setup there.
Really cool setup.
Yeah,
so cool.
And so all the Rams fans were still inside because they wanted to hear the trophy celebration. And we start pretty much right after the game is over. So it's all the upset Niners fans who are crowding around our set. We take a big crowd shot to start the show, and of course, some Niners fan gives us the double bird right off the top shot. I'm like, oh, God.
That was Bonte.
It could have been me. It could have been me, Chris. Could have been me.
Have a good one, Chris. I love having you on, man. I love how you're excited for baseball. I'm pumped up, too. Let's have you on more, man. I love talking to you.
My pleasure anytime, guys. You know that. And enjoy the weekend. All right, stop being grumpy. It is Friday.
I know.
So we got baseball back.
We'll
football never stops.
We'll talk when the Giants visit Cleveland to take on those Guardians in a nice 3-game set coming up April 14th, 15th, and 16th. Get your tickets now.
Yeah, exactly.
Get your tickets now.
Make sure they bring their parkas. It ain't going to be warm.
Chris, have a great weekend.
Chris Rose.
All right, boys.
Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network. Talking a little football, talking a little baseball. Then we got sidetracked with the Cleveland Indian teams.
Sorry about that.
No.
That's like my wheelhouse, mid-'90s baseball.
No, I love mid-'90s baseball. How
fun was that team?
Well, that team, I don't think it gets a lot of love because, remember, it was post-strike. A lot of people boycotted baseball after 94. And so you come back in 95 and Cleveland gets this new stadium.
Jacobs Field.
They were playing at Cleveland Municipal Stadium where the Browns played at.
And where minor league was supposed to be at, but they filmed it actually at the Milwaukee Stadium.
Oh, Major League.
Yeah, what did I say? Whatever.
They had Major League, they filmed it at Milwaukee County Stadium.
Thank you. Yep. But they posed it as the old municipal stadium for the Cleveland Indians.
I think they also played it at they also had some shots of Camden Yards.
Oh, did they?
In that movie. I could be wrong there.
Okay.
Maybe Major League 2.
I know Comiskey was a part of it as well because there was one game where they went to Comiskey. So it was very interesting. Remember Parker get off the tracks when the train's coming through.
Yeah, that was great.
Is Parker one of the great villains in sports movies?
I didn't watch that movie again. It's been a while. It was actually on. Major League 1 was actually on. Gosh, within the last week.
You get to pick one character from the movie.
Willie Mays Hayes. Give me Willie Mays Hayes.
You're going Willie Mays Hayes?
I'm going Willie Mays Hayes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I go in Dorn.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Dorn.
You see.
He gets plunked. He goes to first base.
Guy.
And he's stretching and they're trying to take him out.
Why would you want to be the douchebag of the team?
He's the funniest part of the show.
Why would you want to be the douche of the team? Would be anybody but Dorn.
No, I didn't say I want to be him. I said if you had to pick one,
why
as the
would you
funniest.
pick the douche?
Everybody goes Wild Thing.
Come on. Or what about the manager?
Well,
rest in peace.
Loves the manager.
Rest in peace.
I mean, come on.
Hey.
But of course, you also have what was Serrano was great in that as well.
Serrano, what about
Serrano was awesome.
The Japanese cat who came in Major League 2.
Yeah.
And him and Serrano was like
the best.
It was the best.
It was the best. And then what was the catcher that had problems throwing it back to the pitcher, and he'd have to read the articles from the explicit magazines.
Yeah. Hugh Hefner's magazine. Hugh Hef. No, this was a great film. Great film. On the other side, we got Brandon Schneider coming up, the COO of the Golden State Warriors. He's had to replace a legend in Rick Welts, a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
And so far, he's done a great job in helping the Warriors on the business side of things. March Madness coming to Chase Center.
Oh.
And the Warriors are going to Japan. Warriors going to Japan. Get your passports ready, folks. They're going to play the Wizards in Japan for 2 games next preseason. So we'll talk to Brandon Schneider coming up on the other side. On the Morning Roast, and I believe it is coming up brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Listening to Willard and Dibs has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
Stop screaming at teams because they're not on Twitter enough for you. Just because the deal hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And in fact, the greatest evidence that a deal is going to happen is the fact that he is still on the roster. Because if they felt there wasn't a deal for them, as we said already, Dibs, they'd cut him. But they're not.
Right.
Which tells you they know that they have a deal. Patience.
and hugging Tyus Edney, although you couldn't see Bob Myers' face. So, I mean, there you go.
Good.
You learn something new every day.
Oh, interesting.
There you go. You learned something too, huh?
Well, you said it 4 times this week, so now it's now ingrained in me. I'll never forget Tyus Edney, Bob Myers. Brandon, I want to get to this Warriors going to Japan for a pair of preseason games against the Wizards next year. How does this even come about? I remember like in the early 90s, the Niners went to Japan, the San Francisco 49ers, because they were the biggest, baddest entity in the NFL. And how do the Warriors end up going to Japan for preseason games? This seems really cool.
Yeah, it is super cool. We're honored. So thank you to Adam Silver and the NBA for choosing us to go to Japan. You know, the NBA has really become a global game. You know, you look at the biggest games worldwide, the biggest sports worldwide, soccer. Everyone else calls it football. And then you have basketball played everywhere. So the NBA has been doing these global games now for several years. We've gone to China 3 times in the last 15 years.
Wow.
This will be our first. So this will be our first time going to Japan. And so I've actually been. Our partner, you know, we wear Rakuten over our heart, badge of honor, we call it. So I've been to Japan with them. So we're really excited to go represent the NBA globally. You know, 99% of our fans. We talk about Chase Center and the experience in Thrive City, which is critical, like a big deal and something we focus on a lot. But 99% of our fans will never make it to a live game. You know, they're listening here, you know, they're watching on NBC Sports Bay Area, but a lot of them it's because they're in other countries. So to get to go to Japan and play in front of those fans is really, really special.
Yeah, now that is going to be special. It's going to be a good time. Hopefully you got your passport updated. And speaking of the tournament, we started off this conversation talking about the tournament. And next week at Chase Center, the NCAA is going to come take place at Chase Center, the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. And I'm hoping Duke advances. This is the only time I'm ever going to root for Duke in a tournament. But you got Duke, you got to have Gonzaga, you may have Eric Musselman, former head coach of the Golden State Warriors, taking his Arkansas Razorbacks out here to the West Coast. How cool is that to have Chase Center host the NCAA tournament for the first time? And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are these the first tournament games in San Francisco since like the 30s?
Davante, you're good. So we're excited, and you're right. It's the first time San Francisco has hosted the NCAA tournament since 1939. And if I tell you where that was, you won't believe me, but that was on Treasure Island. And part of the reason for that is before Chase Center, San Francisco didn't have an arena over 10,000 seats. So which is hard to believe for a world-class city. But we're fired up. You know, we want to host world-class events, and it doesn't get much bigger than the NCAA tournament. Although we're hoping to have another big event at Chase Center in June for a week or two. But we're excited. It's coming back in 2025. And you mentioned, we're excited with the draw, by the way.
Yeah.
The number 1 overall seed, Gonzaga, is in the West. You know, this is Coach K's last year. So as you said, I mean, Duke wins a couple of games. They're going to have to get by Michigan State or Davidson in the second round. But, you know, that'll be a great storyline. And then, like you said, former Warriors coach Eric Musselman's Razorbacks, Moses Moody's alma mater.
Yep.
So having the NCAA tournament is going to be awesome. We're really fired up for it.
And it sounds like you guys are going to want to do it for a long period of time because you're already saying 2025. So that's really, really, really cool. WrestleMania has got to be in your sights at some point. I'm fired up for it. But I love the business side of sports. And Bonte kind of makes fun of me because he calls me Mr. Financials or worried about the money and whatnot. But when you guys receive an award like this, to me, it needs to be highlighted. The Sports Business Journal's Team of the Year Award. You guys were nominated for it. And I just want to know, what is the criteria that they're using to put you guys as a nominee? Because this is a very big deal to me.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. It's something we're proud of. So the Sports Business Journal is the sports industry's industry publication, something that everybody that works in sports reads. This is the 6th time they've nominated us for Team of the Year. This is across all sports, not just the NBA. No other teams got nominated more than 3 times. We've won twice, 2014, 2016. And I think, I mean, to me, it's really a testament to our fans. I mean, when you talk about the criteria, it's across the board. I mean, it's business metrics, it's engagement, it's attendance, it's, you know, corporate partners, social media following, engagement, innovation. You know, it's all these things. And being in the Bay Area, you know, being in the kind of the tech capital of the world, Silicon Valley, you know, it's part of our DNA. It's part of our fans' DNA.
Yep.
So I think that's part of it. But, you know, we've had 414 consecutive sellouts dating back to 2012. that's because we've got the best fans in the world, supporting this team through thick and thin. We all know we've had this golden run, excuse the pun, where we've been so good these last several years. But you guys know we weren't always.
Yes.
And our fans have always been showing up. So it's something for me, we're super grateful to have the support that we have that enables us to be recognized in ways like this.
Brandon, if you win the award, A, are you the one accepting it? Or B, do you get to put it in your office, or does it go into the main trophy room? I'm just having a little fun here. Who accepts this award if you guys win this bad boy?
Yeah, we're gonna have to negotiate that.
True businessman.
Yeah, exactly. They do an awards dinner in New York. So it's on May 18th. So check your calendar. May 18th would be either game 1 or 2 of the Western Conference Finals. So we are hoping to have another engagement that night. No, but in all seriousness, we'll have a group of us that will go.
That's cool.
And if we win, it'll be, if it's up to me, it'll be the group of us that goes up together. Our leadership team, because it's a full team deal. What we should do is take the fans, by the way. If we could get them all out there.
I'm available on that day. Man, my calendar just freed up.
Come join us. And
he is cringing.
That'll be somewhere. That'll be somewhere at somewhere prominent at Chase Center.
That'd be a lot of fun. Hopefully, there's a playoff game happening, and I will have to work, so I won't be able to get out of those obligations. But Brandon, you've been with the Warriors for a long, long time. Since you were 21, 22, you've been with the Warriors. So as you mentioned, you've been around the ups, you've been around the downs. Right now, it's up because Chase Center is going to host a playoff series for the first time. And I think in that third quarter the other night, I know it didn't work out against the Boston Celtics, and man, it's Steph Curry, that injury. I know a lot of people are doom and gloom about that. But that third quarter, I sat back, Brandon, watching that third quarter as Jordan Poole is going crazy. And I'm saying to myself, I don't have to worry about this place being loud for the playoffs. It's playoff ready. Dub Nation brought it in that third quarter against the Boston Celtics. So I can't wait for that first playoff series to remind people how loud Dub Nation gets during the playoffs.
Monte, that's well said. I mean, I think it's hard. We opened Chase Center in 2019. We're open for 6 months, and then COVID hits, right? So the season ends early. They had the bubble. The next year we have no fans. I'm going to games, by the way. There's 50 people in the stands. That's a story for another day. Then we have a few fans, and then finally this year, this is really our first full season at Chase Center. And you've seen it. You've seen, like you mentioned the other night against the Celtics, the Wizards game on Monday, Draymond's first game back after missing 31 games. Fans fired up for that. The Bucks on Saturday. It's getting loud in there for the regular season. And like you said, first playoff run at Chase Center starting here in mid-April. I can't wait. I mean, it's going to be wild in there. The atmosphere is going to be incredible. And again, that's the Bay Area fans. That we are so lucky to have these fans that are so passionate about their Dubs.
Brandon, before you get on out of here, I'm so enamored with the money because the amount of money Joe Lacob has reinvested back into this organization, into this community, into the team that you're seeing every single night. To me, it's made a massive impact. What's the element that you're most happy with that you guys provide from the finance portion of the team that really does help either the fan experience or the team impact? What's the thing you hang your hat on when you go into that building every single day?
Yeah, I think, our focus is always on the fan experience. I mentioned this earlier. So, that's how we think about it. If we create the best possible experience for the fans, it all kind of works out. And that's at Chase Center. That's, globally through social media and other digital channels. But you mentioned Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, our ownership group. The thing that's amazing, and I'm a fan just like everyone else, right? As a fan of the Warriors, there's no better owner we could have because these guys want to win. So we know we will always have all the resources we need to create a great experience on the court, so winning, and off the court. I mean, you look at Chase Center, that's a $2.1 billion privately financed project. No public money, and we invested, every time we had decisions to make in the arena, and it's like, well, do you want this shiny thing over here and you can't see my hands, motioning, or do you want this that would save you some money and still be really good? No, we want the first thing. And then you look on the court. We have the highest payroll in the history of the NBA this year. Yeah. We're in the luxury tax every year. So these are things like other teams in the NBA, and fans don't see this, and fans don't want to hear this. Fans just want to win. But in other markets, owners are making decisions to be prudent cost-wise. And so, everything we do on the business side is to support that basketball side so that we're able to do that. So that's what I'm most proud of, is that, we can keep this team together and spend the crazy. We're paying $170 million in luxury tax money this year.
It's unheard of.
Done that.
It's unheard of.
It's crazy, and that's right out of the bottom line. So, as a fan and as someone who's a fan and obviously has worked for the Warriors for almost 20 years, that's what I'm most proud of, is that we're able to do that and put the best possible product on the court and the best possible experience for our fans.
Yeah, Brandon, your rise to this role here as COO of the Golden State Warriors has been remarkable, from selling tickets and calling people to sell ticket packages when the Warriors are down and out, winning 19, 20, 25 games. Man, people need to read about your story. You're doing a great job replacing the Hall of Famer, I should say. Not just great, the Hall of Famer, Rick Welts. Man, you're doing a great job here, and a lot of fun things happening at Chase Center. Guys going to Japan, a lot of good stuff with the Warriors, and hopefully Steph Curry gets back in time and they can continue this championship run here. A little hairy times right now for the Warriors and Dub Nation, but hopefully the good news with Curry yesterday and that left foot injury, he'll be back and we'll be ready to roll. And hopefully Chase Center will be hosting basketball games in the month of June. Brandon, you're awesome, man. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Very well said, Bonte. I'll see you guys soon.
All right. Brandon Snyder, COO of the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Roast, going to Japan. I want to go to Japan. By the way, shout out to Japan.
I love
and all the
Japanese
people out there in
culture.
Japan. They just suffered a huge earthquake. I believe it was 7.3, 7.4.
Yeah,
So
they've been hit with earthquakes.
Yeah,
way too
tsunamis,
much. Yeah.
earthquakes. So hopefully everybody out there in Japan is doing okay. So shout out to Japan today on a Friday.
My wife's friend knows Brandon very well, personally and whatnot, and just I heard he's a salt of the earth dude. Just a great
awesome.
down to earth guy. And you talked about his rise from selling tickets and whatnot. I mean, who can't relate to that? I've been singing the song at the break. Started from the bottom, now we're here. I mean, everybody can relate to that particular song, and more so than someone like Brandon. And he is a Warrior fan. I think that's one thing that we kind of don't appreciate enough. Bob grew up a Warrior fan. Bob Myers. Brandon grew up a Warrior fan. Joe Lacob's been in this market for how many years, B?
Yeah, a long time.
I mean, his kids were raised here. So
had the San Jose Lasers,
exactly.
the ABA team.
So this team really wants to win, and I know I kind of go overboard on the money at times, but the money matters because that's really how they fielded this team and been able to support it. And I would juxtapose that to, and right now the Hornets are looking good because they've got LaMelo, but just a couple of years ago, they didn't want to extend Kemba because they didn't want to go into the luxury tax by $1 million. $1 million. We're not talking about $180 million, which is what the Warriors are paying in taxes. We're talking about $1 million. So the greatest basketball player of all time, who called his owner cheap when he was Jerry Reinsdorf running the Chicago Bulls, Jordan now is running a team, and he doesn't want to go over the luxury tax. So I just think we have to appreciate how the Warriors double down on themselves. And when they say they want to win, you cannot deny it because the money literally is funding trying to win more. We can argue about the personnel decisions and things like that, but you can't tell me they ain't pouring money into this team to win.
Yeah, no, they are. You think about the OKC and why they traded James Harden. They were $6 million apart. They didn't want to go into the tax. Instead of amnestying Kendrick Perkins or somebody else on that roster, they just traded James Harden and broke apart that big three early on in Oklahoma City. So the Warriors, they spend their money. Yeah, like you said, it was very well said where you said the decision-making, you want to question that, that's fine. I think they've made some great decisions. Jonathan Kuminga, great decision.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Moses Moody, looks like a great decision. We'll wait on James Wiseman. Jordan Poole, boy, looks like a great decision, doesn't it?
Well, B, I'm looking at it, and it looks like a great decision. You know how hard it is to balance all these plates? Like all at once, the financials of the team, COVID, because that was an element of just being able to open to fans, balancing paying off that stadium, balancing the amount of debt that you have because you wanted to build that stadium, balancing out the winning with Steph Curry, balancing out the retention of your superstars, balancing out the trade market, the draft picks, and that's like parts of just the actual roster building. We're not even talking about the business side of running Chase Center. I'm so impressed with the Warriors as a business group, and I'm very, very, very happy that Joe Lacob is our owner.
And Chase Center is rocking.
It's a gem of downtown. Let's call it what it is. It's a gem.
Rocking. It is rocking.
It's
the
so
Chase
cool.
Club, everything about Chase Center. It's very accessible. The team store outside. It's easy to navigate around there.
I'm glad you brought up the team store. that team store, because I think the Giants were the first to have a team store at the stadium. That's really cool. It takes forever to get in and out. The Warrior one, you just slide right in, you slide right out.
They have two. They have one inside as well.
Yes, but I'm talking about the one outside.
The one outside's great.
It's perfect, and they've got everything.
I went in there last Sunday. I went out there. I went in there last Sunday, man. You see how much money I've spent in there, man. I had to slow down, just say, no, don't hit that left. Same thing with the Niners at Levi Stadium. That team store is pretty cool as well. I almost said Lakeford. Spinoni!
Oh, man, come on.
You're both the Raider fans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all white people look alike.
No, that's not true. That's not
all
true.
Raider fans look alike.
That's not true. By the way,
that's not
I'm
true.
looking at Mitch Trubisky on the television right now. Doesn't he look like the South Park Canadians? Look at him, just look at him with the eyes and everything. Am I tripping?
If his head was going, yes, definitely. His head needs to be going up and down like the Canadians, but it's as realistic as you're going to get.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, what do we got here?
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo.
Jimmy.
Protect your privacy online for free.
Jimmy.
With DuckDuckGo.
Jimmy.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
What is it?
All right, per John Heyman, our Odyssey MLB insider, Luke Voit, first baseman for the Yankees, traded to the Padres.
Oh, God.
Just another move in the NL West that the Giants didn't make. There you go.
I thought it was a Jimmy trade.
No.
It might have been worth it just for the reaction.
Yeah, it was worth it.
I hate you guys.
Luke Voit.
We do it out of love, Shasky.
Hey, you're right, love it.
In the words of Cartman, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Does Hosmer? He was reportedly on the market for them already.
Who the hell wants Hosmer?
Giants could use him.
Could use him. Luke Voit has power. Luke Voit does have power. I wrote him
I'm
1
more
year
of a
fantasy
John
baseball.
Voight guy.
John Voight.
It's Angelina Jolie's dad, right?
Yes, it is. That's
Not bad.
phenomenal pop
It's not
culture
bad.
knowledge.
Hey, Lakeford, let's move on from that breaking news.
Dibs is rubbing off on you.
Yeah, he is. He is rubbing off.
You didn't call me just Lakeford. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, by the way. I don't even know anymore.
Lakeford, Spinoni, you're all Raider fans.
When you hit me with the Jimmy, I was like, yeah.
No, Spinoni, I love Spinoni because he's the one guy. He wears his emotions on the sleeve. If the Lakers lose by 40, guaranteed he ain't wear a Lakers jersey or Lakers beanies or hats the next day. But Spinoni with the big trade of Davante Adams, he's in here full Raider gear.
I needed it after all the A's trades, by the way. I needed some sort of blockbuster move, and this cheered me up.
You gonna raise Benny a Giants fan or what?
No, never. He's an A's fan until he dies. He has to. It's unfortunate for him, but that's just how it goes.
He's going to learn the hard way.
It is.
It's unfortunate for him.
Losing
Like,
builds character, Shasky. He's going to learn early about character.
Spinoni owned a Westbrook.
another.
Yeah, do you own a Westbrook jersey? That's from the 408 Comcast Business Text Line.
A lot of bricks in the backyard, if that's what you mean.
Hey, what was he wearing the other night?
I don't know.
You know what it looked like? It looked like one of those. There's a lollipop that's got like rainbows all around it. It's like
He looked like a Sesame Street character.
Yes,
is what he looked like.
He did. That's a great way of putting it.
By the way,
I have a 2-year-old, so a lot of Sesame
that's
Street
a
at the house.
great way. He looked like Bert and Ernie.
By the way, Patrick Beverly the other night, flexing in front of LeBron.
It was the best.
Talking, said he's trash. He's trash. Started discussing Westbrook. What about the air ball? Did you see the air ball where Westbrook shot an air ball quarter 3? Karl-Anthony Towns looked around, pointed up at the rafters and said, "Close that window." That was good. And then Pat Bev throws the ball up there, the damn ball, and ducks it like, dude, the T-Wolves, kind of fun to watch. Patrick Beverly's added some edge to that team.
And you're also a Laker fan, Spinoni, so where are you at on LeBron?
I was just asking Steiny this, and I was kind of kidding and kind of not. What do you think you can get for LeBron right now if you
I'll
put him on
give
the
you
trade
Wiggins
market?
straight up for LeBron.
Oh, I do not want LeBron on the Golden State Warriors. Oh
if I told you right now, and just hypothetically, Wiggins straight up for LeBron, you're not doing that?
I'd do that.
You're so full of it.
The Lakers aren't doing that, but
I'm not saying that the Lakers are doing it. You wouldn't do that.
I do not want LeBron James anywhere
Wiggins
near a uniform.
straight up for LeBron.
Come on, man. Come on. Would you want Mike Piazza in the Giants uniform?
If he could help my
Would
team
you want
win?
Brett Favre in the 49ers
I
uniform?
brought Dion in.
Come on.
I hated Dion.
Well, Dion, they're the Falcons. The Falcons sucked.
We brought in Richard
Falcons
Sherman.
sucked.
Brought in
that
Richard
was
Sherman.
That was something. That was interesting.
Come on.
That one bothered me. It took me a while to warm up, and you saw the way he left. He quit on the football team.
I mean, Brace Oral Hershiser.
Sherman could kick rocks. All I care.
You know,
Sherman
Dusty
could
Baker
kick rocks.
was a Dodger.
Hershiser sucked. He stunk with the Giants.
He did stink, but we embraced him.
I do not want
what's the difference between that and Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
He came over.
How's that
But
different?
nobody hated Kevin Durant. Nobody hated Kevin Durant. He was
the
great.
media hated him the second he chose the Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted Kevin. Kevin Durant's available. Wait, we got a shot. Go get KD.
LeBron? You wouldn't do. Honest to God,
I just don't want
to. No. It's not what you do. I'm saying you wouldn't take LeBron for Wiggins. Like seriously, Bonte.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But oh gosh, I hope that doesn't happen.
That would be line one of your resume.
Hey.
I did LeBron pre and post games.
Yeah, I
Steph
don't
and LeBron, they've been they've been homies lately.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that would drive
you.
me crazy having LeBron here.
Thank you.
Not crossing half court, the clutch media. Oh my gosh, Rich.
The theatrics?
Oh no,
dude, you could have 3 home games a week at Chase Center, and he can do Broadway plays the rest of the week at Chase Center. You'd fill that bad boy up all week.
God, that
I
would make
saw
me
3
sick.
rims.
That will make me sick. That's something I want the sports guys to block. No LeBron
Him
on the Warriors.
and Draymond on the Volume
Isn't
podcast
it better?
live from Chase Center.
Isn't it better? Isn't it better to have LeBron as a villain?
It's LeBron time. At dumpling time.
Oh my gosh, who would want to root for LeBron?
I'm running out of material here. I need help.
Yeah, why would you want to root for LeBron?
He's kind of becoming irrelevant on this Lakers team, which is a sad part.
LeBron?
He is. Like, that's the thing. I don't think he's a top 5 superstar anymore either.
Oh, Xfinity Flex.
That's the right on the table,
Yeah, but
unfortunately.
is Wiggins even a star? No.
He's an all-star starter.
Again, this is a wild hypothetical. This isn't going to happen. Just to say that you wouldn't take LeBron is blasphemy.
Yeah, I would not want LeBron James.
Yeah, that's
I would. Oh,
now you're
gosh.
just being stubborn.
I would not want LeBron James on the Warriors. I just would
you're just
not.
being
It's like
stubborn.
having James Harden on the Warriors.
No,
remember
they're
that
different.
rumor
No, they're
last year?
different. No,
remember that
LeBron's better
rumor?
than- LeBron is
Remember
an
that
all-time.
rumor?
Come on.
Everybody, I would take James Harden right now.
Totally
what?
different.
You would? No way. I don't want James Harden on my team. I don't want LeBron on my team. No, some guys are just better as rivals.
Off the bench, Bronny James.
Like Michael Irvin joins 95.7 every single week during the football season. I would never want Michael Irvin in
You
red
wouldn't
and
have
gold.
taken Emmitt Smith at the end of his career?
Hell no.
You're full of it.
Hell
the
no.
Cardinals.
Yes, go play for the Cardinals, not for the Niners. I don't want those guys. Troy Aikman playing for the Niners. Drop it back. We're number 8 in red and gold. No.
He could do Space Jam on ice at SAP Center.
Oh, gosh. Don't be disgusting.
Love the text line.
Like,
Don
would you
Cheadle
want Clayton
come in.
Kershaw on the Giants?
That'd be the Clayton Kershaw on the Giants? No, because he's done. He's not as good as LeBron is in his
In his prime, you would have wanted Clayton Kershaw on the
No, in
Giants?
his prime, I would have taken him. Of course I would have. I want to win. I want to win.
Oh, gosh. Xfinity Flex moment of the show.
What's your starting outfield?
I don't know.
Slater, Yastrzemski.
Can we get Mark Willard on line
I
one?
mean,
He'll
come on.
He'll sell that outfield.
And Tommy Lastello with his
Hey.
hanging by a thread Achilles at second base, who really is a platooner.
Hey, Mark Willard will tell you the Giants are having a great offseason.
Yeah. The Giants are getting destroyed in the offseason right now, in my estimation.
What about the Niners?
No, I think the Niners are
They've
about.
lost DJ Jones. They've lost
Yeah,
Laken
it's a tough loss.
Tomlinson.
It's a tough loss.
Laken Tomlinson's gone.
But if I listed out all the best players on the Niners, like you still have Debo and Nick Bosa, right? Those are pillars of this organization. Armstead was great last year. You still got him. You still got Fred Warner. Like you've got elite players. Don't shove Brandon Belt down my throat like he's an elite player. I'll give you Brandon Crawford.
Charvarius
You
Ward.
lost Buster Posey. Bonte.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, great job, Spadoni.
I see donuts.
Great job, Spadone.
Not dead people. Donuts.
Those are Devante donuts, and you guys can have some if you'd like.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look
Wait,
at you.
is
Are you
it-
going
is-
to the Raiders-Niners game
Is
next
it
year?
like the Giants
we all
lineup with a
going?
hole in the middle?
That's a 3.
Wow. See, it would have been a 4.
Why, you got to laugh on
See,
air, homie.
it would have been a 4, but Shasky has this tendency to look back at the glass to
Oh,
get
yeah.
like, you know, he's
like
like
Steph
trying
Curry.
to walk it off, but he can't
leave
trying to
yet.
walk it off, and he needs
I release it and I
he
leave
needs
it back.
Lump and Spadoni to like laugh and clap so he feels good about the joke.
By the way,
Can't just let it ride.
Dibs does that too. It's something about that chair.
You got to look back and just like
every time you fire,
I need a
it's
standing
like they don't
ovation.
They don't even want to look at their co-host for
Right.
a reaction. They turn around and look at the guys who are paid to support them.
It's called validation.
So it's like,
That's because our opinions matter more than anyone else.
Exactly.
It's free week validation. Yeah, don't walk off.
And I'm sick of looking at him.
Yeah, no, walk it off once somebody actually laughs. Don't turn around and look at those guys. They're paid to laugh at you.
Yeah, the joke was a decent joke. I laughed just because it was just, Mark just barely gets in here and it's a direct shot.
I had my Rambo belt. I was
He wasn't even looking yet. And you're going, boom!
I might surprise you all today, though, actually. I might surprise you.
How so? How so?
In Farhan, I'm showing cracks.
No. No. You'll never shake my faith in Farhan.
Oh, good. You got baptized again this morning.
Never. No, every morning. It's actually my morning meditation. I sit up and I'm just like, Farhan. I do. I sit crisscross applesauce.
And instead of Ash Wednesday, he has Rosenbag Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
He goes and Farhan blesses him across the forehead.
You must be in Farhan's fantasy football league. That's why you
trying to get in, brother. Trying to get in. I think I get another year of this. I think I might get the invite.
I bet he's really good, though, right?
Yeah,
I bet he's really good at fantasy football.
Oh, my gosh. Well, when he started talking about Marquez Valdez-Scantling when no one had heard of him, I was like, this dude
you're in
is
trouble.
on one.
You're in trouble.
Anyway. No, but I mean, there were some things he said yesterday that just felt deflating. It felt a little deflating.
What, about the roster being set?
I'm shocked. Look, for a second, I'm legitimately shocked because you've been preaching patience, and I was really depressed seeing the Dodger lineup, which I tagged you in a tweet.
Yep.
Like, just to look at, it's like, no, I don't think it's the greatest lineup of all time, but like just seeing it,
be a top five
juxtaposing it to the Giants,
it's pretty imposing.
It was pretty sad.
Yeah, so here's the other thing, and Whitey and I were just talking about this. Like, the Dodgers have won the offseason again.
Of course. Yeah, but winning in the regular season. I'm with you.
He made a great point. The Padres won the offseason last year.
That's a good point.
How you doing? So here you are. You're the Giants. You feel like you lost the offseason.
Yeah.
Who cares if you're able to do things like what they did last year? That said, there was one thing that dawned on me, and it's not necessarily based on, I think, the way you guys are pitching it, which is what the Giants are trying to do. I think they're trying. I mean, they're smart. They've proven that they're trying to do the right things. But he said the idea that we're penny pinching is inaccurate. We have offered XYZ contracts and, quote, it didn't work out. What that tells me is, because for years we've said this ballpark means no free agent hitters will come.
Yeah.
Then they led the world in home runs.
Yeah. And the taxes, too. Weren't the taxes part of it?
There's all kinds of, right?
Because that is real. I'm in the bubble, so I don't, acknowledge it as much.
I'm also wondering if the reason the B-level players love being Giants so much is because they don't mind that they're getting platooned and thrown all over the ballpark and different lineups.
It's interesting.
If you're a big-time player, it works for Chris Bryant because you can put him in 4 spots.
Yeah.
But if you're a big-time player, do you not want to be a part of this lineup because of that? Like, they won't
Correa.
They won't feature you and be like, you're our left fielder.
Yeah.
Right? And so I'm really just spitballing. I don't know. But the bottom line is it is another year. Like, file it away with all the years before it where the free agent pitchers said yes and the free agent hitters said no.
So my big thing is,
and that's a bummer.
It's not about the splashy free agent thing. To me, where are these prospects? And I know it takes time, and that's the hard part. They're in the oven. And
a couple of them might be ready this year.
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Like Joey's going to have to play.
Well,
like, you look at this lineup. Joey's going to have to hit.
Who else is going to be there?
Luciano and Matos and Mike, or I don't even know how I pronounce Matos. I've heard it both ways. My thing is like, okay, I gotta see these guys. Like, it's so frustrating. We've talked Trey Lance. At least we saw a little bit of Trey Lance. I've seen nothing of these guys.
You know what, though, Joe? The scary part of that is, we were talking about this too, Jock Peterson. I remember when Jock Peterson was playing, where was it, Oklahoma City, wherever he was, and I remember going to see him to play AAA because, like, this guy is phenomenal. Center fielder, power, left-handed, and look, he's a pretty good player.
He's a negative WAR player last year.
Yeah, he's so.
But he's solid.
But as a prospect,
it's 230.
We're looking at the Giants prospects. Like, they've got these great prospects, but it's really hard to go from being a top prospect to, you know, a superstar caliber player.
2016 Cubs, they had, oh my God, it's Baez and Castro and it was Sterling Marte. They had all these different guys on that team. They're all going to be, you know, grade A 5-tool players. Schwarber's a good player, but he's got flaws in his game. Baez is a good player. He's got flaws in his game. They're not the 5-star prospects that we thought they were. Those guys are so few and far between.
Right. They're not all going to work out. We know that. But you know what?
But they did cash in.
The high-level baseball execs don't look at them as prospects. They call them assets.
Yes.
And so here's what the Giants are going to have to do, and this has been true for a while, and I think you see them do it, and I think they will. It's just, again, takes that blind faith that we always talk about. The prospects are going to have to start producing. You're going to have to do that. Or you turn them into players. You use that. They've done a great job with the farm system, and so now they have the assets to go get people when they become available. And then the last part of it, and this is the annoying part every March.
Yeah.
Every year, there are players we love at the end of the year that we hadn't heard of at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
And so I guess that'll happen again.
Lamont Wade.
Lamont Wade.
I mean, I had no idea.
Darren Ruff was one of these guys.
Yes.
Tyro Estrada
Mike
was one of these
Yastrzemski.
guys.
Kirk
Mike
Casale.
Yastrzemski. All of the pitchers who've all gotten paid because of the
Gausman
Giants.
had 7 starts or whatever in 2020.
We were discussing this earlier,
I guess
too.
that'll happen again, but in March, what is that? You're staring at a blank piece of paper.
I didn't know Logan Webb was that guy.
Yeah, nobody did. When he got sent back down after getting rocked in Colorado during the day game, I remember tweeting that day saying, man, Logan Webb, he just ain't it. Maybe he's a middle reliever. Maybe he's a swing guy. He's just not it. And now all of a sudden, Game 5 against the Dodgers, you're like, don't take this dude out.
So here's where I will strike the same chord as I always do. I listened to Chris Rose with you guys today.
Yeah.
And every question, you guys, but they, and is Logan Webb going to do it again? And is it? And listening to someone who's out of the market, listen to you guys. I wondered if it occurred to you that he's like, what are you guys complaining about? You won 107 games, and why are you saying he won't do it again? He won't do it again. He won't do it again. And he won't do it again.
Because we haven't seen it
but
before.
Maybe, but you never see it before with the Giants.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe they will do it again.
But also pitching is so rare. Like Matt Cain, we realized, wow, he used up all the good bullets in 06, 07, 08, 09. Lincecum, as great as 2010 was, he used up the good bullets in 08, 09. It's just pitching so hard to sustain. Max Scherzer is a unicorn upon unicorns.
Yeah, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, Mark Willard, and Waddy Gleason there for Dad.
Look at that. You need that bust-out player this year to be Joey Bart, though.
You do need.
It's great if it's somebody you've never heard of, but you
Bob
need Joey Bart.
Shablansky, who we've never heard of before.
But
I mean, who knows?
Well, even Brandon Crawford he was a 5th-round pick, I believe. He wasn't highly touted. And I remember when he came up, it was like, he's a defensive guy. They brought him up way too early. We'll see. I mean, he's developed into a Wall of Fame San Francisco Giant. Things happen in baseball.
Let me ask you guys.
But it's rare.
By the way, 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Timeless Coffee, RJ Paula, of course. Who's having the worst offseason right now? The Giants or the Niners?
So I heard you guys talk about this, and it made me think, 'cause, like, again, this feels, and you're not wrong for asking, and we could sit here and go, I mean, I would.
Maybe it's a wrong way of looking at it.
I'd probably answer Giants, but we're playing.
Buster.
You were playing with feathers, though. This is Mel Kiper the day after the draft.
Yeah.
What's your draft grade? Well, they got to play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, did the Giants win the offseason? Hell no.
Right.
But
it's still time.
I'm trying to win the offseason.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't matter if you how many times have the Mets won the offseason
every year,
and they stunk it up.
Jason
and that's
Bay
the great thing about
too.
baseball. Nobody ever talked about the Tampa Bay Rays, right? You're looking at the Tampa Bay Rays. They got a bunch of dudes, and they figure out a way to win games.
Well,
Once you start winning games, you start getting confidence, like the Giants did last year, winning 3 out of 4 twice down at Dodger Stadium. It may happen. But I'm looking at the Niners, and I'm saying to myself, okay, there's a second wave of free agency that's going to happen here. Maybe they pick up an Austin Hooper. Maybe they pick up another defensive end. Offseason's not over yet, and we're all hell-bent on this Jimmy situation. It's still early.
We wanted a good corner, and they got one. They wanted a good corner, and we got one.
He's an upgrade. He's a big-time upgrade.
He's a good young, ascending corner.
Yep.
You know? He's a proven player. Like, I'm looking at you talking about Tampa Bay Rays, B, and, like, the one thing where I feel like the Rays are trying to turn it around, they locked up Wander Franco, and they gave him a bit, however you pronounce his name, and then Arizarona, I always
Franco.
They were in on Freddie. They were in on Freddie Freeman.
They were in on Freddie Freeman.
Like,
they're trying. I will give them credit.
Probably weren't, but they were.
Right.
He probably was like, yeah, that's nice.
Change change their narrative.
You're
you know what I'm
adorable.
saying?
That's cute.
And I don't know. I just until we see these young guys, I just think it's really hard for me to know whether they've made all the right moves or if they make a splashy trade.
So this is why I always kind of fall where I fall, though. Like I'm with you, man. I wanted Seiya Suzuki.
That
like
was the
that
guy.
would have done it
Yeah.
if they had Seiya. And I know Chris brought that up too. If they had Seiya Suzuki, I'd feel completely differently about the offseason. But where I fall, same thing with the Niners, where it's like, gosh, Jimmy's still on the team, and you lost DJ Jones, and what's going on? Where I fall back, though, and I wonder if fans feel this way, throw the Warriors in this too. They're smart, man.
Oh, of course.
These are smart teams.
Yep.
They're not stupid.
Yep.
They're not going to get every guy. Chandler Jones, they tried. He said no.
Yeah.
He went somewhere else.
It went to
Seiya
a
Suzuki,
tax-free state.
But
they
it's so
tried.
frustrating
He
when
went
you
somewhere else.
You've got your philosophy, and then LA teams have their philosophy, and the Rams go out and get everybody. And who do the 49ers ultimately lose to? The Rams. And the Giants
By a couple of plays.
Yeah. And then they're chasing the Dodgers, and the Dodgers go out and get everybody, and you beat them during the regular season. But ultimately, who do you lose to? The Dodgers.
By a couple of plays.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. And then you have the offseason, to get back to your question, being obviously the Giants had the worst offseason because of what the Dodgers did. And also, you look at the lineup. I think Grant Brisbee wrote this. You may have said it, Joe. Right now, the Dodgers 7, 8, 9 hitters are probably better than the Giants 3, 4, 5 hitters.
Jock was Jock was out of a spot in LA.
Right.
That's how deep they were. You know what I'm saying? AJ Pollock, who they signed multiple years ago, was out of a spot at one time because they had so much talent.
Yeah.
So Jock Peterson texted something to Brandon Crawford a week ago that caught my attention. Brandon actually shared this, and he said Jock texted him last week, and he asked Jock, so hey, where are you going to end up? Where are you going? And Jock, man, I don't know. At this point, Japan maybe, which I can only assume was tongue in cheek. But my point is, understand that if you're a Giants fan, this was not Plan A. This was not Plan A.
You're saying
I think
Jock
they
wasn't
called
there.
Jock 3 days ago because Suzuki or whoever else they were trying to get, it didn't happen, and they're like, let's grab Jock for a year and $6 million because we'll keep our flexibility. He'll pop some balls into the bay, but this wasn't the plan. I don't think that the Giants were talking to Jock for the last 4 weeks.
Let me ask you a question about the makeup of the team right now. Buster was so serious at all times, and who knows what he was like.
This is about to be a great point.
What?
This is my prediction.
Okay, no,
You're
but
about
like
to
he
make a
was
great
so
point.
serious. Someone like Pablo stuck out like a sore thumb and was desperately needed, I think, at times. You just to kind of lighten the mood. Guru's that guy for this station. He comes in, and when you see him, you smile, right, guys? Like, we all love him. He's just got this vibe about him. I'm looking at Jock Peterson, and I watched him when the Cubs came down here. We went to the game, and they were playing the Cubs. Giants hit like 8 home runs in the first 4 innings of that game. Jock was giving it to the fans. He's electric. He might not even be a good player per se, but there is something about having good dudes on a 25-man roster
Ask the Atlanta Braves.
in the dugout.
Ask the Atlanta Braves. He
Houston
gets traded to
Astros.
Atlanta. He's got the shells on over his neck or whatever, beads or whatever he had on, and they lost Ronald Acuna Jr., and everybody thought the Braves were done.
I did.
Thought they were done.
I was wrong.
And Austin Riley gets hot. Jock Peterson gets there, and all of a sudden, his
Albie's
personality
sick.
becomes contagious. You get Albies. You get Freeman feeling good. They start playing
Riley.
loose. They play well. So he's one of those guys, because that's what they need, Mark. They need a little laughter. They need a little swagger.
Belt's showing his-
Well,
what's
and there you
Belt
go.
showing it?
There you go. Brandon Belt is taking over this whole captain thing. I know some people are like, it's not going
It's
to
a
work.
little odd.
It's a little odd.
You know
Yeah.
what? But it works. Like if you're hitting 220, it doesn't work. You got to
sure.
produce when you're doing stuff like that. But it loosens them up.
Yeah.
It's content. It's entertaining in baseball. They need that. Brandon taking over the captain role. Jock Peterson, I don't know if you saw him yesterday. He's got bleached blonde hair. It's
He was
flying in
at
every
Chase
direction.
Center last
He's
week.
a goofball.
You know,
Yeah,
he was
like-
at Chase when A-Rod and Big Poppy was sitting courtside. And Jock went over there to say what's up with them. Big Poppy leaves after the end of the third quarter. A-Rod brings some blonde down to the
Things
Chase
I
Center.
didn't expect 10 years ago.
No,
A-Rod,
and
courtside at a Warrior game.
Right. And then Jock's over there, and I'm like, who the hell is that? Blonde mohawk? And it happened to be Jock Peterson.
Yep,
You know, Joe.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just
No,
going
go
to
ahead,
say,
Whitey.
speaking of chemistry, Joan Ryan wrote a book about team chemistry, and
Yeah.
she asked Brandon Belt last year which team had better team chemistry, this team, last year's team, or the team, Brandon Belt, that you were on that won championships. He said, this team this year. She said, why? And he said, there's no D-bags on this team.
Huh.
Wow.
It's true.
Yeah.
The 49ers have been riding on this for the last few years, too. Like the clubhouse thing right now with the Giants, I cannot tell you how many guys told me last year, the best they've ever experienced in their career, and that came from guys who were on the teams that won rings.
But you know what, though?
You know, and
So
I know,
a stick in the mud.
So who were the D-bags?
I know you don't use that if the team is in fourth place.
Yeah.
We could give a rip
For sure.
but there's absolutely when they're winning 107 games,
there's
then there
something to
is
it.
something
It's
to
tangible.
it.
I agree with
like
you.
It's really
I'm
good.
with you.
And
Not everybody believes in it, but you're right.
Jock on that level, really, really good. Like, yes, the Giant Duvall now, even though he doesn't have a heartbeat, he's coming out.
I love that.
I mean, right?
I
There's
love
some
him.
flair on the team, and that's good.
Even the random guy, the kid from Sacramento, Dubon, you know what I'm saying? Say what you want about
I like
Dubon.
Dubon's swagger.
I just like his
He's a fun
attitude.
player.
And he's never.
he needs his game to catch his swagger.
Right,
Of course,
no doubt.
But, you know,
it's lighthearted.
I love him.
I like
do
Dubon.
too.
Yeah.
I do too. Not everybody can be a hard, you know what, every single day. You got to break it up a little, you know, and just I don't know. I've never been around Belt. You've been around Belt probably more than I have. It's just to me seeing a late character turn like this.
Well, it's his
just
locker room
awesome.
now.
His
It's
grandmother,
you know,
his grandmother passed away, and I think he's a little looser now since that situation.
And I think that Brandon, you get to that point in your career, he's probably like, let's make sure. A lot of the Warrior stars are here now too. Let's make sure we soak all this in.
Interesting.
We
yeah.
only got a few years left.
Good point.
Yeah, Buster's gone. This is his clubhouse now.
Yeah.
Like
Also,
he's
Mark,
moving into Buster's locker.
The organization
You
is
know.
behind him. This organization is behind him more than the previous regime.
That's
as great as
true.
they were.
That's true.
They
No
were
doubt.
always kind of
No
Brandon,
doubt.
no, we love you, but
Right.
and this organization's
Think
like,
about his
yes,
first few
this
years.
is what we want.
Bochy and company kept sending him up and down to Fresno when the AAA affiliate was in Fresno,
beer.
and I thought that
What was that
I
show?
thought that
You
was
want a
lame.
beer?
Showtime.
What was that? 2011 when they got
Yeah, it
brought
was
out?
on Showtime.
Yeah.
It was on Showtime when
Come crack a
when
beer with
Aubrey
me.
Help was like, I sent pictures of Brian Sabian of my new six pack. I'm in shape now. But you bring up something
I'm
before
in
we
shape
leave.
now.
You
I'm
bring,
only eating
Dude.
Olive Garden six times a week.
It was sad. But you bring up something about Brandon Belt enjoying the years of Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford and Steph Curry, Draymond and Clay. We're starting to see the changing of the guard here in the Bay Area. Yeah. The new superstars, Kuminga, Moody, Jordan Poole with the 49ers, Trey Lance. Kittle has stepped in. It's really a changing of the guard. The next era of superstars here in the Bay Area. Steph's not going to be around in 2030.
It better start now, or not. We're not going to have any superstars in the Bay. Because these guys, you're approaching mid-30s. So tick tock on that whole thing. But yeah, they'll be fun this year. And I
Mark,
again,
I'm going to be tapped in
I know you
I
are.
can be as angry as I am now, and they'll reel me back in because that's who I am. I'm a sicko.
I don't know if they're not going to win 107, and the Dodgers are obviously a massive problem. But they'll be good because things will happen that we can't see it right now, but it's happened every year.
I didn't see DeSclafani having the year that he had.
Obviously.
And he
They
was also
did.
Camille Duvall. Me and him were watching this is the beginning of the year, and I go, I'm telling you that not this year. I was like, in a couple of years, he's the closer of the future. Within the same year, he comes back up, and it's like unquestioned at the end of the year, like, oh yeah, you hand him the ball at the end of the game.
I couldn't believe
Stuff happens. You're right. Stuff just happens.
Hey, anybody have Kentucky going far? How's your bracket? You doing all right?
Let me see.
I went
had Kentucky losing in the Sweet 16.
My girl had Kentucky in the Final Four.
Oh yeah,
so
Sweet 16. That's it.
She had Richmond over Iowa, and she was peacocking all afternoon.
Oh man.
Well, and I'm like, you have Kentucky in the Final Four. A couple hours later, and then night.
I'm in all these bracket challenges, and I'm like close to the bottom, and I realize like, damn, I picked UConn to go Sweet 16. I watched not a second of UConn basketball. Let me see. Notre Dame. Didn't watch a lot of Notre Dame. I got them winning.
Nobody's watched anybody. Did you watch USF last night? Did you watch?
I did watch. Great game.
Okay, play this game with me. USF, Murray State. Go ahead. Name a player in that game.
Abuye.
All right, name another one.
That's my point.
Name another one.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like
Frankie Ferrari.
We watched the game and we don't know who played in the game. Right? And by the way, that was one hell of a game.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good basketball game.
Fun basketball.
That was good basketball.
Todd.
Right?
Yeah, I think Todd's gonna.
Todd Golden. Gonna bounce.
Stick out of
here. If he creates an opportunity for himself,
maybe he'll turn USF into St. Mary's. How about St. Mary's blowing out Indiana? Hey. Damon Bruce's Hoosiers. Now they're going to play a big game against UCLA for a trip to the Sweet 16.
And UCLA did not look like a juggernaut, did they?
No.
They were struggling.
Go Gales! All right, that's it for us. Whitey Willard, have a great show.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey!
Hey.
How's your bracket?
It's not my bracket. It's worse than that. It'd be one thing if my own bracket was horribly mangled, Mark, but this year, for the first time ever, my wife, Sheena, comes home from work. I'm not going to say where she works. It's a hospital, rhymes with Blizer. And she says, hey, I got a bracket to fill out. Never done it before. Can you help me? I said, sure, I'll help you. So, already, right, you can see, ooh.
Yeah, that's a trap, is what that is. That is a trap. I mean, she might as well have asked you, does this dress make me look fat?
Right.
Like, you don't answer that. Is somebody now, I've learned, can you help me with my bracket? Like, sure, when I started in this business, yeah, come on over here, lovely. Right. I know everything about sports.
Yeah.
You ask for my help with brackets now. My son does this every week with fantasy football. Dad, should I start blank or blank? I look at him and I go, if I answer this question, damn it, and it goes wrong, you don't hold it against me, because my first answer is, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Well, here's where I may be in trouble. I mentioned this yesterday. I was in for Damon, who took the day off to watch Indiana. How about
How'd that go? Yeah, I hope Damon enjoyed his day off.
So my wife says, oh, Gonzaga. We know, Amanda Brown, who's now a coach at Pacific. She was a walk-on at Gonzaga. She's like our third daughter. So let's pick. Okay, we'll pick Gonzaga. Arizona, you like Arizona, right? Yeah, I like Arizona. All right, let's go Arizona. Go down to the next region. She's like, I used to live in Kansas. Let's pick Kansas. And I said, well, it's a lot of one seeds there.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. She's like, oh, you're right. What do you think? And I say, let's go Iowa, Final Four from that. Talked her out of Kansas to pick Iowa. So that's my answer. My long-winded answer. How's your bracket?
How you doing? Yeah.
It's worse than my own bracket. It's being in bad shape.
It's not good. We're already underway today, by the way.
Yeah.
And someone asked the guys, because I've never seen a remote control in this room in my life. Please, Loyola of Chicago, who will upset Ohio State today.
Yes.
Even though, there's the remote. Thank you, Spadone. It's because I've never looked. There's donuts next to the remote. I'm not going to see the remote. I'm going to see the donuts. Anyway, Loyola of Chicago. Is it even an upset? I think the spread is like a pick'em.
Nah.
But it's a 10-7 game. Sister Jean is rocking and rolling. And Loyola of Chicago is off to a 2-1 lead in that game against Ohio State.
So I feel like Dibs, because honestly, I was relieved to hear she's still with us. And I don't know why. I don't know why I thought
one of those people was just like, well, they had the run, and you're like, I'm sure she's passed by now. No, she's
win or lose, that's good
in the first row. She's ready to go. It is an amazing dynamic, the brackets, March Madness, because America largely gathered around the television set yesterday, and I wonder if you had similar conversations to what I had. The lovely Chrisley, and I want to thank my friends Shauna and Kyle, who had us over last night. Beautiful corned beef and cabbage on St. Patrick's Day. And then you sat around, and he had a Guinness. I went with IPA. But anyway, we sat there and you watch basketball. And I realized what we're doing, because we joked about this yesterday. We're celebrating St. Patrick's Day, and nobody even knows what that's about. So we have no idea what we're celebrating.
Right.
And we're betting on college basketball, and we don't even know the names of the players. Like, what a beautiful picture. Is there ever a better picture in the sports season than last night on the idea of ignorance is bliss? Sitting on a couch with a beer in one hand and a big full belly of corned beef and cabbage,
celebrating excuses to drink,
celebrating something I have no idea what it is, watching basketball, screaming at players I've never heard of and will never hear from again, holding a piece of paper that I filled out expertly as a sports media professional. No clue.
And it's okay, Mark.
We're spending commercial breaks asking things like, where is St. Peter's? Does anybody even know? Do you Do you know where it is? Where's St. Peter's, Whitey?
Well, when someone told me the upset Kentucky lost, I said, to St. Petersburg? And I realized, no, it's not.
That's what happened at our party. I was like, St. Peter's. Someone goes, it sounds like it's in Florida. I'm like, that's not in Florida.
Right.
Do you know the answer? Do you know where St. Peter's is?
I think you told me before the show.
Jersey City.
There we go.
Jersey City. Okay, great. Fine. Where's Murray State?
I had to look that up last night. Kentucky.
Okay.
The great state of Kentucky.
And you could have got me on that as recently as 2 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
No clue.
But it's all okay because you watch the game and right there at center court it says March Madness. So I don't know anything, but it doesn't matter if I do because it's madness. The whole thing is crazy.
The whole thing, and it's fun, and that's what this is. It's fun. However, it is the only sporting event, and I'll take this as one event, even though it's 3 weeks long. It is the only sporting event that I can think of, big time sport, that's championship gets worse as it goes.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday and today are the two most fun days. 3 weeks from now, Saturday, 5 o'clock.
It's almost like NASCAR, which starts with the Daytona 500.
Right.
The biggest race of the year.
Let's just start with the fun.
Yeah.
You know, it would be like going to a concert, your favorite band, and they come out and they're like, that one song you're waiting for?
Yeah.
We're just going to do it right now.
We can do the encore now. Then we're going to bring out the opening act. Yeah.
When we get to the encore, we'll be like, I don't know, hon, do you want to leave? Like, we've already seen all the songs. And that's largely what people do. Final Four Saturday, are you locked in? Unless it's the 3 times in your life, I've decided that's the average. 3 times in your life, you're going to get to Final Four Saturday and still have a shot.
By the way, real quick, you've worked mornings, right? Is this acceptable?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Speaking of opening acts, I took my wife. We went to a concert once, and it was Stone Temple Pilots. They were opening for Red Hot Chili Peppers.
By the way, Scott Weiland, may he rest in peace.
Yes,
I can do that one confidently.
Yes,
Go ahead.
And I had to work the next morning, so we saw STP, and I said, all right, let's go. She's like, what? Red Hot Chili Peppers? I got to work the next day. Is that acceptable?
Well,
it's another one that at the time I thought, we're good, and it's one that I realized, okay, there's still some lingering.
A really difficult question. STP, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Factor in the Morning Show. Let me chew on that for a second while Spadone plays the song of the day. Here we go. That kind of sounds like Steiny right there, huh? Some kind of madness. Yeah, this is Muse, and this is the madness. Yeah, we're sitting around. We are down there. She is, Sister Jean. Okay, you're looking at it, Whitey. I just learned something. How many of you, and this fits right into our conversation about we are all spending money. In fact, I read a couple of weeks ago, $3.1, are you ready? $1 billion is what is expected to be wagered on this tournament. And none of us know what we're betting on. Right. We have no idea. What is Sister Jean's name? Spadone? What is Sister Jean's name? Any idea? Like her actual name. It's not just Jean. She's not Madonna. She's just like, it's Jean. No, I just saw
Willifred.
Dolores Schmidt. Dolores Schmidt.
What?
Yeah. Which fits perfectly. And her Loyola of Chicago, whatever's they are, because we don't know.
They're rambling wreck. Or
are they?
Like that?
I don't think so, but maybe you could convince me of anything. They continue to lead Ohio State. Right now it's 5-4. It's just funny to me. It's funny. We all gather around, we do this, and we really have no idea what we're doing. This is the greatest ignorance is bliss sporting event of the year, and I'm here for it. Put a beer in one hand, put something unhealthy in the other.
It brings us together. We've got so many reasons why we're divided now. Not only just philosophically, but with all our entertainment choices. And it's one of those rare events now, like the Super Bowl, smaller scale, that brings everyone together. By the way, they are the Ramblers.
They're the Ramblers. Okay, I was going to say, I think it's Georgia Tech that's the Rambling Wreck, and even though they're also the Yellow Jackets or something. I don't know. Somebody that ends with Tech is the Rambling Wreck.
Just Wildcats, by the way, if you don't know. It's like, aren't they the Wildcats? And you got a good chance.
You got a 40% chance that the answer is yes, but we do. We need more dogs. All right. Farhan Zaidi spoke yesterday. We'll get into some Giants issues for sure. The Steph Curry injury is still out there. And we are going to speak, when we speak of Mr. Garoppolo, today we will speak of Mr. Garoppolo in a way that we have never spoken of Mr. Garoppolo before.
Jimmy.
We will explain that coming up. Whitey is in for Dibs. Dibs was texting early yesterday. Not so much anymore. I'm pretty sure clothes on or off, awake, asleep, drunk, sober. These are the kinds of questions I don't think we're going to hear from Dibs today on a Donut Friday that Spadone purchased. But even before he lost last night and was going to have to buy the donuts.
Kyle was going to.
Well, was it?
Tiebreaker rules. He had a favorite that lost big.
Okay, but it's his wedding weekend, so I think an exemption is in play.
Exactly.
Right? So anyway, Spadone stepped up, but he offered to buy them before the game's even finished. We'll get into why. All of that is around the corner. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's our Comcast business text line as well. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Owning a business comes with pressure. There's a limit to what I can do and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put 30-plus years of HR experience to work to help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance, while giving my employees competitive benefit options. And because I'm able to focus on other priorities, my employees can thrive and my business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. While Mother Nature
For
Gladly.
fun. Yeah, you've been like, what time? What time, brother? You want me there? Are you okay? Or are you just, I mean, how long is the Cloud 9 going to last?
Happy. For so long. This might be the greatest moment of my life, one might say.
Wow.
And I've had a kid and got married.
It says a lot of bad things about your life, but congratulations. I'm glad to be here for this moment. That's very special.
Davante Adams means so much to me, Mark.
He does. Did you see all that? This was interesting because everybody went, oh, Aaron Rodgers got played. And it was like, then they're like, Aaron Rodgers, Ian Rappaport, no, he did.
He had to.
Like, Aaron Rodgers signed that contract knowing that Davante Adams was going to be gone.
Initially, I was wondering if he was going to pull a reverse Brady, but...
and then retire after signing the contract?
Yeah, after saying I'm coming back and then retire.
I love that that's a thing now, pulling a Brady.
Yeah.
Pulling a Brady. As if, like, I mean, every boxer ever has done what Tom Brady just did. Brett Favre did it twice. But it's going to be forevermore.
Not that quickly, though, did it?
No.
Has anyone done it that quickly?
Well, and not only did he do it that quick, but we also, like, we called your shot 14 minutes after he announced his retirement. I'm like, nah, no, you didn't.
Not even he stuck with it.
Yeah. Well, it was hilarious from the beginning.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's going to retire and only mention the Bucs. Tom Brady's going to retire and have somebody else report it. Tom Brady's going to retire and have it come out the day before Championship Sunday. Tom Brady's going to retire and 3 days later on a podcast be like, well, you never say never.
Right.
Tom Brady's going to retire and 2 weeks later be like, I wanted to spend time with my family. We've done that now. I mean, these are all the things that happened within the first 3 weeks. It was the most telegraphed pass he's ever thrown.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway.
What about the guy that spent, $500,000 Was it $500,000 on Tom Brady's last touchdown
pass?
Yeah.
Would you sue would you sue?
I would sue myself for being idiotic, right? I mean, how stupid is that?
Telegraphed. Like, there's no way that's his last touchdown pass.
Right.
I mean, all the way down to why is that being auctioned off so quickly?
Yes.
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
We're going to put this auction together in the next 3 weeks.
It was supposed to go for a lot more money, and it didn't. I wonder why, because everyone realized, that's not really going to be what you're saying it is.
So crazy.
Oh, I'm going to take it.
What Are You Doing is 8 minutes away. You know the deal. At 9:45 on this show, we ask, what are you doing? And then we let it out. And that's there for you as well. You can call us at 888-957-9570. You can text them in to the Comcast business text line. We've even got our What Are You Doing hotline if 9:45 doesn't work for you, or if you're scared of the air. Don't be, though. We're very, very nice people. 415-951-2304. It is a service that we provide to you so that if you've got an observation or something that's frustrating you, you let it out. You let it out and you scream, what are you doing? And then it's all better. So we've got that coming up in a few. And I wonder if people have screamed at the radio or the television set when, for the 483rd straight day, we crack these mics and go, Garoppolo, 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 Garoppolo. And so here we are again, Jimmy Garoppolo.
What's the latest, Mark?
Is he going to...
Where's he going?
Yeah, somewhere. Jimmy Garoppolo will be on a football team in September. That's the only prediction I've got. Is it Cleveland, Indy, Carolina? My favorite thing whenever we're talking about players, a mystery team. Scott Boras, he's got a mystery team. No, he doesn't.
Poor Jimmy, by the way. Even on the Subway commercial, his own grandmother says he's stupid. I mean, he just cannot get any respect from anybody in any corner.
I mean, and now it's the 49ers have overplayed their hand, even though the game of poker is not over yet. It's the shoulder surgery broke this thing down, even though the shoulder surgery was going to happen the entire time. I know that there was the thought that, they'd just try to rehab, but they knew that his shoulder was injured from the moment they walked off the field there in the end at SoFi Stadium. So what about this? Because I think this is shaping people's opinions about Jimmy Garoppolo. Where are we at on Jimmy fatigue?
Oh, the needle is all the way in the just click, 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 click.
Right?
Yeah.
Spadone, how you doing on this? You got any Jimmy fatigue?
I think I had Jimmy fatigue when they won the second round in Green Bay, and you tweeted or texted us in the group chat, and I was like, I'm over this.
What did I say?
It's like, this guy's unbelievable or something. I was like, yes, he is unbelievable.
I did not say. I never said.
You said this guy's the greatest winner in the history of the playoffs. Something like that.
I did not say. I said Hufanga. No, I did not say that about Jimmy Garoppolo. What I've always said about Jimmy, just for 30 seconds, just so people do understand, because I actually do remember now what I texted. You look at a game like Green Bay and you're like, they didn't score. They never scored an offensive touchdown.
Right.
They didn't this. He missed that. He boop, 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 boop. Do you remember that the score was 10-10 and that they needed to be engineered down the field?
Right.
And they didn't do it just by handing off. And do you simply just want to enter that into the convo? I'm not here to tell you that he didn't miss throws. Believe me, I wanted to huck something at the TV when he threw the pick right before halftime also. So, but do you want to enter into the conversation the good things that he does or no? But here's where I'm at now, Whitey. This thing is so talked out. It's so exhausting. You're right. There's no information. We don't know what's going on. But fatigue is now taking over everyone's opinions.
Your own Kyle Madsen, and all the best to Kyle. A couple weeks ago, I was talking with him about this. I think we were on a weekend show, and he was just saying, I just want this to be over. Maybe he wrote that. He has his podcast and blog. He just said, I don't care anymore. I just want it to be done. I want Jimmy to be gone so we can be done with this endless conversation.
Yep. But that's not how it works, or that's not the way it went. So are you advocating the 49ers doing something that's not advantageous to them just so that it can be over? I mean, you're making it sound, and I know we talk about this, and I don't mean you, I mean people in general. You're making it sound almost like a divorce. people end up in mediation and they're like, can we just, right? Like, fine.
Yeah.
Take that $5,000. Can we just be done? I don't want the 49ers to be run like mediation. Don't just be like, Jimmy, just go away. Go away because I'm tired. And so now we're saying things like they've overplayed their hand. No, they're still at the table.
Right.
They're still at the table, and there's still 5 teams that don't have a quarterback, and so we're still here.
And getting something significant back for him, while that has always been something that the 49ers would have liked to have done, it's never been a key part of their plan going forward. They were never counting on getting a first-round pick for him. There's draft capital, as I said yesterday, and there's draft crapital. That's what you're going to get for Jimmy. At this point, you're going to get draft crapital. But that's just the way, and that's okay. That's all right. That is not going to be a significant blow to 49er plans.
By the way, just as an aside, is a 2, is that draft crapital?
A 2 would be draft capital.
Okay, because that's all they gave up to get him, and so if it is a 2 or even if it's 3, it's
That's
not
right.
right.
Okay.
Like you didn't, you didn't lose all that much on the deal. The 49ers have proven time and time again that they will wait if that is the right thing to do.
They don't have a choice right now.
They maybe don't. Sometimes they don't have a choice,
because
right?
they've been telling everybody he's not that good, and now he's hurt too. So they really don't have a choice right now.
It's actually a theme that is thread through all 3 teams that we talk about the most right now, if you look at it, which is it is the word patience or it is the timing, however, what word you want to use. None of these teams move as fast as we would like them to. And that's because they're an entertainment entity. If you're entertainment, it's not entertaining to be like, so just sit and wait. Right? Like we would like it
not
to
entertaining.
just sit there and wait.
Read a book or something.
We wanted Clay to play. Nope, not yet. We want James Wiseman to play. Sorry, not yet. We would like you to make a big signing, Giants. Nope, not yet. We'll win 107 games in the process, but nope, that's not the right time yet. And then here are the 49ers. Will you please just get rid of Jimmy? No, sorry. Actually, we're going to tuck him into our 2022 salary cap.
We're going to get under the cap.
And we're just going to keep waiting. But if it's the right move, it's the right move. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but I know they're smart, and I know they're going to do something, because if they were going to cut him, last week would have been the time.
They're just severely limited because the market is not what they hoped it would be because of the shoulder surgery, as you said. But nobody wants him right now. Teams that are looking at quarterbacks don't want to trade for a guy who's damaged goods. So this is going to take a while, and they may never be able to trade him. Maybe not.
By the way, we didn't get this from you, Spadone, who just made the statement that this is the greatest day of his entire life because Davante Adams. Did you see that swung their Super Bowl odds? That's kind of crazy to me. A wide receiver does not change your Super Bowl odds. And I don't think it changes. The Raiders have had a really good offseason.
Yeah, they have.
They have a really good offseason. But wouldn't you collectively still, and this is only paper, so who cares, but aren't they still ticketed for 4th place in the division on paper? Don't you think? I mean, the Chiefs are still going to be the class until they're out
They
the
still
class.
have the worst quarterback of the bunch. Yes, worst, but we're saying Derek Carr is still a top 12, 10, whatever you want to say,
Right.
quarterback. So he's still really good, but Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert are better.
And Herbert is, some would
You're
argue.
bullish on Herbert, aren't you, Mark?
I'm what?
You're bullish on him.
He's good. He's good.
He is.
He's good. But he's a Charger, which means it won't ever work. Like, you understand that. I mean, just from having worked in San Diego before, the Chargers should be ticketed for 4th just because they're the Chargers. Like, the talent has always been there. We'll find a way to mess it up. Watch. Just set your watch to it. They'll find a way to mess it up. But the Raiders are real. They're real. I think the Broncos are a good team. I don't know if the Chiefs have Mahomes. I don't know if they've had a great offseason, though. You know who they lost? Charvarius Ward.
That's right.
Not gonna be able to
Shut
get
down
over that
order.
loss.
So the Raiders' Super Bowl odds improved, but they still have the 4th best odds to win their own division.
Right. Which is like, wait a minute. Here's one. I'm no smarty, but you can't win the Super Bowl when you're in 4th place in your division. I do know that.
Actually, you probably could.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Mathematically, I know that I know there are enough wild card teams for everybody to go.
I don't know the mathematical answer to that.
But yeah, there's a math answer there, which
because they play each other twice.
Because you're playing each other twice, and let's be honest, it ain't happening. Nobody's finishing in last place in their own division. I mean, the 49ers finished in third and almost went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can finish in fourth. I mean, maybe there's a mathematical way to do it, but come on. That's not happening.
By the way, I know we're talking Raiders here, but Green Bay dropped from 11-1 to 12-1 only to win the Super Bowl.
Davante Adams, he's great.
11-1 to 12-1.
He's great, but he's on the receiving end. It's actually in the word. It's like you can't. I don't know. I mean, I get. Did Cooper Kupp, was he a big reason the Rams won the Super Bowl? I guess you could say that. I'd argue Cooper Kupp became Cooper Kupp this year because they got Matt Stafford.
They can't stop Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, you can't stop Cooper or Cooper Kupp. All right. We rolled right through 9:45. That's okay. It's 9:48. And in fact, the guys in the other room are like, Mark, we're 3 minutes late. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, the great Whitey Gleason is in for Dibs today. Dibs is just participating in all kinds of debauchery. Las Vegas, Nevada. He's out there to meet Davante Adams.
Can we say Dibs botchery?
We definitely can.
Okay.
It's a 3. It's a 3. But do you want to lead off?
Yeah.
What do you got for us today?
I know we go through this every year, with Charles Barkley doing the NCAA, and he doesn't follow it, and he doesn't care, and yet he's still one of the lead analysts on the games. And yesterday, this was during halftime, Michigan, Colorado State, and they did a thing with Barkley. How do you pronounce that? And he's given several college basketball player names, and he butchers them. And it's like, but yeah, like he doesn't know anything about it, and he's talking about it, getting paid a lot of money. It's like, what are you doing? I understand the charm of Charles Barkley. He barely knows what's going on in the NBA. Why do they put him on college games now they make a joke out of it because it's so obvious he doesn't know what he's talking about. So why is he? What are the analysts? What are you doing?
Okay, that's a solid rant. I do want to give you a little pushback, though, because, that's kind of where we started the entire conversation today. I don't know that is there anybody who knows college basketball?
Are you getting paid to be an analyst on CBS to do the games?
Aaron Torres is a college basketball guru. He's on Fox Sports Radio, came on our show yesterday. He's texting me in the middle of the USF game last night. He goes, don't ask me any more questions about the Bay Area teams. He goes, I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. And that's what he does for a living. And the reason he said that is because on the way out, I go, hey, St. Mary's USF, come on, what do you think? And his St. Mary's take was just kind of like, they might win today, but like Indiana's pretty tough. And then USF, by the way, real quick on the USF Murray State game. This was one where all of us were absolutely right, which is that I watched the game and my number one wish was, boy, both of you teams should have played somebody else.
Yeah.
They were fantastic. Both teams. Nobody would go away. Felt like a heavyweight fight.
WCC almost had 3 teams win on day one.
Man, and if Murray State now, with St. Peter's waiting for them, I very much think is playing again next weekend, and USF would have if they had won, so it would have been great. That was a bad matchup. And that's he was kind of like USF had a nice season, but Murray State, and they did win, but it was overtime, and it was just a beautiful basketball game. So, who does know college? Does anybody know college basketball?
Somebody in Barkley's position should know a lot more than he does. That's all. And every year we go through it, it's like, look at that, that's funny. It's not funny.
I like your fake laugh. That's funny.
Huh? I didn't laugh.
No, your mock laughter.
Oh,
your mock.
Okay.
Ha 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 ha! I like
that.
Yeah,
okay.
All right. That was good.
Thank you.
Good. I have 2 very brief what are you doings. Number 1, when a text exchange takes place that is setting up the next text, you got to be there. Okay, you got to be there for it. Let me give you an example. We've done this with guests before. Do we? By the way, do we have an answer from? We don't. Okay, so we're in the midst of this right now. It happened with my son yesterday. Okay, my son's going to golf practice, and I get the text, "Hey, Dad, can you pick me up today?" I fire right back, "What time?"
Obvious answer, by the way, is 4, but I don't know.
That's a 4.
Okay.
No answer. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I call, doesn't pick up. I mean, we're getting close to the time where I would think he would need to be picked up.
Yeah.
And he hasn't told me.
As a parent, you're getting worried.
I'm like, brother, if you're going to ask someone a question and then they're going to say, I need more information before I can give you a full answer, and you are just gone. You know what I mean? Like, do people ever do that to you? Hey, do you want to come over tonight? What time? Crickets. You got to be there. You got to, come on. We're all addicted to our phones. I know you saw it. You got to be there to respond when you're the one who threw the question out.
Right. I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't disagree, but I'm probably that guy sometimes.
Are you?
'Cause I got stuff going on.
Well, I mean, I understand that.
So, yeah.
By the way,
I didn't see the text you sent me yesterday. The worst maybe, Steiny. I texted Steiny because he said something on the air with JD. I think it was Monday, and he was nice enough to return the text. It was something about Klay Thompson, but he returned it like Wednesday afternoon to the point where I got it. It's like, I don't know what he's right. That's nice. That what? Oh yeah.
Well, first
2
of
days
all,
ago I sent him a text.
Congrats to you that you actually got a return text from Steiny. I'm still waiting to find out if he wants to come to the Super Bowl party. And then the problem with Steiny is he lies about it. Steiny didn't even know. He's got his read notifications on. If you're going to be one of these people that doesn't, if you don't respond to a text, don't have your read notifications on, and then come in Monday morning. Oh, I just saw this. No, you didn't. You saw it at 4:08 on Friday afternoon. So you got to be careful of that.
That's a flagrant one.
Yeah, my dad does what Steiny does there. Like you'll get that, you'll be like, "Hey, Dad, happy birthday," and then 4 weeks later, you just get a thanks, and you're like, "What do you think? What are you thanking me for?"
So you see Steiny as a father figure is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I just said.
Right,
Thank you for translating that.
Yeah.
Why do you shut up?
I don't know what's going on Wheel of Fortune. That's the other what are you doing real quick. Spadone, do you have the thing that Ross Tucker tweeted out yesterday? Take a listen here.
Anything else?
I'd like to solve.
Okay.
Renting a paddle boat.
No, that is not correct. Sean, it's your turn. 500.
T.
Yes, 2 T's.
Good job. We got a couple T's.
I'd like to buy an E.
Oh, smart purchase.
2 E's.
2 E's. Okay, so in this moment, every letter.
Renting a paddle boat.
No, we already guessed that. Everything but the L in pedal is now shown. Everything. Listen to what happens next.
600. What letter do you want?
M.
M. So maybe it's renting a pedum boat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Spin.
Okay, we're gonna have to spin.
Have to
spin.
This is
Let's go. Let's go. It is crazy.
900.
W.
Oh, renting a pedal boat. Sounds fun. Don't know what that is.
Renting a pedal boat.
Renting a pedal boat. Boom. Hey. What does it take to get on Wheel of Fortune? Hey, Wheel of Fortune producers, what are you doing? Who are these people? This is now the third time this has happened on Wheel of Fortune. It's gone viral in the last 3 weeks. Every single letter is on the whole board, and all you need is one letter, and they're like, renting a pedal boat?
No.
Oh, no, sorry. I mean, have we run out of people who can spell in America?
It's the death of the English language.
That's what's happened.
Yeah.
We got nobody left.
The way people text now, it's like, the words I know, but the letters that actually form the words, I'm just going to guess it.
Maybe that's it. Texting has killed the spelling bee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Bleeding from every orifice is the English language.
It's all sponsored by Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, you get fast and reliable speeds that meet your needs and budget. Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices and save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. When you add Xfinity Mobile, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit xfinity.com today. All right, Michael Yam, NFL Network next hour. Kevin Franzen in 1 hour. Before we move on, though, to take your calls, this tournament update.
Yes, sir. Mark Willard, it's time for a tournament update brought to you by Xfinity Internet Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig and the best coverage to power all of your devices. There's 2 games going on right now. Currently, number 2 Auburn down early in the first half, 11:55 to go there, down 11-14 to Jacksonville State University. And the other matchup, we are following along, Loyola down 14-19 to number 7 Ohio State. That one has 3 minutes to go left in the first half, and that's your updated look at the tournament scoreboard.
All right, Sister Jean, I'm sure will send in a halftime prayer, and everything will be just fine. Okay, the unfortunate quotes from Inside Giants spring training coming up around the bend. Mike Yam, NFL Network next hour. Whitey's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
At Stevens Creek Subaru, we buy used vehicles from our customers, even if you don't buy ours. Visit Stevens Creek Subaru today for a competitive, no-obligation appraisal and cash offer on the spot.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
415, I'm on my way to Vegas right now. Hopefully we'll run into Dibbers. That's from Ricky in East Oakland. I'm going to say, actually, I hope you don't run into Dibbers. I think there are better ways that you can handle your weekend. I don't think that'll go very well for you. If those picks are not going right, Dibbers is going to be just angry in Vegas. Which will be his next movie.
He's got a reputation, right,
yeah,
that he took to Vegas as a guy who knows his way around the tournament.
He's got the system.
Yeah.
He's got the system. Then again, his system was telling me that I was wrong with my Michigan pick yesterday. His system is not infallible.
System failure.
That's right. Whitey is in for Dibs. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Sister Jean needs to pray harder. Loyola Chicago is down by 5 right now. 55 seconds to go in the first half. Plenty of time. And I'm glad we've got plenty of time for Mike Yam, NFL Network, long time with Pac-12 Network, now doing NFL. Yammers, what's going on, buddy?
Good to hear you, man. Appreciate the invite as always. And it's kind of an awesome time of the year, right? Like there's so much going on with the tournament, but the NFL just making it interesting, and that real life soap opera just continues on with some of these moves.
I mean, the NFL never, ever, ever exits stage left. I mean, it's day one of the tournament. Baseball moves and free agency still coming together, and they just drop a little Davante Adams into your coffee and say, stir that around. How'd that grab you yesterday?
Oh, my Lord, you got to be kidding me, man. I just didn't anticipate, a week ago, I guess it's been about a week, right, since Aaron Rodgers' deal. He signs for $200 million. In my mind, it was almost a foregone conclusion. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Like, we're just going to move on. The news came out about tagging Davante Adams, which in my mind, I was like, look, there's no way that that's going to fly with him. He has made it very well known that he did not intend to play under a franchise tag this year. Well, it turns out, like, that's not going to happen. But I think what's really cool about this is, between Carr and Adams, two guys that played together in college, they're still very, very tight, and they've been talking about this for a really long period of time. Our NFL Network insider, Tom Pelissero, actually reported that, or maybe it was Ian Rappaport, one of the guys, my inbox has been flooded with all the things that they have been reporting over the last couple of days or so, but one of them had basically said that the Green Bay Packers actually offered more money, and that was confirmed by their agent, but this is something that he wanted to do. He wanted to be a Raider, wanted to play with Carr, and now gets an opportunity. I mean, that whole division, guys, is just think about the superstars that are all heading there. I can't even imagine what that is going to be like once the season rolls around, and just the moves that this whole division has been able to pull off.
Hey, Mike, this is Whitey. It's good to talk with you. And to the point you just made there, to what extent is the trade for Adams an endorsement by the Raiders for Derek Carr?
It's a great call. I hadn't even thought about it from that perspective, because everyone has talked about this division and they'll say, "Oh, Carr's the last one on the list," and I get it. I mean, right? I mean, it's, you look at some of those other quarterbacks and it's an impressive list. But there was a time last year you could have made an argument that Carr was playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL, and then the wheels fell off, obviously with the Gruden situation, and made some moves. But I'll give them a lot of credit. You think about this deal. And for Adams, he's 29 years old. You just give him a 5-year contract. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL now. You went and you were able to secure an elite pass rusher in Chandler Jones. And this is all on the heels of the chaos that happened a season ago. And, oh, by the way, they still made the playoffs. So in my mind, there's a lot of really positive things. But you're right. I mean, from a Carr standpoint, this is certainly huge. They're going to get a guy that he's friends with, a guy that he's got a relationship with, who is, I think you can make a case, the best receiver in the NFL.
Mike Yam, NFL Network, is with us. Mike, how do you see the DeShaun Watson situation play out? And then what's next? Like, what's the trickle down based on where he chooses to go?
Yeah, well, look, it's down to the two teams now. It's the Saints and the Falcons. Am I alone on this, guys? I still hedge. I get it. He's insanely talented. What is he, 26 years old? Yep. That's football still in front of him. we know he can be, in my mind, in the elite category in terms of the quarterbacks. And the NFL is blessed with so many young, great signal callers. But I just hedge because I'm like, why are you making a push? Like, I can't imagine, and, Mark, obviously, you guys both know, like, I lived in San Francisco for the last 10 years of my life. I'm down in Los Angeles now. I'm from the Northeast. I can't imagine if it was my team, with everything that's circling, I would have concerns. And I think, the character stuff, and I think this is a good thing. Like right now, from a society standpoint, I think people pay attention to that sort of thing. And, I think the old adage of, winning cures everything, I think it does to a certain extent. I just don't know what's going to happen because while the grand jury didn't indict, like we got civil cases, and it's like 22 of them. That to me seems like such a large number. And I'm just curious. I would imagine, I don't know for sure, but I find it hard to believe any of these teams pull the trigger on this move without having some sort of conversation with the league and say, like, what's going to happen here? Because are we talking about a suspension? Like, is he going to miss half of the season? Is it going to be another season? Like, I don't know what that actually looks like, and I think it is a gamble, and I think it goes to show you just how crucial that spot is, that organizations are willing to say, you know what, even if there's a suspension, we'll roll the dice with it because he's that good. To me, it's telling about the scarcity of elite play at that spot. But at the same time, it's be careful what you wish for. I think a little bit, just because I think there's got to be concerns about, blowback from a community standpoint, number one. And then number two, what's the league going to say when some of these civil cases, move forward here? Is there going to be a stretch of games or a season? I know this is just speculation here, but is there going to be a stretch of time that Deshaun Watson's just not going to be available to you?
Mike, I think that's a great point. And even if you take the most cynical view, which is, look, football people don't care what a player does. They just care about, and even if an organization doesn't care, well, at some point with what Deshaun Watson is involved with now, at some point that could affect your bottom line. You could have a lot of your fan base saying, hey, hold on here. So I agree with you. I think that's a great point. But I wanted to ask you about Matt Ryan and how this might shake out for him. I believe he has, until Tuesday? He can consider things before accepting, was it an extension from the Falcons? So what do you think of the Matt Ryan situation? Where potentially could he end up if Deshaun Watson ends up with the Falcons?
Yeah, it's actually a really good call because that roster bonus got pushed back, and that's something that Matt Ryan had agreed to, that $7.5 million bonus. It was actually due. Today's Friday, right, guys? Yeah, today's Friday. So it was due today, and it actually got pushed back. I'm like, I know I came on, and I was like, we got all this NFL news, but we got all this basketball. I don't even know the day of the week anymore. I just kind of have to look at my phone and say, oh, yeah, it's Friday. But $7.5 million was due today. That gets pushed, and Ryan, that was his call to give the Falcons, just a little bit of breathing room here, or I shouldn't say the Falcons, give Deshaun Watson some breathing room to try to make that decision, which leads me to think that if that happens, you're going to see Matt Ryan on the move. And, what's the level of play that he has? What are the weapons that are there? A season ago, I think there was, look, I think at times you said to yourself, like, boy, like they're still playing hard. And you kind of felt bad for Matt Ryan at different points of the season. Where does he go? I think it's a great call. I think there's, the Baker Mayfield situation, I think, is sort of intriguing here. Just I don't think the Browns ship him out of town, but I think when you throw his name into the mix, clearly younger than Matt Ryan, that might be more attractive for a team. Oddly enough, and you guys, and I think part of the reason why you brought that up, I know I'm not alone seeing a couple of those reports about, the Niners potentially having interest. I just don't see that in my mind. I think when you have decided to pivot, and the pivot happened when they traded up to the third overall pick to go and get Trey Lance. Like, this is his team now, so I don't think it's a team like San Francisco, and I don't know if a team like Seattle at this point even makes sense. Like, I think they clearly now have gone into a different phase where they're trying to, I shouldn't say rebuild fully, but kind of reload on the fly. And maybe Matt Ryan is the solution to that if you're able to get him on a shorter, sort of deal where it bridges you to that next quarterback. But, I guess Seattle is a little bit of a dark horse in my mind if Matt Ryan is moved.
Mike Yam, NFL Network, with us on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Dibs today. Yammer, you mentioned Baker Mayfield, and you sort of indicated maybe you still think he's in Cleveland, but let's lump Baker and Jimmy Garoppolo together and give us what you think in terms of how this plays out and where they end up.
Yeah, I think the one thing on the Matt Ryan front that does make things interesting from a Jimmy G standpoint is I kind of felt like Indianapolis was going to be the destination for Jimmy. And maybe that's still the case. I don't know. I just find it hard to believe the Colts go and trade a guy like Carson Wentz without having a plan. That to me is weird. Now, say what you want about Carson Wentz. I do think he is an above-average quarterback in the NFL, but I don't think you say goodbye to him and go, oh, who's our option in week 1? So something's brewing there. Jimmy made sense to me from that perspective, but now the Matt Ryan thing, maybe you insert him into that conversation. So I think there's some potential movement on that side. And then the other thing is I just don't know how Cleveland basically is come out and said, like, we're not going to trade it. We're not going to honor this. There's some damage control that needs to get done. But I'd also say this. Matt Ryan's a guy that's clearly so secure that he said, I'll delay a $7.5 million roster bonus so that you can figure out or give DeShaun Watson time to figure out if he's going to come to Atlanta. Okay, and then there's probably a wink-wink, like you're going to trade me on the back end, and I'm okay with that. Baker Mayfield, you got to say to yourself from an organizational standpoint, how do we make ourselves better? And I get it. Quarterback, pivotal role. I do think there's some sensitivity where Baker probably has to say to himself, look, like every organization, it's almost I shouldn't say almost, it is their responsibility to try to get better. And if they felt like from an evaluation standpoint, we got a quarterback that's out on the market that can make us a better football team, we need to explore that conversation. It's business. And that's why I think the damage control needs to be in place, but they're not going to find another better option right now because clearly Deshaun Watson's not there for him. I still think Baker Mayfield stays in Cleveland.
Man, it's good to hear your voice. Thank you, sir.
You, man.
Yeah,
absolutely. Good to be with you guys. Talk a little NFL, but seriously, an awesome time in the month of March with you too. So thanks again.
Absolutely, we'll do it again. There it is. Mike Am, NFL Network, joining us here on Willard and Dibs with the latest on the quarterback carousel, Davante Adams to the Raiders, and more. And while he was sitting there having that wonderful visit with us, there is some breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
USF's run comes to an unfortunate end, and now Todd Golden's run as the head coach at USF comes to an end as well. Boy, that happened fast. Mm-hmm. Todd Golden has been hired as the next men's basketball coach on a 6-year deal at the University of Florida.
Good for him.
Right?
Yeah.
Bad for USF.
Right.
But that's
the way the game's played.
This was telegraphed, and you cannot hold this against someone like Todd Golden at all. Like when this happens, you got to strike. You got to strike. I mean, I'm let's bring up another example of a coach at a smaller Bay Area kind of a program that I thought might be on the way out of town, and Brent Brennan at San Jose State with the season that their football team had a year or two ago. Who knows what actually took place there in terms of offers, but when you have a year like this at a school like that, they're going to come knocking, and that's your chance. You got to go. So, and it was interesting the way this came together. Like they lose last night, and Pete Thamel was the first one to tweet this out, no joke, about 6 minutes ago, and said, breaking, Florida is targeting Todd Golden, and this is expected to move quickly. It took 4 minutes.
Yeah.
4 minutes. So in other words, I do believe this negotiation might have taken place somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I guess that's possible.
But works out well for Florida in that not only do they go ahead, they get the at-large. They had a decent run. They lost to Gonzaga in the conference tournament, but did not get blown out. They get the at-large, and then they show up in the tournament, and they play well, even though they lost, which allows Florida to move quickly, but good showing. Even as far as one-and-dones are concerned in the tournament, you can't do it any better than USF did it.
Right, and it's not just about this year, even though he took them to the tournament for the first time since 98. 3 seasons at USF, Golden's record 57-36. In 2020, November 2020, they beat number 4 Virginia. Florida officials really impressed with his fluency in analytics.
Yeah. Well,
analytics guru.
That's the deal. That's the deal now. And it's so hard for fans. We talk about this on a number of levels. Like, we're watching the San Francisco Giants and the San Francisco 49ers go through their off seasons right now, and we have question marks and head scratching. Grant Brisbee just tweeted something out that I totally agree with. He's like, I'm a big fan of what the Giants did as far as their starting pitching, their whole pitching staff. But I don't see how that lineup is not a problem. And I agree with him right now. It feels like one more bat is needed, and who knows, maybe Farhan's just not telling us the whole story. Maybe that's even likely, but it doesn't feel like a completed product right now. You remove Buster Posey and Chris Bryant, and you simply sub in Jock Peterson, who's probably a right-handed pitcher player only. It doesn't feel like a completed product. But what we know, Whitey, is that behind the scenes, these guys they're playing a completely different game. We are watching checkers and they're playing chess. And so
playing 3D chess.
I don't know what those numbers are all saying. But it factors in also even with the hires, the coaching, the staff that Gabe Kapler brought, for example. Same thing here with Golden.
Because they work, because all that stuff works. Obviously, it doesn't work every time, and someone has to be smart enough to figure out how to apply it, as Farhan does, as Coach Golden has. But the reason analytics are so prevalent is because they work. Look at the success they've had there. By the way, Jorge Soler, would he make you feel better? I don't think the Giants are going to get him, but you just look at who's out there. Padres are talking with Jorge Soler. Is that the type of bat that would make you feel better about your lineup?
I mean, maybe. I don't think – are there any names left – that would, quote unquote, as you say, make you feel better? I mean, Nick Castellanos is out there. The Giants aren't going to do that. They're just not going to do that. I don't even know that it makes a whole lot of sense. He's a heck of a bat. I would love a right-handed power bat too. He's a very, very poor defensive player. I know you've got the DH, so that would factor into it as well. The one thing the Giants will say consistently, they will say this over and over and over again till they are blue in the face. They will say, our hitters are better than you think they are. And that will frustrate you as a fan until you then get to the season, and actually they do. They have the data on their side. We sat here at this time last year and went, what is your lineup? Oh, I'm sorry, it's the lineup that's going to lead the majors in home runs. That's what, I'm sorry, It's the lineup that's going to get you 107 wins. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. It's working.
I would suggest, Mark, and it's a good problem to have if this is in fact the case, but in some ways they're paying for the fact that they were so far ahead of schedule last year. They had so much success last year. We think, you're going to get better every year. Obviously, you're not going to win more than 107 games, but but last year was just so miraculous. Maybe big picture, everything else going on, it's tough to build on that. Maybe you do take a step back this year. Maybe that's more natural, and that's obviously very disappointing after you came within a whisker of, knocking the Dodgers out. But maybe that's the reality of this situation right now.
A couple texters have brought up some names that are still out there with right-handed pop. 415, I see you. Tommy Pham would be nice. 707 throws out Trevor Story. I don't know if Trevor Story... Boy, I get terrified of people who put up numbers in Colorado and have never put them up anywhere else. And by the way, last year, he didn't even put up numbers in Colorado.
Right.
His splits for his career, if you looked at Trevor Story on the road for his whole career, oh my gosh, you wouldn't pay him $5 an hour.
Right.
So that one terrifies me. Tommy Pham feels more like something the Giants would do, where you're just like, they got Freddie Freeman and you got Tommy Pham.
Yeah, he was kind of underwhelming in San Diego last year.
You follow the Padres, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. He had some moments against the Giants, but again, the Giants don't ask you to come in and get 600 at-bats. They ask you to come in and get 320 at-bats.
300 at-bats that are favorable matchups for you as often as possible.
Right, and so that's the
Based
game.
not only on righty-lefty, but I mean the pitch types and all that stuff too, Mark. Excuse me, but it's the more you know about it, it's like, wait, what? I mean, lineups based on spin rates of the opposing pitcher, all that stuff.
Here's another one, though. 707 says, it worked once. It's a stretch to say it's working. No, it's not. Because it did work more than once. Even though it was only a tiny little step in the pandemic year, they were absolutely better than you thought they were going to be. They absolutely overwhelmed their Vegas over-under number. And no, I'm not going to let everybody who tries to do this just toss it under the rug that Farhan has won every single place he's ever been. And yes, he does get a lot of credit for the A's. And yes, he does get a lot of credit for the Dodgers, because even though he wasn't the number one man in charge, it was his philosophies that were overtaking those executive offices. Ask baseball people. Brian Cashman, who's been running the Yankees forever, I mean, his advice, he said this, and it was before he's with the Giants. There was an interview that he did, and he said, what would you tell somebody who was working with Farhan Zaidi? He said, I'd tell them to listen to him and then stop. Listen to him. And that's it. And so you can use every word that you all like to use as Twitter and text, and I see it every day, and I know where I used to work, and I know all of that and this and that. Oh, you're a homer and you carry the bat. No, I'm simply doing my own analytics. Do you know who has great analytics? Farhan. And I don't mean the analytics he's reading about players. I'm reading his own. His analytics are amazeballs.
Are these Willard Lytics then?
They are. I mean,
yeah.
Boy, let's come on. It's a 3. We can work on it. You got to see this. You got to see this. So that's where the faith comes from. Listen, it doesn't mean it's infallible. Farhan, to me, sounded a little disappointed in their own offseason yesterday. So I'm with you. I really wanted Seiya Suzuki on this team. So
Watashi Mo.
I'm with you, but man, they create depth that allows them to miss here, miss there, have an injury over there, and then still go win 107 games. So, I still think they're going to be good. Good enough? I don't know, but I still think they're going to be good.
2 things. One, I don't want to give the 2020 Giants too much credit for what they did in that pandemic year, because if I do that, I have to give the Dodgers credit for winning that cockamamie, and I don't want to do that. Secondly,
shut up.
As brilliant, are you a Dodger fan too? I know you're a Laker fan. As brilliant as Farhan,
I'm a Dodger fan.
As proven that he is, he's limited, and you made this point already today brilliantly. He's limited by what's available to him. So it's not that they can figure out and magically take somebody who's no good and then, he turned him into a good player. No, it's a matter of finding who's available, all based on what's available. Can we maximize this player's ability? And it just depends on who's available. Right now, it looks like, as you said, based on what Farhan said yesterday, maybe he's feeling like, all right now we're kind of limited as far as what's available to us, and we're a little disappointed in that.
Well, I tell you what, you have to also remember in free agency, it takes 2 to tango.
Exactly.
And so we talked about this earlier. The hitters through the years have not chosen to come to San Francisco. Heavy air, seagulls. Right? I mean, it's been a great pitcher's park, and then suddenly it was a hitter's park, at least to a degree, last year. Lineups that are turning over and are different every day, and you're in, you're out, and you're right-handed and you're left-handed and all of that. Maybe that doesn't speak to people, but they've got to choose you too. So I'd love to get some bigger names. And this is a fair question about you're an entertainment entity. Let me ask you this way. Did you find the Giants last year to be entertaining?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's what we fall into in the offseason. We want entertainment, and off-season entertainment means big names. And we like to watch big names, so it's entertaining during the season as well. But like the Phillies get all the guys because they're the hitter's park. You get Bryce Harper and JT Real Muto, and they get Schwarber, and they might get Castellanos. And then they win 83 games. Is that entertaining? I'm not here to tell you which is. You're entertained by what entertains you. But that's the game they play. Fair question. Maybe it's not entertaining enough if you don't have names out there. But the game they're playing is beating a lot of the teams that are playing supposed entertainment.
There's a lot to be said for roster construction.
Sure.
Look at the Angels. They got Ohtani. They got Trout. They stink. Padres last year, they stunk. And you looked at some of the lineups they put on the field late in the year. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. But here's the problem. I think Grant Brisbee, wrote this. If the season opened today, which let me check, it doesn't. If the season opened today, the Giants would open with a payroll of roughly $145 million, their lowest since 2013.
Okay, so more on that. Let's get your phone calls. We'll get into the Warriors and the Steph Curry concerns. And Kevin Franzen joins us in a half hour. Whitey is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thunderstruck. Adjective.
shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun.
I was out of the room. I apologize. I didn't know that was your developing breaking news, so I stepped on it earlier. I didn't realize
you're wonderful. You don't need to apologize.
No, we were
for
just talking about
ever.
Trevor's story, and I didn't know this was actually potentially a thing.
Yeah. John Heyman just tweeted this out 8 minutes ago. And so there's two things. Like, Farhan is usually, the Giants as an organization the last few years are usually pretty honest in this way. Like, they're not going to tell you who they're going after, but they usually do tell you. They'll signal we're done or we're not done. Like, they'll tell you that. And so yesterday, he sort of signaled, we think we're kind of done, which made me think, oh, man, are they done? Really? I mean, I sent out a tweet during the break before the Trevor Story thing hit, and I go, gosh, it feels like they need one more. It feels like they need another bat. All right, so let's look at Trevor Story for a sec. First up, White, what do you think? What do you think? Trevor Story.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
I don't like it.
He's only played shortstop, and if you're a shortstop, you can play other positions if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked earlier about the splits, career on the road. They're not impressive. Home and away, just for his career. Home, Colorado, 303 batting average. Let's see, 603 slugging, 369 on base. Away, 241 batting average, slugging 442.
I mean,
310 on base percentage.
You know what they care about, though? Like, you're giving back. Actually, okay, what are we looking at here?
On base percentage, they certainly care about.
His OPS at home is 972 for his career. It's only 752 on the road.
Right.
But 752 is not necessarily for a career. It's not terrible. You'd love 800, but 752 is it's not terrible. 95 homers at home, 63 on the road. As you said, 303, 241. How about Trevor Story at Oracle? Just at Oracle Park. Career 250 hitter. OPS 658.
Ugh.
Now, I have an answer to that, though. 658, okay? He has hit 3 career home runs at Oracle Park, playing within the division.
Just don't, before you get any further, don't pull something trying to, stretch your way into thinking this is, something that you like.
No. Well, you know me. The whole, I'm not going to react to the signing. I'm going to react this summer because I've watched too many times. The Giants traded Sean. Was his name Alexander? Sean
Anderson?
Sean Anderson.
For Lamont Wade Jr.
For Lamont Wade Jr. And we shrugged and went and had lunch. And then he won the Willie Mack Award. So I'm not going to I am going to react to every move with, okay. I'm either going to love it or I'm intrigued by it because I've read the story about the Giants acquiring Kevin Gausman. Kevin Gausman was a pitcher that you never heard of Kevin Gausman. Like, maybe if you're a fantasy nerd, you're like, yeah, I know. But Kevin Gausman did not resonate. And then they signed him, and we watched what we watched for a couple of years, and then we got the story of what they did when they signed him. And if you don't know that story, the behind the scenes, imagine free agency. In sports now, we look at free agency kind of like what the Saints and the Falcons are doing with DeShaun Watson right now. Big, huge presentation. Please pick us. Please pick us. We love you. You're amazing. Here's a video superimposed, you in our uniform. This is how we do it. The Giants don't do it always that way. They went to Kevin Gausman and they went, what are your 4 pitches? And he goes, oh, okay, these are my 4 pitches. How often do you throw them? Well, I throw them kind of all 25% of the time. And then they go, why? And they're like, well, I don't know, because those are my 4 pitches. Well, see, these 2 pitches, we've done a ton of homework on you. See, these 2 pitches right here, this is the result you're getting with these 2 pitches.
Right.
This is the result you're getting with these 2 pitches.
Fastball in the split.
We'd like you to sign right here on this dotted line, and we're going to show you how to become a $100 million player. And he signed, and he did. So they see things, not dead people, but they see things. They're smart. And so every move, if they make it, I don't know if they'll make this move, but every move I go, I wonder what it is behind the scenes that they see.
I can tell you.
What is it?
Just reading here, his top-line results at the plate were his worst in years. Underlying measures last year, Trevor Story, exit velocity, launch angle, all aligned with his 2019-20 campaigns just fine. So he hit the ball hard. The results weren't there, but he hit the ball hard. The area where decline was most evident was in the field. He made nearly as many throwing errors last season as he did the previous 2 years combined, which tells me the Giants are looking at Trevor Story as a
DH.
Second baseman.
Or DH. Or backup insurance for Evan Longoria if he can play third. And we also know analytics will tell you that teams are going to look at defense less. Right? This is a team that's willing to put Darren Ruff in left field.
Yes.
They're not worried about defense.
Right.
That much.
That's a money ball.
They don't want it to be terrible, but they want it to be passable. They're letting Wilmer Flores go on the field.
Mm-hmm.
If you let Wilmer Flores go out there on the field, you're telling me, just catch most of them. Just catch most of them.
Knock it down.
You know
Deflect
what I
it
mean?
to some.
Yeah.
Deflect it to Brandon Crawford.
Knock it down. Throw it in the general direction.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do. Right? And actually, when Wilmer was pressed into duty over at third base, he played pretty well. So
He actually did. He made some nice plays.
I don't know if they're going to make this move, but if they do, and I love what you just said, their analytics are telling you that A, last year's numbers were some bad luck, and B, if you look at it from, we now have a DH, we've got an aging left side of the infield, and Brandon Crawford does need to be spelled against really tough left-handed pitching. Evan Longoria might need a backup. We do need someone who can play second base who is right-handed. We would like right-handed pop in the lineup. That all makes sense. And let me add one more thing to his numbers last year. Do you know what Trevor Story was last year?
What?
Unhappy. The whole year. The whole year. I know this. Arenado left. There were public statements. He knew he was on the way out the door. Remember how furious he was when he didn't get traded at the deadline?
Yeah.
He was unhappy. And so, I mean, come on. When you're unhappy at work, how's your production go?
I wouldn't know, but I hear it would go down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You do look, you're a smiley guy. You're a smiley guy. So am I. So used to working with Dibs.
That's right. That's right.
This is different. This is different. So I don't know. But
Why'd he go to hell, man?
Yeah, if you had asked me, what do you think of this move? I would have said no. I don't like it. But if the Giants make it, I'll go, well, I wonder what they see. And they've earned that.
It does smack a little bit maybe of desperation, like the Dodgers have done all these things. We're running out of things to do. Let's revisit this. You know, if you squint and if we talk to Mark Willard and he massages some numbers here, you could see how this guy could help us. Maybe I'm wrong there. I don't think Farhan is the type who would, veer out of his lane to do something desperate. He doesn't seem like he approaches it that way. But it does feel a little bit like, they probably wouldn't have done this, but they wouldn't have gotten Jock Peterson. But this is where they are now. I hope that's not the case, but that's what it smells like.
Yeah, I don't know. And Andrew Baggerly just tweeted out something interesting. He said, if Trevor Story is willing to Chris Taylor his way through 2022, he really does fit the Giants roster well. And so I get it. I mean, maybe Trevor can go play left field for a couple of games. I don't know.
Before the deadline, there was talk of him playing center field last year.
Okay, so listen, this is what they value. If Trevor Story can be like, I got a couple outfield games in me. Yep, I can do shortstop when we got a tough lefty on the other side. Yes, I can be your right-handed second baseman. Yes, when Evan Longoria gets hurt or needs a day off, I can do it. If he can do that, then, and he's prioritizing winning, he knows the pitchers in the NL West better than anybody in the whole world. I get it. I'm not saying it'll work, but I get it. Put it this way. What if I asked it to you this way? Trevor Story or no more signings?
Trevor Story.
Okay.
I think Trevor Story.
There you go. I finally got you over here.
Yeah.
All right, more on that with Kevin Franzen, who's going to join us in 15 minutes. How's your bracket now? Because Ohio State has opened up a 13-point lead on Sister Jean. I think I looked over at the screen about 6 minutes ago before the Trevor Story thing broke, and Loyola Chicago had 23 points on the board. And now I look over, and they've got 23 points on the board.
What?
They're not looking good, Whitey. It's not looking
Sister Jean,
good.
pray harder or differently or something.
This is one of those things. This happens where, Sister Jean, it became a famous story. And so now Loyola Chicago comes in this year, and we all expected them to win.
Yeah.
Why are we expecting Loyola? They're still Loyola of Chicago. They're not Duke. They're Loyola of Chicago. So Ohio State right now is up by 14, and they're handing it to them.
They're supposed to make more threes than they're making today. There's a 3-point. Good. Here we come.
Okay.
Come back underway.
You needed to pray harder.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And Auburn is up double digits at halftime, which, by the way, is a Final Four team for me. Auburn, what do I have? Auburn, Tennessee, UCLA, and Gonzaga. So even the first round, the funny thing is now, even in the first round, it feels like most games, your heart skips a beat. Like even the really good teams struggle for at least a half.
Yeah.
Nobody, like Kansas, I think, is the only team yesterday that came out and went, "Oh, you're adorable, squash." Nobody's doing that anymore. In UCLA, Gonzaga went all the way to 8 minutes to go. UCLA went down to the final minute.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe last night that, and I'm already blanking on who UCLA was playing. Who was that team?
Akron. Akron Zips.
I couldn't believe when they got the ball down 2 with a couple seconds to go. Shoot a 3, dude. You're Akron. Like they went to the hole and it got blocked. I'm like, pull up from 3 and have 2 seconds left of me. We might win.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't go in. I couldn't believe that went all the way down to the end. I think UCLA's got some chances in this tournament, but they did not look very good last night.
I also have them in the Final Four. Yeah. Gonzaga as well.
Okay, and updating our March Madness discussion, Tim Brando will be joining us at 11:30 this morning. So Kevin Franzen at 11, Tim Brando at 11:30. We have not mentioned the Warriors yet today. And I haven't gotten a chance to check in with you on this. Part of it is, we got through all the Steph Curry injury stuff yesterday. They don't play until Sunday. But I just think that this is going to end up being a very, very interesting 2 to 3 weeks for Jordan Poole.
That's for sure.
We talk over the last few weeks about, that word of an extension came out. Jordan's hitting threes and yelling money time right at the key moment. All of that stuff matters. Well, Jordan, you know what? If you needed anything to sort of push this story one way or the other, this is it. I mean, Draymond's back. When Wiggins gets back and Clay is back, like this still should be a basketball team. Like they should have plenty of offense. If it has any consistency, this is Jordan's chance to do it, I think.
Yeah, Wiggins to me is a bigger question. You're right, Jordan Poole, we need to see if he can do it. But he has been proving over the last, 8 games now? It's like, yeah, he can do it. Will he keep doing it? I don't know, but he can do it. Wiggins, for whatever reason, he's lost confidence in his shot. He's struggling to find his role in the offense since Clay came back. But they really need, if they just, want to hold down the fort till Steph's back, I think they need Wiggins to at least approach the level of play that he displayed in the first half of the season when he was a quote unquote all-star.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah, that's going to be the thing. I mean, it's funny. We're like, okay, Clay's been inconsistent, Wiggins has been inconsistent, Poole until a couple weeks ago has been inconsistent. I really, boy, I hesitate to say this because I know where it's going to take people's minds. You know who else has been inconsistent on offense this year?
Who's that?
Steph Curry.
Yeah, well.
They've all been inconsistent. Just nobody.
And they're running out of ways to beat teams right now, and so they have to make shots. When they're not making shots, it's really tough for them right now to beat teams.
Yeah. So, interesting games over the next week or so. San Antonio on Sunday. There's some winnable games. But I think our angst over what seed they get is now out the door. I don't care anymore. It'd be great if they could get the 2. I don't think they were going to get it anyway. 3, 4, whatever.
Yeah.
Be the 5 or 6 if Steph will play game 1 of the playoffs. Now is the way. I don't even care what seed you are. Just be healthy. When is the whole team going to play together?
Yeah, I've been saying all year we don't know what they have until you get Draymond and Clay and Steph together. And of course, that's the way the basketball gods. Oh, that's a what an amusing thought that is. So I don't know. I think there is a lot of angst over the seeding. I get your point, which is you can't worry about it right now. You'll take what you can get. But you look at the way other teams in the conference are playing and potential first round matchups. And if you want to win a championship, teams that win championships don't typically struggle a lot through the early rounds, And the way it's shaping up right now, if you continue to sink for understandable reasons in the standings, the first few series are going to be real challenging.
I love your array of fake laughs today. Did you come in with this on purpose? It's been elite.
It's just kind of naturally evolving.
It's just right.
Just being with you. Yeah.
Do you have one for Kyle Madsen, our producer? Where I tell you what, we've got all kinds of updates as he's heading into his wedding weekend. We want to wish him absolutely the best, but I'm becoming terrified, to be honest with you, about the entire scene. Is it still supposed to rain tomorrow? Do we have the weather update? What's going on?
I thought it was supposed to rain Sunday.
I saw tomorrow on all of my apps.
Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, no. This is 0% chance of rain on Sunday.
Okay.
There's an 80% chance of rain tomorrow. Good news is it's down from 90. But an 80% chance of rain coming in tomorrow on his wedding day.
Outdoor wedding?
Alanis Morissette will be singing the first song. Yes, it is a very outdoor wedding. I will not tell you where because, party crashers. Vince Vaughn will show up.
Is it true that Guru's the only one from the station invited?
I heard no one from the station was invited. Did Guru somehow get by the goalie?
That's what Kyle told me, but I don't know.
Oh, if he did that, he did it on the down low.
I'm offended if that's the reason.
Nice. Spadone's like, excuse me? By the way, interesting move by Kyle. I think for different reasons than he's telling us. But his whole thing was, if I invite one of you, I got to invite all of you.
Yeah.
That costs us a crap ton of money. We don't need that.
Right.
But let's also be honest. Who, would be the biggest idiots at the wedding? Like, who would trip over the flowers and knock everything up? Who would do that, right?
Yeah.
The answer's Dibs. So anyway, there's that. But secondly, you invite a whole radio station to a wedding? Yo, how's your Monday going?
Yeah.
Like, you'd get crushed. The whole state, all we would be doing is stories on Monday.
Yep.
That's it. And that's hard. Like, that's your life on the radio. It's not for everybody, Whitey. It's not for everybody.
Well, why are you so concerned? I know he's had a run of, I don't even want to call it bad luck here, but
I do. The whole week since he left the show has been an abject disaster. It's been a complete mess. He went to Alcatraz, which is already like when your people are coming in from out of town. That's an interesting. You know where we should go is jail. So they go to. I mean, it is. It's a great tour. It's very interesting.
Sure.
But he takes everybody to jail.
The Rock.
And then, welcome to the Rock. Yeah, that's very good. Very good. So then his first ever trip to Chase Center on Wednesday night.
Right.
He's never been in the building. Warriors lose by 22. Steph Curry out
injured
indefinitely.
Mm-hmm. And as you pointed out yesterday, right, they actually did give, they expressed well wishes for Kyle on the scoreboard, on the video screen. They
Right.
had that message up there.
On the scoreboard.
Basically, which is, it's his fault. Yeah.
And then he's lost all of his picks on Pick Your Battles. Remember, his pick yesterday was Orlando -2.5 against the Detroit Pistons.
He's got a lot on his mind
Whitey,
right now.
did you even know there was an NBA game on yesterday?
Yes, because I heard you and Kolsky talking about it.
And an 80% chance of rain.
Sadiq Bey with 51 last night.
Who?
Wow.
I mean...
Anyway.
You know why Loyola Chicago's losing? Sister Jean is praying for Kyle. She's not praying for Loyola of Chicago, which leads us to this tournament update.
It certainly does. It's time for a tournament update brought to you by Xfinity Internet Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig and the best coverage to power all of your devices. All right, Auburn pulling away from Jacksonville State. They're up 46-29. 18 left to go in the second half there. Ohio State up 37-28 over Loyola. About 10 minutes to go left in the second half there. And Texas Tech up early 15-4 over Montana State. And that's your updated look at the tournament scoreboard.
Good to see Auburn doing the darn thing. I like when you pick a Final Four team, you want them to squash somebody in round one just to look like they're in a healthy state. I do. I have Auburn in the Final Four. They're up 17 right now, early second quarter. Loyola of Chicago is not only down, they are down 11 and hucking air balls up at the hoop.
Yeah,
so that's
at this
fun.
point, you just got to run down and chuck up threes, right?
888-957-9570 is the number. Room for your phone calls around the bend. And Kevin Franzen will join us next. Trevor Story Rumors and more. It's all sponsored by Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, you get fast and reliable speeds that meet your needs and budget, even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. And save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today. Whitey's in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Notre Dame needed double overtime to win the play-in game, and now they face 6th seed Alabama this afternoon. Alabama may be the favorite, but there's a strong reason to fade them. They're the worst team at covering the number in the tournament, and it's not even close, covering just 34% of the time. And maybe you get daring and parlay the fade with the total. Alabama is the best over team in the tournament, hitting it at a 68% clip.
You're the one everyone looks to for answers. Come rain or shine, the job must get done, and you're the one who makes it happen. We get you, Jackie in Fresno, putting your employee safety first. And Manny in Chattanooga, whose local Granger team knows him by name. We're here for you and all the ones who get it done, with 24/7 customer support and access to product specialists to help you find what you need. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with the Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live, working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
This March, it's tourney time on Odyssey. Bring on the brackets with local info for each team from the Locked On Podcast Network. Placing bets? Get the best tips from BetQL shows like BetMGM Tonight, The Daily Tip, and more. Then hear every game live on the Odyssey app. Plus, each Saturday, get ready for the weekend's biggest moments with You Better You Bet Countdown to Tip-Off. Everything you need for the college basketball tournament lives on Odyssey.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 11 Pro and get an easy start to your workday. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun. Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expenses additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
Your roof. It takes a beating from our heavy rain and sunshine. Replacing a roof is a major undertaking, but Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help make it easier for you. Golden State carries a great selection of roofing tile, like steel and composite material that looks like wood, slate, and terracotta. They also carry underlayment, sealants, and other components. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 25th through March 27th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Welcome back! Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show! Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one last burst is being attempted by Loyola Chicago. They're down by 10, 6.5 to go. They're going to need to do it and do it now. Auburn ahead of Jacksonville State, 55-31, 14 to go. They're on their way. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Whitey is in for Dibs. And Kevin Franzen is in his car. Hi, Kevin. What you doing, bud?
Well, I'm in a U-Haul, so yeah, it might be a little echoey, which is fine. If I go out, I'm right next to the NSA, so I don't know if everything shuts off around there. So yeah, just hanging out. Man, what a day to be Todd Golden, huh?
Not bad, huh? Not bad. I mean, you got to strike while the iron's hot, don't you?
Right? Did he sign his first name and then finish off later after they lost? I'm just wondering how that all works out. So
it was classic. It was kind of like NBA free agency, right? When the strike of midnight, someone's got a $150 million deal at 12:01. It's like you were talking about this a couple weeks ago, weren't you?
Yeah, no tampering going on. But yeah, it's been a very interesting drive so far. So yeah, I'm glad to be on with you.
Well, appreciate it. So the latest thing that came from John Heyman just a short time ago, Trevor Story getting close to making a choice, and somewhat surprisingly, he put the Giants on the list. Red Sox, mystery teams as well. Farhan said yesterday we might be done. What's your read on the whole thing?
When someone says they might be done, they're in. You know what I mean? I just feel like there's a lot they still need to do. When you look at the starting staff, I mean, there might not be the top-end guys where you're like, oh, I'm going to get easy 200 innings out of this guy. They have so much depth there that you got to find a way to get that offense going, and the Jock Peterson thing was a good thing. But when you want a good athlete, if not great player, Trevor Story is one of those guys that, at the beginning of the offseason, I would honestly rank this as far as for me, it would have gone Seager, Simeon, and him. Because there's something about him and the baseball player that he is. Baseball player. does a lot of good things, great athlete, got a lot of pop. That would be a huge move that I like them to make. That would mean that he would play up the middle, probably at second base, which is totally fine because you're not going to dethrone Decraw at all in the situation. But it doesn't surprise me because, to me, they have so much room. And I don't see – look, Farhan can make all the deals and discounts and everything, and you're going to strike. He's going to strike, and he's going to hit on a lot of those guys. But sometimes you need to add a little bit of, a little pizzazz in there, right? A little something on that. And so a contract for Trevor Story, I mean, come on, that'd be easy for me.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you something that I asked one of your mentors once, FP Santangelo, when he was still playing. If Trevor Story goes to the Giants, there are indications he's going to play multiple positions, which you did and which FP did. I remember asking FP about this years ago, the hardest thing about playing multiple positions, and he told me people don't realize it, but the throws, you have to make different throws. Would you agree with that? How tricky is that? Because we sit there watching baseball as a throw's a throw. How tricky is it to learn to make and adjust to making different throws, playing different positions at that level?
If you're a shortstop, any throw goes. Like any angle, you're going to be just fine. That's the easiest move of them all, right? And staying up the middle. Last year Trevor Story might have been dealing with some shoulder stuff too. He did not have the same arm. There's a lot more throwing errors. There's a lot more ball sailing on him, kind of dropping his elbow a little bit based on something. No one knows. He didn't complain, didn't miss really any time with it. So as a utility guy that's not elite, like when it comes to a Trevor Story, like Trevor Story's elite. He's an elite shortstop. He can make any throw from anywhere. The thing that's going to be different for him is the timing. Now, again, I'm not talking about plays at second base anymore. If he were to be a Giant, right, there's no, taking out the second base. You don't have to worry about, being blind to the guy running down, trying to take you out, from coming from first. So now, there's really not a big adjustment for him. As a utility guy, all the arm angles, when there's no set primary position that you can really come from, like for me, it was a second baseman, so trying to make all those different throws from different spots, yeah, it sucks. But for a shortstop with the elite arm that he has normally, in Trevor Story, he'll be just fine.
Kevin Franzen with us, Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Whitey is in for Dibs. Kev, I wonder this. I don't know if Trevor Story, if they're actually chasing him, I don't know who he'll choose. But so far, yet another offseason where the pitchers said yes and the hitters said no thanks. They hit a ton of home runs at Oracle Park last year. We thought maybe that would debunk the whole pitchers park thing. What's your read on that for this organization?
I just honestly, I think it's like contracts as far as number of years. If Farhan's very set, especially like the pitcher way, like the Kevin Gausman deal, you thank him for coming here and doing what he did, but I totally understand not going after him. For hitters, you might have to give an extra year. And so I'm very surprised by it because 2 years in a row. I mean, we can't say the 30 games that were played in 2020 at home. We know it flew then too. So for me, I think it's fit for some guys. I think it's years. People are always going to talk about the dollars. It's always about the years. The more years you get, the better it is for you as a player. And that's what guys chase. So I think it's more, willing to go for the years on the guys. Because, I would have gone after Freddie Freeman if I were the Giants. I would have given him 6 years. I think it would have been an easy thing. Because you're losing out on one of your biggest and most important pieces of the clubhouse forever in Buxton, right? If not, maybe the history of the franchise. As far as leadership, Freddie's that guy. So, I mean, if you have that ability to go out and get a guy, you might have to give him an extra year. And I think that's why Trevor Story is in the mix. Because I think there's still that guy that can fit for them. And that, to me, being able to be athletic as he is, because that's the one thing I don't think enough people talk about. That dude can float. And so he can play a lot of different positions. For me, if you give him an extra year compared to everybody else, you're in. That's, I think, the biggest thing that's been going on is also, what is their need? Because you see how Gabe Kapler and Farhan and Scott have decided to do things. Additional flexibility, having the ability to option guys, maybe not as much anymore, but just all that stuff comes into play. And a guy like Story will give you that a little bit, but I think with the years, I think that's the most important thing when it comes to these contracts with some of these guys.
Kevin, to the point you made about Buster, how comfortable do you think Giants fans should be right now with the current catching situation?
I mean, you got to play it out. There's certain things that you just have to – you got to let him play, right? Whether it's Casale or whether it's Bart. I think, the one thing that Farhan has done, it seems like in years past too, and Scott is drafted some catchers. So they have depth or traded for catchers. So they have depth there. It's letting them play. No one's going to be busted. That's the thing that I think all have to understand and embrace. Like, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, well, we had Buster. It's like, great. Buster's gone. And there's a new opportunity for a guy to come in and have that chance. The only way you get that chance is to play every day, to adjust, and to do that thing. And I think with Casale there, the big thing for me with a guy like Joey Bart, in my opinion, is this time around, he has someone there that's older that can show him the way. And Kirk Casale he might not be, 10 years in the big leagues, but he understands how to do it. Joey didn't have that the first time around. It was a lot of young catchers that were doing their thing in 2020. So didn't really help him as much, I would say. This one will. And so I think the growth for Joey is just to be him. Don't try to be Buster. No one's going to be, because he's like the greatest human alive. It's a good effort, right? Have a good effort in trying to be the greatest human alive. But as far as the leadership, let it be genuine. And that is what I think is key for him.
Kev, it was a little bit of a surprise that it came up yesterday that after baseball said they were moving on from a runner at second base in extra innings, now maybe it's coming back for this season. What's your take on that?
Here's my take. We have baseball. So I can give an absolute S about what's going to happen with a runner at second base. Does it take away from the game? Honestly, some of these games move along, right? Because you don't see as many hero hacks as we're accustomed to in extra innings that we got accustomed to. And those games would last a little longer. Do I care? I don't care anymore. I don't, because I feel like you're just fighting yourself. You're fighting the game. Does it go against the national pastime? Oh, sure, for sure. Absolutely it does. But, at the end of the day, who are we fighting against? You know what I mean? Like, the league is going to do what they're going to do. I would much rather see a pitch clock in extra innings be go to 10 seconds. That'd be awesome. Just start chopping away. But I still think my idea needs to happen, and that's when you get to the 10th inning, if you're going to have the runner at second base, that runner is what it's always been, the guy that made the last out, or a pinch runner for that person. But you reset the lineup however you want it. And that's where you set it from the 10th inning on. I think it would make it fun. What if you have a 9-hole hitter that's 5 for 5, couple doubles? Would you lead him off? Would you do? You know what I mean? Would you put him in a situation? How would you change it? I think that would be fun. See how managers actually manage again. Because with the DH, there's gonna be a lot of no double switches, no real strategy going on. So let's make this truly fun. Make it interactive. Have the fans vote what the order should be. You know what I mean?
Why don't we put a runner at second and also just put Coyotes on the field and make the runner avoid the Coyotes to see if he get home, even if you get a hit? Why not that?
Put Tigers out there,
right?
On chains like in Gladiator, and it'd be. I think it'd be phenomenal.
Okay,
people would tune in.
I would.
Kevin, drive safe. Drive safe, buddy. What size U-Haul do you have? Do you have one of the real big ones? You get what's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a 10. 10. It's a 10.
You telling me the Washington Nationals didn't just send a limo and say, we'll take care of it, buddy? Is that what you're telling me?
No. They did just fine with everything. I'm just taking my time getting down there in a nice, very compact front end here of the U-Haul. That's what I will say. There's not a lot of room. And I'm not a huge person, but there's not a lot of room in this thing.
No, there's not a lot of options. Hey, my friend, great to talk to you. Drive safe. Good luck with everything. I know we'll be talking again soon.
See ya.
My man, all the best.
You too. There he goes. Kevin Franzen joining us here on 95.7 The Game. I joke about the Coyotes. I have an unpopular opinion about the runner at second base in extra innings. Are you prepared for this?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to deliver it. Here it is. I don't hate it. I know I'm supposed to hate it. I know I'm supposed to hate it, and I know if I don't hate it, it makes me a bad baseball person. It makes me a bad person. It makes me a bad fan. We've lost the pitcher hitting, and now we've lost the majesty of the 18-inning baseball game. If you forced me into a corner and said, do you want it or not, I'd say no. But that's because I could watch a Giants game all night long and often have. But there's a dynamic that comes into play that I like, which is just from an emotional standpoint as a fan, you feel like your team offensively's got a shot. The other team scores in the top half, you're like, we got a shot. We got a shot. We got to run on. I don't hate that as a fan.
First of all, that's not what makes you a bad person.
Okay,
that's a different conversation for another time.
Coming up at 11:30, what makes me a bad person?
I'm with you, kind of a baseball traditionalist. We have baseball in our family, and when I first read about that before the pandemic year, I was like, no, you can't, no! And then like you, I saw it, and I was like, I don't want to admit this even to myself, but I don't mind it. So it's interesting that if they're revisiting it, it must be on some small level addressing some of the concerns right now. So, yeah, I'm still not ready to admit it publicly, but I'm kind of with you. If you want to speed up the game, by the way, so we're talking to Kevin Franzen, I got it. Take the mound, move it a little bit over, just slide it over a little bit. You got to add another batter's box and home plate, and you have two batters batting simultaneously. And you just go in
two
order
batters outside,
yeah, and then so that speeds up the game. You want to speed up the game? That's how you do it.
It's just so funny. Are we trying to actually speed up the game, or are we trying to just speed up the process of the game? Because baseball games are too long, same length as all the other games. Football games.
But they're a lot longer than they used to be.
Basketball games.
A lot longer than they used to be. Nothing happens in the games.
That's the point. Like, just move with a little bit more pace. You know what I mean? Like, I went on a rant one night after a Giants game about this. Do you want to know what drives a fan crazy? Stop throwing the ball over to first base. What are you doing? What the hell's going to happen over there? You want to give that guy a look? Give him a look.
I don't want him to get a big lead here.
Don't give me 7 looks in a row.
There's 2 outs, Mark. He's going to have a running start here. I want to keep him close.
And here's the one that I hate even more. The pitcher's giving the look like, oh, you're going to go? And the runner's like, I'm going to go. And the pitcher goes like this and just steps off and looks at him. They don't even throw over. They're just like, let's just not play. How about if you and I stare at each other right now, and I go, I don't think you're going to go, and you go, I think I am going to go, and then we can fight about it and have a staring contest while people get hot dogs.
Well, why is that an issue now when it's been a part of baseball for hundreds of years?
I don't know, but I also know that sports always need to evolve. There's something about baseball when they make changes where people go, oh my gosh.
You're right.
This isn't baseball. The same way basketball's not basketball, football's not football. Hockey's not hockey. You can't hand check. You can't even breathe on the quarterback. Rules change. Baseball is doing the exact same thing, and it's fine. I just think we overstate the problems with it, and we don't know how to identify the solutions. When I sit down for a game, I got you 3 hours. I got 3 hours for you.
Yeah.
And
little lengthy, but I got you.
But the football game is 3.5.
But baseball's not supposed to be that long. But I got you. It is.
Whatever. Like, if you don't like, this is what's funny. It's usually people who don't like baseball that are like, you know what the problem with baseball is? Well, here's your problem. You don't like it.
Yeah.
So you're not.
That's your problem.
So you
with baseball, not mine.
Go do something else.
Yeah.
Because for the people who like it, it's not that far off. Could they gussy it up? Yeah. Could we say that about every sport? Yeah. Look at these college basketball games. Hey, somebody, score.
Mm-hmm.
You know what was so great about Murray State and USF? Some of the shots went in. It was crazy. You're watching some of these other games 17-16 at half. What are you guys doing? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
These are the best college players in America. They can't shoot.
What are you doing?
Thank you.
Watching the end of the USF game last night where they forced overtime, I just had this thought, and I haven't thought this in a long time, but it's right in line with what you're saying. He says, man, the three-point shot. Wow. Basketball's a lot more fun because of the three-point shot. Right? I mean, that was a significant change in the rules. That's why now having a runner on second base to start extra innings, before I was like, no, that's not baseball. But you're right. Baseball has to evolve. And if that makes the game, it picks up the pace a little bit, okay. Do we have to ban the shift? I've always been against that. Now I'm thinking, all right, I think we had Tim Kirkjian on when I was in for Damon, and he was like, it may be time to do it. He's right.
That's a 4.
You're going to have to, nothing major, but baseball's going to have to get over itself to the degree that they're able to make some of these adjustments for the good of the game.
Absolutely. Okay. More on College Hoop with Tim Brando coming up in a handful of minutes, just about 8 or so. Also, and we're sponsored by Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, you get fast and reliable speeds that meet your needs and budget, even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices, and save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today. If we believe in the people who supposedly know what they're talking about, DeShaun Watson is going to play for the Atlanta Falcons. It's not done. There is no report. But a lot of people I respect, people who are on the inside, John McClain, who comes on this show a lot, Houston Chronicle, has covered Deshaun Watson his entire career, just stated, in effect, I'd be shocked if he doesn't end up in Atlanta. Coaching staff knows him. He knows them. It feels like a home. It's a perfect fit.
Wants to go there.
We've felt that for a while. Josina Anderson, the city of Atlanta is prepared for Deshaun Watson. It feels like the drumbeat is headed toward Atlanta, and it makes sense because if you're Deshaun, your decision's made now, right? Like you've had all your meetings, you know where you're going. Okay, so ... what's the holdup? I would think Matt Ryan is why we don't know yet what's going on.
We had the Kyle Pitts tweet yesterday, and then he said, I wasn't talking about Deshaun, but then he deleted the tweet, so clearly that is what
there's
you were
There's another clue.
There was some talk this week linking Deshaun Watson to the 49ers. To me, that clearly was all coming from Deshaun Watson's camp. They wanted people to think there was a chance that, or maybe he wanted to go to the 49ers, but none of that came from the 49ers. It was all coming from Deshaun Watson's camp.
Yeah. So that I think prepare for that. And then the dominoes start to fall. Josina Anderson also throwing out there that the Seahawks very much do prefer a veteran option. I don't know how many options are out there, but they would like a veteran at quarterback, and they have been making calls both on Matt Ryan, if he's available, and Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield in the NFC West, and maybe that opens up the door for Jimmy to Cleveland. I know Mary Kay Cabot was on with the guys this morning, said, I don't get the sense that that's exactly what the Browns want, but I think a lot of teams right now are going to end up with stuff they don't want. That's what you got to take what's on the shelves.
Yeah.
And Jimmy is one of the guys on the shelves right now. And if you have no Baker, that's probably a pretty good option for Cleveland.
Yeah, because of the whole grown-up factor, right? They go from Baker. And by the way, that's going to be awkward because Baker lives at the stadium, right?
Yes, he does.
He
That's a
lives
good
there.
point. That's a point.
So that's going to be...
Who's going to clean up after the games?
Yeah, that's going to be very awkward, but Jimmy at least is an adult.
Very, very good. All right. Sister Jean's going to lose. That's it. It is 54-41 with 25 seconds left to go. And that's going to be it. It's going to be a one and done for Loyola Chicago. Auburn up 17, 8:52 to go. There are some who find that score very interesting, even though it looks like it's a blowout.
You are fascinated by everything Auburn does.
Tell you what. Yeah, no, there's a Vegas is looking at that number going, okay, we got action.
Mark, honestly,
action. Yeah?
Between you and I, is it time if you're Loyola Chicago's like, Sister Jean, you gotta go. You're done.
I mean,
you're out. First round exit.
They're like, you're bad luck.
Choke artist.
You're always just sitting here, and now look at what we've become.
Yeah.
One and done. Tim Brando joins us next. We'll get to your calls at 888-957-9570. Whitey's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877.
Poor Jimmy. Gets it from Kyle Shanahan. He gets it from his own Nona.
I mean, but if you can't make fun of yourself, then what are we doing? You know what that commercial is, by the way? You know what that is?
What's that?
That is self-deprecation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Yeah. By the way, Dibs and I are going to start a new little IG Live addition to the show next Wednesday. And, of course, because it's basically when the show ends at 12 or 12:10 or whatever we're doing on the crossover, we'll spill it out onto IG and give you a few things that, maybe don't make it to the air.
Bonus coverage.
You know, little stuff on the inside, some personal stuff, that kind of thing. So it was very obvious what the show name had to be as we continue the show on to IG Live on Wednesdays. It will be called a continuation sensation. And so that's going to happen starting next Wednesday live from Chase Center. We'll be doing our show Wednesday from Chase Center next week to prepare for Gonzaga's arrival next week. Yeah, as long as they don't mess it up. Don't mess it up, Gonzaga. Man, they had me legit. I'm like, okay, guys, enough messing around. 7 minutes to go and you're tied. I had a Zoom meeting yesterday, right at 3 o'clock. Okay, watching the game, and I'm like, Gonzaga, will you please pull? Hey, Gonzaga, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
They're tied. I gotta go in the other room and do the Zoom. 20 minutes. I come out, they're up by 18.
Who was it? George Washington there playing?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't
so
know.
who's your Final Four?
Georgia State.
Georgia State. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, get rid of these guys, these little mats.
Right.
Come on. You're Gonzaga. I know we've reached the age of parity in college basketball, but not for you guys in round one. Final Four is Gonzaga.
Check.
UCLA.
Check.
Tennessee. Auburn.
Okay.
That's my Final Four.
I have your first two, then I also have, I know no one cares, but Arizona, and then I talked my wife on her bracket. She wanted Kansas. I said, Iowa.
You went Iowa. Yeah. That didn't go well for you. You have a very West Coast heavy Final Four there.
I know.
And I know that's what this year's supposed to be, but you're very left-leaning.
Left-leaning.
Arizona, UCLA, and Gonzaga all in the Final Four.
Not as bad as having Kentucky beating Iowa in the championship. That's tough.
Please don't tell me that's what you had. Oh my gosh,
here.
that was your bracket?
It was me and Dickie V apparently too. I saw people making fun of him online. I didn't like that. You leave Dickie V alone.
Yeah, you don't make fun of Dickie V. We'll just make fun of you.
That's fine.
Did you have Kentucky and Iowa in the final?
Certainly did, Mark. I also have Gonzaga and Houston in my Final Fours. For what it's worth.
It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. That's
night.
Very funny.
What are you doing?
I don't know, Kay. I'm sorry.
It happens.
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Hey, that's the magic of the madness.
That is really funny.
Kentucky was a very trendy pick for what it's worth, though. A lot of people are taking them.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Calipari's a choke artist.
I don't agree.
1 minute, Mark. You got your bracket. You're the pigeon. You're flying across home plate. You're like, this is great. Next thing you know, here comes that Randy Johnson fastball. Poof.
Explodes.
Yeah.
You have to do the ceremonial thing, Spadone. Here, let me see if there's any of these pieces of paper I don't need. Yeah, I don't need this one. You got to go like this. Yeah, you got to tear it in half. Oh, we got Tim? We got Tim Brando? Oh, my gosh. I haven't talked to you in, 25 years, maybe more. How great to have Tim Brando, one of the great college sports voices around, hopping in on Willard and Dibs. Whitey is in for Dibs here, 95.7 The Game. Tim Brando, right in the middle of March Madness. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Mark? It has been a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You haven't ripped a bracket in half yet, have you? You didn't have Kentucky playing Iowa in the final.
I did have Iowa going through. I did have Kentucky going out in the next round. My bracket was toast 4 hours in yesterday when the iron was unkind to the Hawkeyes. So
yeah,
but look, I still have Arizona and the Zags. And let's see, who was my third? I believe it was Purdue. That's right.
Wow.
So they're all alive, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Tim, Kentucky outspent St. Peter's like $18.3 million to $1.6 million in men's basketball. It's financially, it was the biggest upset we've ever seen in the tournament, at least as far as they've kept track of those types of things.
Right.
So, I mean, with your perspective on this, how significant was that upset yesterday in the big picture for the NCAA tournament?
Oh, God. Well, I mean, it's significant historically because it's one of the great 15s over a 2, and that doesn't happen very often. And when it does, we all remember. Okay, I mean, we do, and it goes on forever and ever. We remember those games forever. Santa Clara got one against Arizona, you might recall, years and years ago, and then it lived for forever, it seemed. And this will be true for St. Peter's too, no question about it. That's a small school in New Jersey, and you're right, doesn't have much of a budget, and is the ultimate David beating a Goliath. But we've had those moments before when Valparaiso back in '98 got to the Sweet 16 and Bryce Drew hit the big pacer play, half-court shot to advance them. I'll never forget Al McGuire and I were doing the regional finals that year when Stanford came from 6 down to beat Rhode Island, the team that beat Valpo. In the last minute of the game, they came from behind to win, and Arthur Lee got a steal from Patino Mobley, and then Mark Madsen slammed it in and got it and one. I'll never forget that. And then Al dancing with the tree. It's madness. It's absolute madness, and that's why we call it that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tim Brando with us. I wonder to what level you think this will continue, Tim, because we were told on the way in, expect a lot of parity. Nobody is good enough to avoid this. So are the top seeds, I mean, outside of Kansas, I can think of maybe just a game or two that have sort of been what I would call Ottoman games, kick your feet up and watch this one. Are we looking at close stuff every single time out?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I thought both Loyola of Chicago would beat Ohio State. The Buckeyes have gotten a little healthier since the end of the season, and they won. It was a grinder, a rock fight, 56-41, but they won the game. Usually when you have a bunch of upsets on day one, the tournament kind of takes a breath on day two. But this season, I believe, because the parity is so great, and a lot of these numbers, a lot of these seeds that are next to the school's names, I'll also say to you, are incorrect. I think the committee is the right teams are in, but I don't think they have the right seeds next to them because they're not seeing all of college basketball, and they're looking at metrics that talk to them about strength of schedule, but that doesn't, what do we really know about teams and conferences like the Missouri Valley, the Mountain West, and a few others that we don't see as much? The answer is we don't know a lot, and neither does the committee. So a lot of times these seedings, I think, are faulty, and a lot of times we have a purview that this particular team is coming from, and it's not right. It's not accurate. And, we see it over and over again. This isn't just some quacky accident. Yes, it's madness, but there's a reason for the madness. And a lot of it, Mark, has to do, and you heard me ad nauseum through the years talk about it, college basketball's regular season is the most forgotten and disrespected sport in America today. You don't have any national media. The daytime talk shows on cable should be ashamed of themselves. They don't talk about college basketball until, what, Selection Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Otherwise, we're talking about, Aaron Rodgers' deal, Brady coming back, and what effect either of those moves will have on LeBron's legacy. I mean, what the hell? How much more can we talk about that crap? The laziness of the media, particularly the electronic national media, is such that college basketball has been treated like a redheaded stepchild for really the last 15 years.
Tim, fantastic stuff. We're a little bit up against it on time, but it is so good to hear your voice and get your perspective. We really appreciate it, my man.
Well, but listen, Mark, now that I know where you are and you know where I am, I come your way from time to time. Let's try to get together, and I'd be happy to come on any other time and chat with you.
Let's do it again. I look forward to that. Tim, I'm going to take you up on it. Thank you, my man.
You bet.
All right, there he goes. Tim Brando, one of the top college sports voices out there, makes some really good points and leads perfectly into a tournament update. Spadone.
Certainly does, Mark. It's time for a tournament update brought to you by Xfinity Internet Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig and the best coverage to power all of your devices. It's a final. Ohio State beats Loyola 54-41 today. We also have at halftime Texas Tech all over Montana State 52-25. It looks like Auburn's pulling away from Jacksonville State University 73-56. 3 minutes to go left in that one. And Purdue up 12 over Yale. 2:44 left to go in the first half there, and that's your updated look at the tournament scoreboard.
All right, I'm grinding on Auburn right now. Absolutely grinding.
Relax.
Yeah, well, they're only up by 17. Number in that game was 14.5. I'm just going to say. This is, 3 minutes to go. Basketball is ridiculous. Anyway, Pick Your Battles is coming up right around the corner, plus the latest from the Rumorville in terms of NFL quarterbacks and baseball free agents, along with Whitey, who's in for Dibs, Mark Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility and save money at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Replace your old wiper blades with a new pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10 now at O'Reilly. Our professional parts people will even install them for free. See better and drive safer with new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts in store or online at O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Stevens Creek Subaru, we buy used vehicles from our customers, even if you don't buy ours. Visit Stevens Creek Subaru today for a competitive, no-obligation appraisal and cash offer on the spot. We buy all makes and models, paid off or not. Stop by Stevens Creek Subaru today or StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. Welcome to another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Say hello to the Walkers, a family of not one but 4 Gagillionaires, each living up their Gagillionaire life at ludicrous internet speed. First up, Anna Walker. She dominates streaming like the matriarch she is. No show ever goes unwatched under her watch.
Next episode.
Next up, Peter Walker. There's no stopping this dad bod from showing up to his virtual workout sessions.
Let's go leg day.
And finally, the Walker twins. They may look alike but couldn't internet more differently. Harry dominates his fellow online gamers while Heather group video chats with friends.
Ooh, nice background filter, Jess.
Live like a Gagillionaire. Get internet that upgrades everything. AT&T Fiber, now with speeds up to 5 gigs.
Limited availability in select areas. Speeds not guaranteed. Single device wired speed. Max 4.7 gig per second. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun.
Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expense additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online. And it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 25th through March 27th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead. With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and build a straightforward plan to generate income, even when you're not working. A plan that gives you the chance to grow your savings and create cash flow that lasts. Plus, you can start, stop, or adjust your plan at any time without the unnecessary fees. Talk to us today so we can help you go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
No one wants to cut corners on a good night's rest, so I sleep on sheets that are just good enough. If you dream of comfortable sheets at a price that won't keep you up all night, look no further than Boll & Branch. Boll & Branch makes the softest organic sheets on the market using 100% sustainable raw materials. As the first Fair Trade certified manufacturer of linen, you can feel as good about your sheets as they feel against your skin. Plus, Boll & Branch focuses on quality over quantity because higher thread counts are not always better. Their signature hemmed sheets are made from lightweight organic cotton that gets softer with every wash. And they come in 7 colors from twin up to California King. Best of all, Boll & Branch gives you a fair price and a 30-day risk-free trial with free shipping and returns. So experience the best sheets you've ever felt, only at bollandbranch.com. Get 15% off your first set when you use promo code SAVE at checkout. That's Boll & Branch, BOLLAND branch.com. Promo code SAVE.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Guru are on deck, starting at 12 p.m. Who's on Deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today at ondeck.com.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years. Buying online is as simple as 1, 2, 3 with Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Right now, get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2021 Ford F-150S in stock. Start now. Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a final. Auburn wins 80-61. You can put it on the board. Yes.
Well played.
So, if you missed anything today, and obviously we'll keep on rolling right here as we always do, 95.7 The Game. We'll hand the baton off here shortly to Steiny. And is it JD again today? Steiny and JD coming up next to take you through any news that may break. They were still waiting on DeShaun Watson, but I'm now starting to get the sense this will go into the weekend because it's probable that they're trying to figure out how and when. And when do you do this, by the way, and how do you do it? Does Matt Ryan go first? If Matt Ryan goes, well, then you already got the clue.
Yes.
Right where to. So I feel like the DeShaun announcement needs to happen first, but maybe they're trying to figure out how, when, where to get Matt Ryan, roster bonuses, this and that.
Sending him someplace where he'd want to go. Is that a concern?
You talk about Jimmy deserving respect from the 49ers.
Yes.
Matt Ryan deserves the respect of the Atlanta Falcons to not just be like, so we signed DeShaun Watson and you just wait over there in the corner. We'll figure you out later. They're not going to do him like that.
What about here? Why doesn't he come here? He played with Kyle Shanahan. They went to the Super Bowl. Trey Lance, we know he's not ready. Oh, so why don't you go ahead and report it? Mark Willard, Matty Ice to the 49ers.
Yeah, no. That's a no. What a weird dynamic this has become to trade 3 first-round draft picks to get an exciting young quarterback who seemingly very few fans want to see play. What's the matter with all of you?
It's just you want a big, shiny, new object. Trey Lance, he's been here a while. Matt Ryan, Russell Wilson,
well,
Tom Brady.
I think it's the dynamic that you rarely pick in the top 3 and grab a quarterback when you're a good team. It's usually you're a bad team. So what the 49er fans don't want is they don't want to give up any seasons. You're in a Super Bowl window.
Yeah.
You want to be able to compete, and we feel like somebody who's in his first year as a starter, whether he's a rookie or not, is not going to take you to a Super Bowl. That may be the case. I definitely think he can take him to the playoffs next year, but the bottom line is you got to rip the Band-Aid off at some point and let that thing go. So this is the year. This is absolutely the year. Like, I am 100% in on Trey Lance as the quarterback, and please, especially with Tom Brady now back into, stop coming to us with other ideas. We got your idea. It's Trey Lance.
Right?
He is your quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
2 games he played reasonably well, right? In those 2 games, beat the Texans, and then they could have beaten the Cardinals. I know they, run the ball again. But still, it's not like he's never played, and he played well on a good team last year.
He was all right, but it's a terribly short sample.
Right,
I mean,
but it's something.
Rookie, like 2 games. Who starts making judgments then? I mean, the point is like he's got to play.
Yeah.
He's got to play, and people will come back with examples of quarterbacks sitting for a long time, and they'll go, well, Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. Stop. Being picked 26th is not being picked 3rd. Nobody gave up 3 first-round draft picks for Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love. They just made a selection. I know the Packers traded up a little bit, but this is different.
He's got that cannon, too.
This, yeah.
It says that cannon.
I mean, you saw some of the practice video, and I don't think that's worth anything other than just seeing physical traits. Like, I don't care if you can make a throw in practice, but you sort of see the physical traits that were very reminiscent of the movements that Mahomes makes on a field. I don't know if it'll work, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, and
can we see it, please?
They're not going to be shy about having him run the ball, right? Another dimension, but that's just going to make his backup position really critical.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so another full day of college basketball is ahead. There could be DeShaun Watson announcements, and then still waiting on baseball free agency to a certain degree. Farhan Zaidi striking the chord yesterday that we might be done. I think lowering expectations, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. And John Heyman tweeting out about an hour and a half ago that Trevor Story is down to his finalists, expects to decide soon, and the Giants and Red Sox are among the final 4 for his services. And the more I've thought about it, the more, I'm not going to say I like it, but the more I get it. I get it. If this is someone who, with right-handed pop, can fill holes at second base, third base,
little outfield,
maybe even a little left field, and spell Brandon Crawford against a tough left-hander. And oh, by the way, when all of those other spots are filled, DH. And he's an athlete. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense for a team that, by the way, needs middle of the order help still. Chris Bryant and Buster Posey are gone.
Yeah, it doesn't blow your socks off, but it makes you a better team. So it looks like it's just a matter of him, right? It's a matter of Trevor Story deciding which team he wants to go to. And there's 4 teams. You said 2 mystery teams. Ooh. Who do we say? The Giants, and there was one other team you mentioned, and then you mentioned 2 mystery teams.
The Red Sox. Giants,
Red
Sox, a couple of mystery teams. And this is a day after Farhan Zaidi said, quote, thinks we're pretty set at position players.
I wonder if he was playing poker or if he has an indication that Trevor Story ain't coming here.
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever it is, he knows more than we do, but we are the ones who know how to make the selections around here. At least sometimes. Sometimes we do. I'm coming off my victorious 5-5 week, so it's a coin flip. Why did you want to make a guest selection?
I sure do.
I mean, let's hear it, please.
Let's do some spring training on the money line here. Bo Mel making his Padres skipper debut. Padres, I believe this will be in Peoria because they share a spring training facility. Padres minus 125 on the money line, and Bob Melvin in his debut against the Seattle Mariners.
Wow, that is a dramatic pick and a huge uptick. Now we go live to the hazmat room where Joey Spadone, he is the arbiter of all things. He's got his own pick. He's got Dibs' pick. He's got Kyle's pick. You can go in any order you want.
Got
Joey.
a nose pick earlier.
Yeah,
there we go. All right.
Nice job.
Dan Dibley, Chattanooga +6. He's taking them. I don't know who they playing, Mark. Do you have the bracket right there?
Yeah, Chattanooga is going to be going against Illinois.
Okay.
By the way, though, he's shorting himself. That number is larger than 6.
Is it? Let's check.
What's he got
right now.
Yeah.
Right meow.
That number is definitely larger than 6. I can confirm. I don't even know where. I haven't seen it at 6 all week. It's either at 7.5 or 8. I think we've got a typo. Yeah, Chattanooga is going to be at.
Did they just start?
No. Yeah, they're at 8. +8 against Illinois. That's courtesy of Bet Rivers.
There you go.
Yeah,
all right. And then we got the Knicks for Kyle at -6.
Okay.
Also didn't tell me who they're playing. These guys are great. This is just helping me out tremendously. Playing the Wizards. So that's going to be another Wow, he's going from Orlando and Detroit to New York versus Washington.
-6 at home against the Washington Wizards. All right, and you, kind sir?
And I'm going much classier. We're going down to Indian Wells. We're going tennis, taking Rafa Nadal on the money line against his countryman. Let's see if I can pronounce this correctly. Carlos Alcaraz.
We wouldn't know if you mispronounced it, so that's very well played. But if you really wanted to be classy, you will do what I'm about to do. And you will send all of the good vibes and the good juju in the direction of Steph Curry's foot, because we need that thing to heal. And I think the first step in healing is for you to deliver the beat down to Draymond Green. That's what you need to do. Give me Davidson over Michigan State tonight in a game that I think has reached pick'em status. Is that accurate? No. Davidson, well, it might as well be plus a half. I'm getting a half point. What does that do?
Yeah.
Honestly, what is even the point of a half point? You can't tie. So it's the exact same thing as a pick'em. Is it not? Half point in either direction? What's the point of that?
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. Because if they go to overtime and it's tied, right?
Right.
And the overtime only works in what? That it doesn't roll over in NFL?
Some guy in a sports book is sitting there going, we should add a half point to the Davidson game.
Wild.
Yeah, no, it does nothing. But anyway, give me Davidson plus a half point in the game against Michigan State tonight. Very good. Whitey, having fun with you today.
Yeah,
great to have you in here, my man.
A lot
Appreciate
going
it.
on, too. Been fun, but a lot going on.
Always. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, Steiny, JD, Friday Performance. Gentlemen, you're draped in gray from head to toe. Are you just not going to take an opinion? Is that what it is? The beauty of gray today?
Looks like I can't find my mic cover.
Okay.
Again.
Yesterday, I had it for you yesterday and gave it to your producer. Somebody said
I got that one.
Okay, all right.
I thought I took it home.
Did you remember your laptop?
I did remember my laptop today.
I did an entire show without a mic cover yesterday, and I don't think anyone noticed. So you're okay.
All right.
You're all right. Yeah, the microphone still works.
You guys got big weekend plans?
Oh, no. Very, very quiet. I get my son's first Little League game of the year.
Oh, nice.
Coming up tomorrow morning.
Like that?
Okay.
So, yeah. Well,
how old is this son?
He is 8. He is 8 years old. He is lefty, and he likes to do like Buster Posey and take it the other way.
Oh, I thought you were going to say catch.
Yeah, me too.
Left-handed catchers are...
Is that
left-handed hitting catchers are all...
left-handed hitting catchers.
Yeah.
No, he throws left too, so I don't think they're going to put him behind the dish. He's lefty top to bottom, like totally.
He doesn't
true.
have a position yet. It sounds like he hasn't. You don't know where
he
he's
only play first base or outfield.
He's going to be a reliever till he's 47. What are you talking about,
Okay,
Whitey? That's what he's going to do. But we haven't gotten him there yet. I don't want him throwing curves yet, but. No, they're still at the age where you can just put them out there. Like, just go out there, and if the ball comes to you, try to catch it. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, he might have he's tall. He might have first base in his future. He will be the captain of the Giants in about 20 years. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's about it, though.
Mark is he's all in on Farhan. I get it. I know he's Farhan, we trust Farhan so great. Trevor Story, I don't think they should get Trevor Story. And then Giants interested in Trevor Story. That'd be great.
Yeah,
if Farhan thinks so, it'd be tremendous.
No, I mean, as I did tell you, though, like if you had asked me, and you did, if we said Trevor Story, it'd be like, I don't like his splits. That doesn't make sense to me. But any move they make, because of what has happened the last couple of years, my reaction is, I wonder what it is they see. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not going to get angry at it until it goes out and doesn't work, because so many of them have.
Yeah, you think he could keep hitting 850?
No, not. I mean,
what do you think Farhan's hitting now? In terms of
I thought you meant Trevor Story.
Yeah, I talking about his slugging.
I'm talking about Farhan.
OPS. I thought you were talking about OPS.
I'm talking about Farhan's IDs. Like
we've been analytically wounded here.
You know, his batting average on his moves. I mean, he's been terrific.
He's been good.
Right.
It's been very good.
And the ones that haven't worked are so small that you just find the next guy.
Connor Joe started in the outfield.
Yeah. Okay.
That was like
and
his
then he went
first
to Colorado and he was pretty good.
He was good. Yeah, he's a good player.
Nobody remembers.
Let him get away.
If something doesn't work, you just move on to the next guy. Now, with Trevor Story, you make that move and it doesn't work.
Well,
then you can't just move on to the next guy. That's
the other tweet that John Heyman, or the other part of his tweet, was that a kind of a short-term prove-it situation is on the table for Trevor. because, Spot Track has those free agent projections, and they projected 6 years and $126 for Trevor Story. And the Giants aren't doing that. You're not doing that, I'm pretty sure, if you're the Giants. So if he wants a 2-year deal, just like Rodon did, then I can absolutely see him coming in and playing multiple positions for the Giants and hitting a few bombs out there toward the Coke bottle. I get that.
Little second base, Willard?
Little second base.
Maybe even a little outfield.
Little outfield, little third base when Evan gets hurt. Little tough lefty on the mound. Brandon, take a day off at short. And when all else fails, designated hitter.
That's true.
What does he do for you, JD? Trevor Story. Theoretically.
To me, the Giants are still at a point with this club where they need to add hitters. So if they're looking at hitters, I think that's probably a good move. I'm with Willard on the you don't want to pay him in the $100 million range. But yeah, if it's 2 years and something, why not? Like they need offensive talent to be added to the mix still. However they're going to do it, and I think they're going to do it.
Yeah.
Isn't this the type of player that they usually don't get?
In the sense that
if they spend $125 million, yes.
His market changed.
Yeah, what is it? What is his market, do you think?
Again, remember, at the beginning of last year, it was all about shortstops. And the Giants were going to have the financial flexibility, and Crawford was going to hit 220 and be released. And there was Carlos Correa and Corey Seager and Javi Baez and Trevor Story, and they were all available, and the Giants were going to get one. Then Brandon Crawford played better than all of them and became an MVP candidate, got re-signed in the middle of the season, and then the market changed for a lot of those guys. Baez was kind of It was shown to be a player that has holes in the game when it comes to analytics. Trevor Story, too. Trevor Story had just a meh year.
But some of his, as we discussed earlier, pardon me for interrupting, but some of his analytics said, you know what, he squared up the ball pretty good last year, just didn't get the results.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's been playing for a long time. He's never done too much away from Coors.
Right. That's what terrifies me.
Well, you get 9 games of Coors when you play for the Giants, so you got that going for you.
Meanwhile, Chris Bryant's like, I'm going to put up some numbers.
Sorry, we just had a 49er signing. Former Colts safety George Odom. San Francisco 49ers, 3 years, $10.95 million.
There's your show.
Secondary help.
So even with Garoppolo, they were far enough under to make this move.
Matty, you know this.
Well, obviously,
the cap.
But JD and I were talking.
Make one phone call and change your cap at any moment.
Okay.
I mean, no.
Yeah, you can. You just may have to pay for it later.
Maybe.
I
mean, look at the Rams. Somehow fit every single player under the cap for billions of dollars. I mean, it's not that it doesn't matter, or else you would have signed DJ Jones too. But they got room.
Yeah,
Sure.
and if the players that you kick down the line end up not being good players or not being productive players, D Ford, that's when it can.
It's costly.
That's when it can get costly. But they just kick the can down the road on D Ford again a little bit.
Again, right. And I did the other news out of this news, if George Odom doesn't necessarily float your boat, it probably does mean that dropped interception is the last thing we're going to see Jaquiski Tartt do as a 49er.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I mean, seriously, that's completely what he's going to be remembered for.
I know.
He's a good player.
There's no doubt. And everybody's going to forget that they were leading at that point, that the defense gave up the go-ahead score. Not saying it wouldn't have helped, but it wasn't like that's where the game was lost.
The game wasn't going to end if he makes that catch.
Correct.
Their chances were going to go
no
way
doubt.
up.
But their chances at that point were looking pretty good anyway.
Yes, they were. They still had...
tough one for the Niners.
Yeah. So, anyway.
What?
Tough one for the Niners?
Couple tough playoff outs for the Niners, for the Giants.
What do they have in common? You lose to L.A. The L.A. teams that spend all this money.
That's right. Now, you lose in the first round of the playoffs if you're the Giants. 107 wins. I'm a little worried about the Giants.
I could see why. Yeah.
Take the weekend off to think about it.
I'm going to go home. You guys do the show. I'm going to go home. Here goes Steiny and JD.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah,
I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's Friday. It's payday, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well,
You know what I was trying to
yesterday.
do?
Well, direct deposit yesterday. But
Oh. Well, apparently Guru, who will be back Monday, by the way, Dal the Guru Johnson will be back Monday. He's already made that official, and he will be back. He's feeling better. We told him to take an extra day. Just take an extra day. It's like when the Giants have an off day, but they play the night before. That's when sometimes they'd give Posey the night off so as to squeeze in an extra day off. And that's what we told Goo. Said, Goo, take another day, and then you get another 3 out of it. So
yeah,
Guru will
we're
be
like the
back
Warriors. We just
Exactly.
play everything cautiously when it comes to injuries.
Yeah, they're taking it to a new level, I think, with James Wiseman. I got to talk about that in a minute, but it's going to be a fun show today. We're going to stick and move, little jab here, jab there. I was watching some of the NCAA tournament yesterday, and let me just tell you where I'm at with college basketball, because we had Fitz on Wednesday, and he hates it.
I thought you were closer to that, by the way.
No.
Just from knowing you over the years.
Okay, I don't watch a lot of college basketball, and I don't think it's a great game in college basketball right now. But I'm not one, like, the tournament is different. I'm not gonna cut off my nose to spite my face and then say, no, I'm not watching the NCAA tournament, because the NCAA tournament's great. I mean, it just is. I mean, you look at yesterday, USF game against Murray State. That was a great game.
A great game and a great overtime. Great ending.
Really was.
And you get caught up in it for sure. How about St. Peter's knocking out Kentucky?
See, and this is one of the things, and we texted during that, and people don't believe me, but I actually like John Calipari.
Yeah, I didn't believe that either.
No, I do. I actually do like John Calipari. And if you look at John Calipari's numbers in the NBA, like, he's a guy who you think, oh, he failed.
Yeah, he didn't.
He didn't fail in the NBA. He did okay. St. Pete, here's the other thing about the tournament. Yeah, St. Peter's, you know what? Nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about here, but it's individual to everybody. St. Peter's, Kent Crystal. You don't know who Kent Crystal is?
No.
Kent Crystal was the younger brother of Neil Crystal, two great basketball players out of Pennsylvania.
Nephew of Billy Crystal?
No. But Neil Crystal, they both played at Reading High School, basketball powerhouse in Pennsylvania. Reading High School, where basketball is beautiful, where Pete Carrill started his coaching career. Anyway, Neil Crystal went to Princeton. Kent Crystal went to St. Peter's. They both played, and so that's why St. Peter's, Kent Crystal. You know what I mean? That's just, and I think everybody's got one of those. Everybody's got, that's what I was thinking. I'm watching USF, and they lose that game last night, and I'm looking at Bouye, who was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, man, that's his last game. And so I start thinking, man, I played high school sports, a little bit of college. You played high school sports. Evan and Spadone played sports. Our listeners played sports. High school athletes, listen. And I just started thinking about, everybody remembers their last game, don't they? Like, no matter if you were the superstar or the 12th guy on the bench. And I'm just going to go around. JD, you played high school basketball.
Yeah, I
do. You
do.
remember your last game?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I told you I remember 7 of my last games. 3 in high school, 4 in college. Evan, you're a baseball guy. You remember your last game?
I do, yeah. I was fortunate enough to play, granted, D3 in college.
Attaboy.
But absolutely.
Okay, Spadone?
D3.
My last sport I played in high school was water polo sophomore year, and I played Monterey High. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought we could have some fun with that today. A little back burner topic, 888-957-9570. Remember your last game? Anything What do you remember about your last game?
Last pitch I threw turned a double play, by the way.
There you go. My last shot wasn't a shot. I gave it up to Brad Markey, who missed a 20-footer.
Choke artist.
3 seconds left. Brian Mennett followed it up, though, to send the game into overtime, or I would have that regret for the rest of my life.
We lost by 3 to Sac High in the section playoffs first round as a home favorite. Couple.
Oh, you got upset?
Yeah, we were the 7. I think they were the 10.
That's a tough. That's kind of like
even.
that era's 12-5 matchup.
Yeah,
for sure.
Couple games away from being able to play at Arco.
I see. I never.
It wasn't one game away. We were like, we won 2 games.
Right.
There.
Yeah. We the arena that you strove for in Pennsylvania was Hershey Park Arena, now called the Grant Center. It's where Wilt scored his 100 points. It's right in the middle of the state of Pennsylvania. It's where the state championship games were played, and then some of the big games in the eastern part of Pennsylvania. Yeah, long way of saying, I never got there. I mean, I've been there a million times, but never played on that. You know what? I'll tell you where I did play once, but believe it or not, the Spectrum. We had a high school basketball game one Saturday afternoon before a Sixers game. We played Jim Thorpe High School. We won, but I was very unhappy because I didn't get a lot of playing time because our coach felt compelled to play everybody since it was at the Spectrum.
Gotcha.
So our 10th, 11th, and 12th men got some runs. In fact, he brought some kids up from the JV team to experience it. Meanwhile, your boy was averaging 16 a game, but I only play 9 minutes. I get 5 points. My average plummets. I'm just kidding. All right. Anyway, if you want to jump in, you got a funny little last game story. 888-957-9570. You can hit up the Comcast business text line. Same number, 888-957-9570. Quarterback carousel, JD. A couple things I want to talk about with football, and then at 12:30 we'll get into some Warriors because there is something that I think Warrior fans maybe need to come to terms with. But the quarterback carousel, one guy on the periphery of the quarterback carousel, Derek Carr, I think we can assume he's staying put in Las Vegas right now because of the Davante Adams signing.
Anytime big news happens, you have to look at it as how does it help or hurt or change the conversation surrounding the 49ers. And the Davante Adams trade from Green Bay to the Raiders impacted a couple of things. One, on the surface, for the time being, the Packers aren't as good, even with Aaron Rodgers going back, because Davante Adams is the best wide receiver in football, period. And so he goes to the Raiders, but now Derek Carr, as they are reunited to college teammates, that means he's staying with the Raiders.
Right.
And he's going to be working an extension deal out with them. So that's one quarterback that could have potentially been on the move that is not going to be on the move. And now we wait for what happens with DeShaun Watson. Does he go to Atlanta, which maybe means Matt Ryan would then be in play for some other teams that may view Matt Ryan as a better option for a couple of years than Jimmy Garoppolo? Or does he go to New Orleans, who might make New Orleans close to being a contending team? I know Sean Payton's not around there anymore, but and also maybe take New Orleans off the board as a team that might be interested in Jimmy Garoppolo. So it's all connected.
Right. So if Deshaun Watson announces in the next 3 hours where he's going, obviously we'll tell you. But if he goes to the Falcons, you're right. Then all of a sudden, Matt Ryan is available. Well, how does that impact the 49ers, who are still apparently trying to move Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, now Cleveland may need a quarterback, even though they said they weren't going to trade Baker Mayfield. Well,
Cleveland and Indy may both want Matt Ryan.
Correct.
At that point, and work to get him. And then, again, Jimmy Garoppolo's down the board. Well, let's say Cleveland, let's just hypothetically say Cleveland gets Matt Ryan. Well, then does Carolina or Indy, would they rather have Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo?
And you said you'd rather have Garoppolo.
I would, but I think Baker Mayfield's younger and more athletic, and I mean, there is a debate to be had there. I don't like the intangibles that surround and the personality traits that surround Baker Mayfield, but others might say, hey, you know what? He's a more talented guy. I'd rather have him. But that becomes the deal. If Matt Ryan again goes to Cleveland, well then Baker Mayfield, and there's 2 spots left. So maybe Garoppolo's just got to wait, and the 49ers have to wait for the one team that's still left without a quarterback at the end of the day and see if that's the team that they can end up making a deal with. But if there's the one quarterback and the one team left, what's that changes the value as well.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. 510 says if Matt Ryan is available, he'll be quarterback number 1 for the Niners. He ran Shanahan's offense. But how's that happen? So, it's one thing to push Trey Lance back a year for Tom Brady.
Right. Or to say you're moving off of him because you're getting Deshaun Watson who's 26.
Right. But are you really bringing in Matt Ryan for 1 year? I don't see.
No,
I do not see.
No.
That's too much like what happened last year with Jimmy Garoppolo. So anyway, the quarterback situation obviously remains fluid in the NFL.
And just while we're on that,
sure.
I'll give you a list here of dominoes, let's say. Deshaun Watson, Matt Ryan, Baker Mayfield, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jameis Winston, let's say, are all in the same category. And then maybe, after that, you've got some backup types, Mariota.
Okay.
Would somebody maybe want Mariota to be a starter over Garoppolo? Ask yourself that question. And then another name I saw on this list was Gardner Minshew. I think he's a backup. Like, he's not in the same category as any of these other guys. But Watson, Ryan, Mayfield, Garoppolo, Winston, I think for sure.
I'm writing those
Winston
down.
coming off the ACL. And then you want some teams that are undecided.
Yes.
Atlanta, New Orleans, Carolina, Indy, Cleveland. I might be forgetting one. Evan or Spadone could throw them in there if they're thinking of one that I'm missing off the top. But I think that's just about everybody.
5 quarterbacks, 5 teams you named. So maybe although, I could see Garoppolo in Cleveland. I could see Garoppolo still in, and I still like if you let's.
Text line says add the Seahawks, but they're apparently then they like Drew Lock.
Oh, I got you. As one of the teams.
May want and need a quarterback.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think we're looking at a few more weeks of Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers.
Weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is going to linger. I do. Well, you would if you believe that the surgery was the big reason why nothing has happened up until this point. I think you have to acknowledge that then it's going to take longer.
How would you rank? You know what? Let's do this. How would you rank Watson, Ryan, Mayfield, Garoppolo, Winston? Let's even throw Mariota and Minshew in there.
Well,
How would you
Watson's
rank those 6 or 7? I guess.
Watson's 1. I would say.
Is Ryan 2? Ryan's 2, right?
Is he better than Garoppolo?
Matt Ryan? Yeah.
All right, I'll put 2 there. But Garoppolo's probably 3rd.
Is Garoppolo over Mayfield and Winston?
Well, you talked me into Mayfield yesterday.
Okay.
And yes, Jameis Winston.
And Jameis coming off an ACL.
Correct. But I could see how somebody would have Mayfield higher than Garoppolo.
Could you see where somebody would have Winston? I mean, Winston's talented. He's got ability. Throws a lot of interceptions, but he's got ability.
Do you think here's the important question. Do you think there's a segment of NFL general managers who, when you put it's not, when you're looking at Winston and Garoppolo, you're already looking at a certain kind of quarterback in terms of kind of where they fit in the pecking order of all the quarterbacks. So I think there's probably GMs out there that would be like, well, if it's going to be Garoppolo or Winston, may as well just give me Winston because he's more talented, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, Winston's going to make some big plays for you, throwing the ball down the field. He may throw a couple pick sixes along the way. Fitzmagic, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Comcast Business text line from the 510.
He's really old now.
Add him to the 38, should we add him to our quarterback group, our quarterback pool, our QB pool?
How much better is Garoppolo than him? Depends.
Debatable.
See, maybe Garoppolo. I don't know. Hey, by the way, I'll tell you who loved Davante Adams going to the Raiders. Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, he did.
So he tweeted out that the division's getting even easier.
The conference.
Oh, is that what he said? Conference.
He said conference.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, but he's talking about a team that they've handled in his career and over the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I think 4-1 4-1 against him in the last.
So, I don't know. We'll see. What do you think Aaron Rodgers is thinking? Do you think he knew this was coming?
I think he had to have.
Even when he signed?
I think he had to have known because there's no doubt. But there was a lot of conversation about the fact that those two were tied together, right? Like part of Rodgers' deal was he wanted Adams to get taken care of. It sounds like Adams just didn't want to be there anymore. And hey, you make me that offer last year, we would have been good, but why'd you wait around? Like, it seems like for all the talk about Rodgers' relationship with the Packers, Davante Adams' relationship with the Packers was actually getting torched behind the scenes. And I think Adams may be, playing with Rodgers, like that's something we can say if you're Davante Adams, you how could you leave Rodgers?
Right.
Well, Davante, I'm not saying Davante Adams had a problem with Rodgers, but playing with Rodgers wasn't going to offset the disrespect that he felt from that franchise in terms of not taking care of him, not making him a priority, not paying him.
Right.
So at the end of the day, and obviously he loves Derek Carr, his college teammate, and wanted to be reunited with him and get his payday and get a change of scenery, that meant more. So I think, and you always say this, right? Like, when something like that happens, a big move, like those close to it know. Like so. Aaron Rodgers, for all of his back and forth and this and that, like Aaron Rodgers was the starting quarterback for the Green Bay. Like Aaron Rodgers probably knew a year ago, boy, Devante is done.
Right.
Like people think I'm done or not done. Like he is done. Like he ain't coming back. Like remember when Aaron Rodgers talked about The Last Dance and kind of related to, maybe he was talking about, hey, I might be back, but Adams ain't coming back.
Well, you know what? And now looking back on it, that was the Warriors in 2019. They're acknowledging they kind of knew it was the last run.
Yeah.
Because they knew Durant was leaving. So they knew all year.
So Rodgers didn't put Adams' business out there, but he knew.
Exactly. All right. 888-957-9570. A lot of teams last night and players played their last game in the NCAA tournament. Anybody out there remember their last game? Actually, everybody remembers their last game. Everybody. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. And one of the biggest subjects we've talked about in 2 years, last 2 years, has been James Wiseman. Today, we finally have a reason to talk about him, and it's actually a little bit worrisome. We'll talk about it on the other side of 95.7 The Game.
Family House San Francisco provides a free home away from home for families of children with cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. Hi, this is Pat Monahan from the Van Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity at the Family House 40th Anniversary Gala on April 2nd at the Ritz-Carlton, San Francisco. Get your tickets today to the 80s-themed gala and bid on live auction items, including packages from the Giants, Warriors, and a vacation to Rancho La Puerta, and more. Visit FamilyHouseInc.org for details. That's FamilyHouseInc.org.
Are you thinking of buying or selling a home? If you are, you know how tough it can be trying to coordinate the sale and the purchase of your new house, getting the timing right, all that kind of thing. Let me tell you about my friend Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Here's what he does. He buys your house and he lets you stay in your house while you find your dream home. Sherrod helps you find your dream home. You find it, you buy it, you move in, and then he sells your original house. But here's the thing. If Sherrod sells your home for more than he bought it for, he pays you the difference. That's right. No need to do this quickly. You can take your time with Sherrod. Check it out. TradeMyHome.com. I'm telling you, this is a better way to buy and sell a home. Learn more. Set up an appointment with Sherrod at 408-740-7400. That's 408-740-7400, or check out TradeMyHome.com. Tell Sherrod Steiny sent you.
Family House San Francisco provides a free home away from home for families of children with cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. Hi, this is Pat Monahan from the Van Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity at the Family House 40th Anniversary Gala on April 2nd at the Ritz-Carlton, San Francisco. Get your tickets today to the 80s-themed gala and bid on live auction items, including packages from the Giants, Warriors, and a vacation to Rancho La Puerta, and more. Visit FamilyHouseInc.org for details. That's FamilyHouseInc.org.
Angelina Loyola, a first-generation college student, took a class at Evergreen Valley College and found her home. She graduated in 2008 and came back to teach.
Growing up, I had no one in my immediate family that attended college, so naturally, I didn't think it was for me. I took a chance and decided to take a college course at EVC. My first class was an Enlace English class, which was designed for Chicanas and Chicanos to succeed. I remember walking into that class and seeing so many brown faces, people that looked like me, including my professor. It was in that moment that I felt validated, accepted, and empowered to pursue my degree.
Welcome back! Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show! Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, it's Rick. I'm at the Smith home. Where's Donnie?
Leaves and autumn bookings pile up for Rick's gutter cleaning service.
He's out? Come on.
He needs help before his bottom line gets clogged.
Okay, well, what about Cristiano? We still got 6 houses today.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Get in on the action at Livermore Casino in downtown Livermore on First Street, the Tri-Valley's only poker destination. Also offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat with no player collection. Enjoy their 24-hour gaming floor, full bar and restaurant with indoor and outdoor patio seating, and watch all your favorite games. Livermore Casino, open 7 days a week. Visit 3571 First Street today in downtown Livermore on First Street. Livermore Casino, the Tri-Valley's place to play. Play responsibly.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power, performance, and reliability your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are designed for lasting performance and consistent starts. Turn the key with confidence. Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Beauty Week at Whole Foods Market. Save on your favorite serums, shampoos, body care, and more with 25% off all beauty through March 22nd while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me and step and back and slide and dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I like to withdraw a lot of cash on payday because it kind of can get lost. You know, you can take 200 cash out of the ATM and, you know, because your paycheck lands before it kind of gets lost and you know, hey, what'd you use this 200 for? Sometimes it gets under that check with the bigger money.
Right.
You know?
I understand what you're saying.
I like to have cash on me. I don't like not to have cash.
See, I don't.
Really?
I'm the opposite. Yeah. I think that might be a generational thing.
Well, especially now because we've come full circle to where there are some establishments that don't take cash.
Right.
That never used to be the case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was actually having
I would have thought you'd have all bases covered.
Yeah, no, I don't want to have cash on me. I was actually having this conversation with my dad a couple days ago because he's older than you are, but he's always take a little out to have a little on him.
Sure. I'll tell you what, at some point I'm going to meet your dad, and we're going to become better friends than you and me are.
Probably true.
Oh, man. All right, we are talking about a lot of different things. I want to get into James Wiseman and how he's scaring me. Also watching the USF game last night against Murray State. Great game. Really was fun. And I was just thinking about, man, how much that stinks for the Don players. And if you got a story about your last game you ever played, well, we'll have some fun and take that over the course of the show. Let's go to JD. JD2 in San Leandro. What's going on, JD? How you doing, man?
I'm doing outstanding. Happy Friday, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
So last memorable game was senior year of high school. Having a great season. Get the call to pitch on the mound. I'm all excited. Last game. I throwing a no-no in the fifth inning. And I walk a guy, 3-2 count, walk a guy. No big deal. Still second. I duck. I'm looking at second base. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground rolling. My catcher throws the ball and hits me right in my ankle bone. Thing swells up like a grapefruit. Puts me out of the game. Guy comes in from center field, finishes off my no-no for a combined no-no. But, man, I was so mad.
All right. But you're a team player, and you survived in advance. Wait, they must have lost. So they lost 1-0.
It was the last game. I'm going to say if they had won, they'd have been playing again.
And you probably wouldn't have made the call.
Night.
Yeah.
Let's clean up a couple calls on football, which is dynamite. We can talk about anything we want. Bob's in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. What's up, Bob? What do you got, buddy?
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well.
I love the show. I took a little exception to JD saying that Fitzpatrick was debatable over Garoppolo for the one reason that anybody that has their own Subway commercial has got to be better.
Fair enough.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Fair enough, brother. We'll add that in.
All right. Bob just wanted to come with a little funny one. All right. Keith's in Oakland. Wants to talk Davante Adams. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hey, y'all. I hope you can hear me. I'm heading over the Bay Bridge right now.
Loud and clear.
There's so much I could talk about, but really, I have to ask a couple things about Davante. I'm a Raider fan. Used to own an all-Oakland Raiders store called the Silver and Black End Zone. Fresno State fan. So you see where I'm going with it. You know, I am stoked. I've been wanting this for years, actually, you know, just because of the fact they were roommates, you know. I mean, they're best friends.
Sure.
Like, this could turn into something special. But my question for y'all is, do you think Derek Carr can reproduce what they did in Green Bay, also from a scheme standpoint, you know? That's basically my question. And
yeah, I appreciate the call. I mean, look, to me, just bringing it to our area, There's been a lot of back and forth. Who would you take, Carr or Garoppolo? Garoppolo or Carr? And I'll be honest with you. There were times when I answered Garoppolo and times when I answered Carr.
Exactly.
I mean, just to be honest.
It did fluctuate.
And I think right now I would lean Carr.
Right.
Especially with Adams. So I look, the Raiders got to the postseason last year. So they upgraded their pass rush and they upgraded their wide receiver. So
I mean, there are those that saying, again, not to make it all about them, but that they're Super Bowl contenders. Like, people are saying they're Super Bowl contenders today.
Yeah. I mean, one thing, let me tell you something. Whoever wins that division or comes out of it as a wild card probably is going to have a shot at it.
No doubt.
Because they're going to be a damn good team. Question is, how much you're going to beat on each
contender, but
other.
you're also could be fourth in your own division.
Exactly. It's like St. Mary's in the WCC. Every year they go in, if they can hang with Gonzaga, that's going to mean they got a shot at it all.
And in all seriousness, this is a day where, look, Raider fans have taken a lot of flack over the last couple of decades. Like, if you're a Raider fan today, feel good.
Why not?
Like, you should feel good today.
Yeah.
Like, puff your chest out a little bit.
I know Spadoni has, although he's gone. Thank goodness.
Probably why.
Yeah, he's got to go celebrate.
Yeah. Hello.
Tony's in Pacifica. Hey, Tony, how you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Steiny?
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, I don't know why everybody's so happy about this Davante Adams car hookup thing, because they were both losers over there in Fresno State.
Well,
they're both losers right now. And they're not going to, as long as Carr's there, I don't see them doing anything.
Hey, Tony, let me ask you something. Where are you coming from here? Like, do you hate the Raiders? Are you a Niner fan?
No, I love the Raiders, Steiny.
Come on.
I'm a Raiders fan. I've been a Raiders fan since '77. I followed the Niners until they kicked Joe out in '92.
But
I've been here.
But why are you so, come on. You really feel that way about your team? They just got Davante Adams?
Carr is just a dreadful quarterback. Makes bad decisions. Hey, Steiny, name another franchise quarterback that's got more turnovers than touchdowns and wants to get paid $40 million. I'll wait.
All right. Tony, have a good weekend, man.
So it's a Raider fan
that's
that's just out on all of it because Carr's the quarterback still. Okay.
I think you got to get...
Fair enough.
I would give this Raider team a chance for sure. No doubt about it.
They just made the playoffs.
I know.
They got better.
You're right. It's not like they were on 4 games last year. That's a good point.
Right. All right. Here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk to Warrior fans about this. And I'm going to just kind of have a discussion with JD about it. So, James Wiseman, we have talked about him ad nauseum for about 2 years. What's he going to do? Well, he had a pretty good rookie year when he played. Now he was lost. We've talked so much about James Wiseman. And then even through this process of the last few months, is he going to get back onto the court by Christmas? Well, he'll probably get back before Clay. He doesn't get back before Clay. Well, you know what? He needs a little more time. He had a little extra procedure, and now it's 12 games from the end of the season. And it looks like, according to what they're saying, he's making progress. Okay, so James Wiseman's now played 3 games in the G League. 3 G League games. And the Golden State Warriors play the San Antonio Spurs on Sunday night. If James Wiseman doesn't play Sunday night against the Spurs, there's a problem. I mean, then something's wrong. Then I just don't get it. He's played 20-plus minutes a night in the G League. He's played 3 games. They play on Sunday. They're practicing today. They play on Sunday, and Santa Cruz has a game.
They have 2 games. They have a game tomorrow night and Sunday night in Santa Cruz.
Okay, so that can almost be neither here nor there. Kerr talked about conditioning. Really? You're going to play the guy 6-8 minutes a night to start. So how much can conditioning really come into it? JD, what I'm saying is, I don't think the Warriors want him involved maybe the last 9, 10, 12 games. Why wouldn't he play Sunday? You just lost Steph Curry. All right? So, yes, it's about holding on to that third spot, and they're 3.5 up on the Jazz and Mavericks. But of all the talk about Wiseman, I've always kind of been downplaying, don't expect too much. But I never thought he wasn't going to play at all. I thought at some point he'd return. Now, I don't know.
Well, it's been looking for the last couple of weeks like there was a legitimate chance he could make his debut against San Antonio, just with the way that they were spacing things out and getting him time in the G League, and he's practicing with the Golden State team, and then he's not, then he's with Santa Cruz, and he's playing a game. Like, it to me was aligning for have a couple of practices today and tomorrow with the Golden State Warriors, and then play on Sunday. But it sounds like it's trending, and we'll get the latest from Steve Kerr when he talks today as the Warriors are practicing as we speak, probably wrapping up practice. But it just feels like it's trending toward he's probably going to go play the G League game or G League games this weekend, which would rule him out for Sunday's game against the Spurs. And then I looked at it because I was curious, and it's not only are they playing like the two games tomorrow and Sunday, Santa Cruz,
right?
They play Wednesday, Friday, and next Saturday.
All at home.
All at home. So at that point, it's got me wondering, does he even go on the trip with the Warriors? Now, again, that's another level of, boy, we'll see. But, I mean, that feels like it maybe could be on the table now.
Yeah, listen, again, he's supposedly making progress. James Wiseman, the number 2 pick in the draft last year. Played 37 games. Many Warrior fans, I certainly wouldn't call his first year a bust. He struggled. He struggled at times. Absolutely. Go ahead, JD.
By the way, we got a Steph Curry update.
Oh,
from the Warriors.
That's big.
From the Warriors, just in the inbox, and I will read it here. Warriors guard Stephen Curry, who exited Wednesday's game against Boston with the left foot injury, underwent an MRI on Wednesday night. The MRI indicated that Curry suffered a sprained left foot ligament. We knew that. Here's the new stuff. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Okay.
He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. So mark it down on the calendar. 2 weeks from today, easy to remember, April 1st.
Okay. Everything in line with what's been reported.
And that would rule him out, obviously, for the game on Sunday, the entire trip.
Right.
Five game trip, so that's 6 games. The game when they return from the trip, which is against Phoenix on the 30th. So that's 7 games, and then they play on the 2nd and the 3rd. There's, I think, 5 games left as of the 1st. Now again, that doesn't mean you're playing on that day.
And I wouldn't expect him to.
So he's out at least the next 7 games.
Right. So I would expect
probably at least 2 more.
That's what I would think. At least 2 more.
Yeah.
At least another week after that, maybe.
So Friday now is the reevaluation date. 2 weeks from today, they play Saturday, Sunday. That weekend, they play at home against Utah, at Sacramento, Saturday, Sunday. Then they have 3 days off, and then they've got 3 games to close it out the final weekend of the season.
Okay. So we know Steph Curry will not play in the next 7 games.
So the early read is, I would say that my take on it is, if he's going to play in the regular season, it's probably April 7th against the Lakers would be the best shot. My spin on it. And then there's 2 games after that. So they play the Lakers at home, and then they play, I think, the Pelicans and the Spurs and the Pelicans. I think that's the order of it.
But this still does not distinguish.
In line with the whole, he could come back for a couple of games report from yesterday.
But this report doesn't distinguish which ligament?
It said no. Left. It says the MRI indicated that Curry suffered a sprained left foot ligament.
Okay, and apparently there's 5 ligaments, and one of them is the Liz Frank. That's the one, apparently, that's more serious, yes.
We also, we should get the breaking news sounder for this one.
Oh, my.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Via Adam Schefter, and this is going to be a stunner.
Okay.
DeShaun Watson per Adam Schefter, has decided he wants to play for the Cleveland Browns in a stunning change of events. Per sources, Watson has informed the Houston Texans that he now is willing to waive his no-trade clause in his contract to be traded to Cleveland.
Well, that's a left hook out of nowhere. Boy, poor Baker Mayfield's going to be a backup because they're not going to trade him, they said.
It's now up to the Texans and Browns to finalize a trade agreement for Watson.
Wow.
So there you go.
Now, Cleveland was initially one of the 4 teams, though, weren't they?
Yes, they were, and they were the first team that was ruled out. They were ruled out, and then the Panthers were ruled out, and it was down to Atlanta and New Orleans. I got to tell you, this is good news for the 49ers today.
Explain why. Baby.
Because, well, Atlanta's out, so Matt Ryan stays in Atlanta. They have a quarterback. Ryan isn't in play for other teams. He's going to the AFC, DeShaun Watson, so Atlanta and New Orleans are not getting better.
True.
That's another part of it. And, okay, Baker Mayfield now will go into the mix with Indy or Carolina or Atlanta, whoever, but that's one. There's still, Indy doesn't have an answer. Carolina didn't have an answer. Now New Orleans and Atlanta, well, Atlanta does, but New Orleans doesn't have an answer. There's more out there for Garoppolo now in this scenario, and Watson's going to the AFC. I think it's a good outcome for the Niners, I think.
Well, but Baker Mayfield's now available.
Sure.
So
right.
So there's no end in sight at this point for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, to me,
what do you think?
To me, well, Baker Mayfield was going to be out there no matter what.
True.
I think we can all understand that. But now it's, again, it would have been Baker Mayfield and Matt Ryan and potentially an NFC team getting better.
True.
Now it's just Baker Mayfield among that equation.
Says, Alex. Alex is in Fairfield. What's up, Alex? You want to talk about 49ers free agency? How you doing, man?
Good. Happy Friday, guys.
Yeah, same to you.
Thank you. So, I was, first of all, that's crazy news about DeShaun Watson. Didn't expect that. Should be interesting with Cleveland. But my question to you guys, since the past 2 years for the 49ers, the whole situation's been giving attention to the quarterback situation and the injuries, but the secondary is still a problem, and I was wondering, what about Tyrann Mathieu? I know that he wasn't renewed with the Kansas City Chiefs, so is he even a possibility?
Well, the 49ers just signed somebody in the secondary, JD.
Yeah, and another special teams, premium special teams player, reading more about that signing from the Colts as well. Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like he's in play for the Niners.
DeShaun Watson, big news. DeShaun Watson's decided he'll waive his no-trade clause to play in Cleveland. Cleveland, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, Baker Mayfield, who had caught wind of the Browns' interest in DeShaun Watson, requested a trade because of it. And then the Browns ostensibly were out of the sweepstakes involving DeShaun Watson. And at that point is when I believe Cleveland said, yeah, we're not going to honor that request by Mayfield. Now all of a sudden Watson's made his decision and he's going to Cleveland. So now Baker Mayfield is likely on the move. And who wants Baker Mayfield? How do you put any credence in, will the city of Cleveland, or rather the organization, any backlash from trading for DeShaun Watson? Like backlash, like bad guy backlash.
No,
like,
I don't think.
You cannot do this.
I don't think so, because they've been so bad for so long and have had basically one good year in the last 20, one or two, that they're viewing this as the best quarterback they've had in 30 years and maybe longer.
Right. Wow. A stunner. DeShaun Watson going to the Cleveland Browns.
And a talented team in other ways, I think. Like, they view, like, they have pretty good defense and some offensive talent, and like they can get some things done, and now you've got a quarterback that can be in any given year a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Watson is the adult they were looking for, question mark?
No, but he's not necessarily. But you know what? He's the most talented guy by far available. By far.
No, you're right about that.
Maybe double the next guy.
Fellas, this doesn't mean he's on Cleveland yet. Let's not just assume he's there for sure. Anything can still happen if he Well, he's got to approve going to Cleveland.
Well, and Adam Schefter continues to add to the reporting. The Browns are giving DeShaun Watson a new deal, per sources.
Wow.
The $184 million over the first 4 years of this contract is a $48 million raise over the $136 million he was going to get $136 in his previous deal. Browns are going to make it $184. So he's getting a raise on top of everything else.
That's pretty incredible. If that doesn't go to show you how talent wins, I don't know what does. Goodness gracious.
$12 million raise per year over the duration.
And he didn't play last year.
Correct.
Well, he is good when he's healthy. There's no doubt about it. Let me ask you this, JD. If you're a San Francisco 49er fan, does the prospect of Baker Mayfield in Seattle concern you at all?
No, it wouldn't scare me.
Well, what about Deshaun? What about had Deshaun Watson gone to Seattle?
Yeah, well, Deshaun Watson to Seattle, they'd be for sure.
All right. I'm just saying. So Seattle's off your radar.
They are. It's still a tough place to play. Like that's the only thing about the way I look at the Niners Seattle right now.
Yeah.
Is you're a clear-cut better team. They're the worst team in the division this past year. They've gotten worse. Russell Wilson tormented you. Like, it's still a tough place to play, but it's a tough place to play because of the building, not because of the building and the team. So to me, it's like the Niners lost to them twice. Last year they got swept. Like, you better go win 2 against them now.
I know.
Like, that's simple as that. Like,
they got to win 1 last year against them, for goodness sakes.
Like the home game's price of admission, but now it's like, all right, well, go up there and suck it up and win. So, yeah, they're off the board.
All right, on the other side, Warriors get some good news regarding Steph Curry, but is there bad news looming about James Wiseman? I think we're going to find that out in the next day or two. Let's get a tourney update.
All right, guys, it's time for the tournament update brought to you by the Xfinity Internet Wi-Fi. Speeds faster than a gig and best coverage to power all of your devices. 3 games currently in progress. Purdue about to wrap up a W against Yale, 75-48 with 3:47 left in the second half. Meanwhile, Villanova and Delaware, little tight, 35-25. Villanova leading as the 2 seed at the half. And then in the first half right now, currently in action, USC taking on number 10 Miami. Miami leading the Trojans 17-14. And that is your updated look at the tournament scoreboard.
All right, on the other side, we'll talk some Warriors and then get into what is it about this tournament that gets you into it. Everybody's got their own reasons. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore life in our solar system and beyond at our new planetarium show, Living Worlds.
Hi, everyone. Jim Kozimor here, inviting you to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, Saturday, March 26th, when I broadcast live from 12 to 4 p.m. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. That's March 26th, Saturday, from 12 to 4 p.m. at Friedman's Appliance. Come on by and say hi.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl? There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones, so I looked them up online. Now everywhere I go is a creepy ad for those headphones I looked at one time. I hate that feeling like I'm being watched. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses. So help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge. Or ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice line customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 4/11/22.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 5/28. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, Microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 11 Pro and get an easy start to your workday. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast, free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from Marin Health and their new All Heart program. It's week 4, time to talk amazing innovations. Cutting-edge doctors with Marin Health are now often opting for minimally invasive procedures instead of open heart surgery. That means easier recovery and less pain. Learn about interventional cardiology and much more at mymarinhealth.org/allheart. Log on for your chance to win this week's prize, $500 toward an Apple Series 7 watch. Follow Marin Health on social and go to mymarinhealth.org/allheart. Your heart will thank you and you could win. mymarinhealth.org/allheart.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop.
Thunderstruck!
When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun. Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expenses additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
How about that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru, it's official. He will be back Monday. He will be back Monday, barring any setbacks. We got some news. Well, I mean, that's the first piece of news. After a five-game absence, Daryl the Guru Johnson expected to rejoin the lineup Monday at noon sharp. So, Keep that in mind when you're making your media fantasy lineups this upcoming week. Guru will be back in the starting lineup on Monday. Big news today involving DeShaun Watson. He is going to play for the Cleveland Browns, most likely. He has waived his no-trade clause to accept a deal to Cleveland. So, in a bit of a surprise, to say the least, because Cleveland was considered out of the running as of a day or two ago. Turns out they were in the running. DeShaun Watson goes to the Cleveland Browns, which now means Baker Mayfield is available. That's a big piece of news today out of the NFL. Golden State Warriors, next game is Sunday against the San Antonio Spurs at the Chase Center. Warriors gave an update on Steph Curry. Steph Curry, they've confirmed the foot injury. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Steph Curry will be reevaluated in 2 weeks, meaning he'll, according to that timetable, miss at least the next 7 games for the Golden State Warriors. They have 12 left, so that would put him in a position to possibly play the final 5, although from experience, reevaluation doesn't usually mean he'd be back that night.
No, reevaluation typically means, okay, now you can get back on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And meaning you can start practicing.
Exactly.
Or start doing basketball activities and then maybe practicing. So, you've got the reevaluation date 2 weeks from today, April the 1st. And then you've got the Warriors playing Utah here in San Francisco and at Sacramento the Saturday, Sunday of that weekend. And then there's 3 days off before the final 3 games. So I think most realistically, if Steph Curry's going to return in the regular season, it would be for those final 3 games, April 7th, 9th, and 10th against the Lakers at home and then at San Antonio and at New Orleans.
Lastly, San Francisco Giants said to be linked to Trevor Story, shortstop, Colorado Rockies, one of 4 teams possibly. Trevor Story is on the San Francisco Giants' radar. Conventional wisdom is could use another bat, so we'll see how that plays out.
Or a couple.
Well, let's start with one.
Mm-hmm. You got Jock Peterson. That was one. By the way, this Adam Schefter news on Deshaun Watson, another little nugget just on the contract for Watson. Adam Schefter reports every dollar of Deshaun Watson's new 5-year, $230 million deal is guaranteed per sources, setting a new record for the highest guarantee given to an NFL player.
203 all
230.
230 all guaranteed? I mean, I want to say Rodgers was guaranteed, 150? And that was among the largest guarantees, right?
Cash me out one time!
That shatters guaranteed money, doesn't it? For the NFL? Wow.
New record for highest guarantee given to an NFL player.
Okay, somebody get that list for me. Not Fran's list either. Wow. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to ask 49er fans right now.
It's a good outcome for them.
How you feeling about Deshaun Watson going to the Browns? Did you really want to see him go to New Orleans or Atlanta? He's out of the conference. He's going to play with the Browns. It also removes the long shot, of course, that the 49ers would somehow find a way to acquire Deshaun Watson. We talked about that yesterday. I think we all acknowledge that was a long shot. But apparently, Deshaun Watson had interest in the San Francisco 49ers, but he's headed to Cleveland, JD.
And it does sound like the Niners never were among 4 teams that had formal meetings. I still wouldn't be surprised, though, if we find out in the summer at some point that there was maybe an informal meeting. There was maybe a phone call or a Zoom call or something like that.
All right, listen. Something happened today that really tells you how this stuff goes on. All right, and it relates to the NCAA tournament. Todd Golden, all right, he was coaching USF last night at about 11 p.m. They lost in overtime to Murray State, okay? Todd Golden's been at USF for 3 years, done a great job. And I want to say about 9 a.m. this morning, Todd Golden had become the head coach of the Florida Gators. Got a 6-year deal. Now, I mean, he coached USF last night, and he's now the Florida coach today. So what I'm saying is, that's how this goes. Like,
it was
somebody, like, I don't even know Todd Golden met formally with Florida immediately or at some point in the last 2 weeks. Sure. But somebody at Florida got to Todd Golden and said, hey, Todd, you didn't hear from me, but they love you in Gainesville. What? I'm telling you. They love you in Gainesville. Any interest in Florida? Yeah, I'll definitely coach the Gators. That's a big-time program. All right, well, listen, you sit tight because I'm telling you right now, you got my word that Florida's very interested in you. Is that a meeting? Not really. But is there an understanding there? Yes. That's kind of how it works, I think.
I would bet that there was a preliminary that we'll find out there was some kind of preliminary conversation that never led to one of the formal meetings that these other teams have had.
Correct. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan expressed to Deshaun Watson's agent that they were flattered with his interest, but at this time, where they're at, both cap-wise, personnel-wise, and probably Trey Lance-wise, it's just not a great fit right now. Like, there's no doubt that takes place. If that doesn't take place, then we got a problem with John Lynch. You got to kick tires. That's part of being a GM. Brennan's on Highway 4. Brennan's got a last game story. What's up, Brennan? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm out in Stockton now, but I got a good one.
All right. Give it to me.
Year, Iowa State champ baseball game. I'm a senior and a catcher. Top of the ninth. 1-run game. Base hit leads the inning off, so we got a guy on first. 2 outs. Guy coming up, previous at bat, couldn't hit the side of a barn with a curveball. So we decide we're going to go curveball heavy. Drop the first one, gets away from me, player gets to second. We throw another one, gets away from me a little bit, guy got to third.
Oh, no.
Conventional wisdom says, let's straighten him up with the fastball, but he looks so terrible. I couldn't help myself. You got to drop the 2 again. We drop it. Picture perfect curveball. Guy swings out of his shoes, right into the mitt. Strike 3, ball game, championship.
So you got him with a curve. You got him with the Uncle Charlie.
You gotta go there.
You know what I had coming? Good story, because what I had coming was 3 straight pass balls. That's what I had.
Glad there was a happy ending there.
Exactly.
Or it's third straight pass ball, and then he
strikes out, but he gets the first.
Well, no, he's got the he gets it, and then it's like a foot race between him and the runner, and he tags him out.
Iowa State. You know what? I played basketball. I played baseball up until 10th grade. I should have kept playing. Feels like everybody gets a scholarship in baseball.
Come on.
Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go? Willamette?
Willamette University.
Willamette University, D3.
D3.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Evan and I have D3 in common. We have D3 in common. I love it. The one thing I do want to find out today, Steve Kerr, hopefully he'll be meeting with the media today after practice. Warriors, they're practicing today. They're back in action Sunday against the Spurs at home. And really hope we get some news on Wiseman today. I really hope we get some news on Wiseman today, because as far as I'm concerned, today is I don't want to say, because we're at a turning point. We're at a critical juncture as far as I'm concerned with James Wiseman. I'm expecting Steve Kerr today or at some point tomorrow to say that James Wiseman is going to play against the Spurs on Sunday. I'm essentially expecting that today.
And what if it doesn't happen? What if Steve Kerr comes out and says he's playing in Santa Cruz tomorrow, or he's playing in Santa Cruz Sunday, or both?
At that point,
and he's not playing against the Spurs.
if he doesn't play against the Spurs, or if Steve Kerr says, yeah, we're not going to bring him back at least against the Spurs, I'll say it, we got a problem. And if not a problem, we got an issue. Because
what's the issue?
The issue is that they don't want to play. They don't want to bring this kid back. He's played 3 G League games already. He's played, I think, 20 minutes at least in each of the 3 games. He's looked like any 20-year-old would look who hasn't played in a year, but he's still 7-1. You got Steph Curry getting hurt on Wednesday. He's not even going to play for the next 2 weeks. I get it. You want to hold off Utah. You want to hold off the Mavericks. But if James Wiseman can't get on the floor against the San Antonio Spurs on Sunday after he's played 3 or 4 G League games, there's only 12 games left. Then all I'm saying is, at that point, to me, now we got a story. So why isn't James Wiseman playing with the big club on Sunday? What I would anticipate, conditioning. Well, he's played 3 games in the G League. He's not going to play more than 20 minutes here. So I'm not buying conditioning, JD.
So are you saying that let's just put the rat on the table. I mean, are you saying right now that the stakes have lowered to a point where, with Steph Curry out, there should be more of an emphasis on developing James Wiseman while Steph Curry is out? Or, because I think the flip side to that is you could say, well, wait a minute. This team needs to be more buttoned up now if they're going to win any games without Steph Curry, and they may not feel that he can help them do that, so he's just going to stay away for a little while longer.
As far as I'm concerned, Steph Curry's irrelevant to this conversation.
Okay.
Had Steph Curry not gotten hurt and Wiseman not play against the Spurs, I'm feeling the same way.
Okay.
I'm feeling the same way. And
some kind of way.
I am feeling some kind of way. Let me ask you this, JD. Why would you be unbelievably cautious with Wiseman unless I'm starting to think maybe they don't want him to come back this year?
Well, they could also have him penciled in to just not be a factor. And that's something that we've danced around, I think, a little bit. And some have said it more strongly than others. But if you know that Wiseman isn't going to be a factor in the postseason at all, then why would you be even in a hurry to get him 10 to 15 minutes a game with the big team?
Well,
period.
If they don't think, well, that's my point. If they don't think he's a factor, if they don't think he's going to be a factor at all, or they don't want to put that pressure of being a factor on him, then yes, play him the rest of the year in Santa Cruz. But again, this was the 2nd pick in the draft, and he played 37 games last year. And, I'm willing, was he a bust? No. Was he great? No. Did he have growing pains? Yes, he had growing pains. But he wasn't useless, and he certainly wasn't overwhelmed, I didn't think. So what I'm saying, again, with 12 games to go, you're damn right I'm expecting Steve Kerr to tell the Warrior media today they can expect James Wiseman on the floor Sunday night against the Spurs. And you know what? If not Sunday night against the Spurs, then he better go on that trip and play. Because once the trip starts, that's 5. Boom. Now we're down to 6 games. What do you think's going on? What do you think's going on?
I think they don't have him penciled in to be much of a factor, if any, in the playoffs, and therefore there isn't a rush to get him back into games now. Because if you're trying and demanding to get him into games now, that would indicate that you want him to be ready for something in the postseason. Something, even a minor role in the postseason. And I think maybe they're just not going to go there. They either don't want him to get hurt, or they don't want him to come back and really struggle with a high focus on him. Like everything's, because right now, the other part of this too, just to throw things at you, Steiny, The other part of this is, with Curry out, if Wiseman comes back, all of a sudden that's kind of the headline for this team right now, right? Because nothing else as far as the high-end stuff that we've been talking about, can they win the title, can they get the 2 seed, Clay, Poole, like all of that's kind of back burner. Draymond's back now. So really, all of the attention is on Wiseman at that point. Like, is he good? Is he not good? How did he look? What did he do well? What did he not do well?
Can you avoid that, though? That's the name. That's the game.
But what if you bring him back? And I'm not saying the Warriors are thinking this, but let's say you bring him back and he didn't play well.
Okay, well, then he's got to carry that into the offseason and into next year. Let's say he comes back, he gets hurt. Then he's got to carry, and then you just shut him down for the year. He's got to carry that weight with him into the offseason. Well, listen, here's the other thing. Just this text from the 408. Steiny, Wiseman needs to play more minutes. And playing with Santa Cruz probably best chance of getting him more minutes. Okay, that's fair. But we're not.
I don't think it's a big deal at all. I'll just say, I don't think it's a big deal at all.
What's not a big deal?
That he's not playing for the Golden State Warriors. Because
whoa. Wait a minute. It's not a big deal, if he just doesn't play for the Warriors this year?
Because they're not counting on him to
I completely disagree there.
And that's fine.
But here's the thing. Is it a big deal to the Warriors or to their championship hopes if James Wiseman doesn't play for the team this year? No, that's not a big deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's inconsequential in a way.
Okay, but what I'm saying, JD, is if you're telling me that this kid's been out for a year, he's been working to come back, the Warriors are woefully small, and they need inside help.
But now you're implying that he's going to play and be a factor.
No, I'm implying the opposite.
Okay.
I get it. I was the first, not first. I'm one of the guys that say, yeah, be careful. He's not going to give you too much. But
he's still got to play.
Correct. This is the way where you're saying, wait, it seems like they're afraid to give him 5 minutes a half. That's the way that's what I would think that's what I'm looking at. It feels like they're afraid to give him 5 minutes a half for whatever reason. They just don't want to. Maybe it'll create more problems than it solves. Maybe they look at that as, 10 games, 5 minutes. Let's not even bother doing that. Let's get him ready for. But then maybe that's the announcement.
If they
Wiseman, the next time James Wiseman's going to play is next year.
If they wanted him to play a lot of minutes in the G League until the G League season is done, me personally, I would have no problem with that. And the reason I would have no problem with that is because I, in taking my cues from the Golden State Warriors, don't think that they view him as being a factor. If they make the decision he's playing in the G League the rest of the G League season, they've made the decision that he can't be a factor in the playoffs. And I'm okay with that because I've already been in line with that.
Well,
all for months.
I'm in line with it too, but I still think it would be a big deal. I really do.
Well, yeah, because he was a second pick in the draft and all of that. I understand that because, look, if you're the second pick in the draft and you play a position of need on paper a position of need, then there's a belief, well, he better be able to help you. How could he? Because I think there are a lot of people that at the minimum look at Wiseman and go, well, how could he not help you? He averaged whatever he averaged last year. How could he not help you on a team that needs some size?
Exactly.
Well, and what I'm saying
to me,
is,
that answer's scary.
And what I'm saying is the Warriors could be answering that question as no, he can't. Or it's not worth the struggles at this point, given everything that's going on. Meaning try to win a championship.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. If you're telling me your number 2 pick, you're afraid to put him out on the floor for 5 or 6 minutes a half to see what he can do. Austin in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man? What are you thinking?
Hey, guys, I hope you can hear me. You got it breaking up a little bit. Can you guys hear me? I hope so.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm Steiny. I'm on board with you, man. I'm trying to be. Let me try to be diplomatic as I can because I think I've been criticizing James a little bit. I don't want to do that, but I think that we need to look at what we've seen. I don't know how many G League games you guys have watched. I've been watching the G League games that James has been participating in. And frankly, I know people want to say he's 7 foot, but I mean, if you really look at what he's doing, yeah, he's getting points and rebounds, but it's not impactful. And I don't see a whole lot of improvement, frankly, other than the fact that he's built up 15 pounds or whatever. I don't see the way he moves being a lot differently. I think he's still got a lot to learn in terms of where to be on the court, all these things. I think the Warriors are just trying to be honest. I mean, Steve said lower expectations. I mean, he already said that. So for us to think all of a sudden Weissman's going to be thrown into the equation now, especially given that the Warriors are trying to make a playoff run, I think it's a little bit unrealistic. So I think, yes, Steiny, to your point, and maybe to JD's point as well, I think they'd be better off telling everybody he's probably not going to play any significant minutes till next year. I mean, I think that's the honest thing. So anyway, that's what I got.
I appreciate it, Austin. Thanks for listening.
And in a way, I think that takes some of the pressure off. Not that you're worried about that, but
okay, I actually look at it the opposite way, JD. I look at it as though he doesn't play this year. They go into the playoffs, make 2 rounds. He doesn't play.
Right
now, they're coming back. There's going to be baggage to not having played last year, also.
But he's also at that point going to get 6-7 more months to work on his game and play in a summer league and do all those things.
But let me ask you this: you're telling me from what you saw last year he can't play 5 minutes a half on this team?
No, I've said I've said this. I think he can play 5 minutes. I think he can play a 6-minute shift, a 5-6-minute shift in each half. Like, I think you could do that. You could say, hey, James, you're going in from the 5-minute mark of the first quarter until the end of the first quarter. 5 minutes left, let's say, in the first quarter, 5 minutes left in the third quarter. You're going to play the last 5 minutes of the first and third quarters. We're going to sub Looney out. We're going to put you in. We're going to go to somebody else at the beginning of the second and fourth quarters because the stakes are too high, especially in the fourth quarter. But yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
Man.
He plays with Poole. Poole's out there subbing for Clay at that point.
All right. Just to recap the text line saying, Steiny, who said that Wiseman's not going to play with the big club? Nobody. Nobody has said it yet. But what I'm inferring or what I'm reading into the situation is James Wiseman's already played 3 G League games where he's played 20 or more minutes. Warriors have 3 days off since Boston. They play the Spurs on Sunday night. Why the hell wouldn't James Wiseman make his debut against the Spurs? Well, the answers to that question, if they're because he's not ready or he's not going to play against the Spurs, something's up. Like, why can he play in the G League but not in the NBA would be my question. So I'm a little worried about what's going on with Wiseman, and that's why I kind of said, I think Steve Kerr's going to come out and say today that Wiseman's going to play against the Spurs. Because if he doesn't, then I think we got an issue. Also, DeShaun Watson, he's going to the Cleveland Browns. Go ahead, JD.
And there's also a little bit, we got a little bit more news on what might be going on with Baker Mayfield that we can get to when we come back.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Talk about it all on the other side. I see your calls. We'll get to them on 95.7 The Game.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with the Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live, working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show!
Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
We're all spending more time at home, so this is the perfect time to save money and enhance your outdoor living space with new Humboldt Sawmill Redwood decking from Dolan's. The natural beauty of rich, warm, durable, and authentic redwood from sustainable forests is unique. For details, visit dolanlumber.com. Then call a Dolan's decking expert about Humboldt Sawmill Redwood decking. Remember, dolanlumber.com.
Angelina Loyola, a first-generation college student, took a class at Evergreen Valley College and found her home. She graduated in 2008 and came back to teach.
Growing up, I had no one in my immediate family that attended college, so naturally, I didn't think it was for me. I took a chance and decided to take a college course at EVC. My first class was an Enlace English class, which was designed for Chicanas and Chicanos to succeed. I remember walking into that class and seeing so many brown faces, people that looked like me, including my professor. It was in that moment that I felt validated, accepted, and empowered to pursue my degree.
When back to the office means back in traffic. We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward. You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center. Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have... From your traffic leader, KCBS.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to sing it.
We're singing words now.
We'll even sing the business part.
Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive.
Now that's a commercial you'll remember, even if you don't remember the bundle and save with Progressive part.
We're singing that commercial.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
This is the end of the jingle. A jingle about insurance.
Novo Platform Inc. is a fintech, not a bank. Banking services provided by Middlesex Federal Savings, FA. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
You started a business. So what? You want a parade? Truth is, sometimes you kind of do. That's why Novo celebrates the bravery it took. But not with a parade. With business financial tools that really do make your life easier. Novo is powerfully simple business checking. And unlike the traditional banking model, Novo has no minimum balances, no transaction limits, and no hidden fees. Novo is customized to your business with seamless integrations to Stripe, Shopify, QuickBooks Online, and more. Sign up for Novo for free and join the community of over 150,000 fearless small businesses who found the customizable business checking solution that admires their brave. Sign up for your free business checking account right now at novo.co/prime. Plus, our listeners get access to over $5,000 in perks and discounts. Go to novo.co/prime to sign up for free. novo.co/prime.
Football is back, and there's a new cat in town, the Bay Area Panthers. Catch all the Bay Area Panthers action on 95.7 The Game and tune in Monday, March 21st, 6:05 p.m. against San Diego. Hard-hitting, fast-paced, in-your-face football. Info at BayAreaPanthers.com.
I got body envy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was going to say, who is that? But I'm not talking about Guru. Kind of like this. You got here, Evan.
Got a little Blackstreet, no diggity.
That's right. Yeah,
no doubt.
That's right. Oh, Gwen Stefani,
Dr. Dre.
I thought you said no doubt.
Yeah, it said the lyric.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is.
You love it when I do stuff like that.
Steiny, this is your era, though.
Listeners
Like,
love
this
when
is-
I do that. See, I'm afraid. I don't care. You can poke fun at me. I can poke fun at myself. Come on. This is Snoop.
This is and correct. I may be off. Like, this is late '90s, right?
It's a little after my time. I'm more I'm De La Soul, me, myself, and I. That's my time period. And Grandmaster Flash.
That's good knowledge. That's good knowledge right there.
What's it's like a jungle out there, but that's not the name of the song. It's a heck. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like a jungle.
Yeah,
but it's not called Something Delight. It's called Something Delight.
Rapper's Delight?
Maybe. I'm sure I'll be corrected about 7 times in the text line.
That's even earlier. So you're saying that's your era? Like, that's your era?
He's an original.
My era
I
is
would have
actually...
thought,
okay, I'll be
mid
honest
to
with
late 90s would have been, like, in your wheelhouse a little bit.
Here's let me tell you the hip-hop artists or the rap artists or the musicians that I saw. When I was in 10th grade, I saw Rick James.
Okay.
He was in my wheelhouse. Cool and the Gang. They were at this concert in Philly. War.
So this
Why
is
Can't We Be
late
Friends?
70s, early 80s?
Early 80s. This is
Okay,
early
late
80s.
70s, early 80s. Okay.
Early 80s.
Yeah, 79 to 82 was kind of what I was thinking.
Like Atlantic Star, they were there. That's about it. All right. Hey, let's talk a little football. There's action in the NFL. JD, catch us up on what's going on, man.
Yeah, Juju Smith-Schuster. Do we need a breaking news sounder for Juju?
Give it to
Breaking news
him.
on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
All right, Juju Smith-Schuster is signing with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs. He's a talented player. They obviously have a lot of talent on offense. That's a good match, I think, for both player and team. And then the other news was a report with regard to, we now know DeShaun Watson's going to Cleveland. Jeff Howe, who covers the NFL, NFL national insider for The Athletic, and he writes that Baker Mayfield has informed the Browns that he'd prefer to be traded to the Colts, per sources. Earlier this week, prior to Mayfield's trade request, Howe writes, the Browns said they'd work with him on a trade. We'll see if they accommodate such a move to the AFC, though. He
Which
wants
would
to
mean
go to the Colts.
Which would mean Baker Mayfield to the Colts means no Jimmy Garoppolo to the Colts.
Right.
Would you agree that the Colts, if you put a big board up of Jimmy Garoppolo's next team, would the Colts still be the leader in the clubhouse?
The Colts are the Saints.
Okay. I think so, too. I'd put the Colts slightly higher. But I'm kind of with you.
Maybe the Saints, like if Sean Payton was still coaching the Saints, it'd be the Saints. I mean, you're talking Michael Thomas and Kamara and an opportunity to maybe get in the Niners' kitchen a little bit by being in the playoff mix.
That's true.
A little revenge factor. You play if the Saints play at San Francisco next year down to Levi's.
Okay. Tony's in Oakland. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, man?
All right, hey, let me first comment on your good taste there on music, Steiny. I'm with you on some of the groups you're talking about.
Thank you, Tony.
There, right?
Yeah, it's nice to have somebody in my bracket. Yeah, thank you.
Come
on, good stuff. Hey, I went to go see Wiseman last week, and let me give you at least
down in Santa Cruz?
I saw a guy who.
You saw him in Santa Cruz?
Say again?
You saw him down in Santa Cruz, huh? Cool.
No, in Chase. I saw him in Chase.
Oh, right. They played last Sunday. My bad.
Sunday, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to go see him. I wanted to go see for my own eyes what he's about. So I saw a guy who's a lot more poised, confident. He's definitely paying attention to more so on protecting the rim on defense. Super athletic, smiling, enjoying, but he looked winded. So I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking, man, he's probably going to need 4 or 5 G League games just to get that win back up. Because I think he's going to be an impact player eventually for the Warriors, and I think he'll be not only serviceable, but I think he really will help the Warriors. And I'm wondering if they give him a couple extra games, maybe Steve Kerr is thinking, hey, he's going to play. But he can't play winded, so let's get his wind up.
Okay. Tony, we're losing you. You're breaking up, but your point is well taken.
It's fair.
Well taken. I mean,
that's fair. Possible outcome.
Yeah, it is. One thing I did want to ask him, but he's breaking up a little. Is Wiseman? If you saw Wiseman in person, is he obviously the biggest guy on the court? Like when you're watching the Santa Cruz Warriors play, whoever they're playing, are you like, wow, that's the biggest guy on the court?
It's been that way on TV. I mean, I've watched all 3 games on TV.
I got you. I'm just,
not in person.
Sure,
I know you're saying in person.
Yeah. So anyway, the Warriors. We talking about James Wiseman simply because he hasn't played yet for the Golden State Warriors, and I'm wondering what the heck is going on.
And we're thinking he's going to play. Like it's been trending toward Sunday.
You know, it's funny. So we got some texters kind of comparing, like the 408 to Steiny. Are you in on Lance now or what? Or maybe you're hoping the Niners trade. No, Trey Lance is going to start week 1 next year. Let's see what he can do. There's no ambiguity there. There's no ambiguity about Trey Lance. Plus, Trey Lance, remember, he's a year younger than Wiseman in terms of experience. Listen, what's the other message that you can receive about James Wiseman and why he hasn't played for the Warriors? Unless you use the old trance, well, he's not ready. Must not be ready. Like, not good enough to get on the court. Because if he were good enough on the court, he'd be playing, wouldn't he?
You'd think.
I don't know. What I'm getting at, ladies and gentlemen, is if he doesn't play Sunday against the Spurs,
it's a problem?
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say it. How about if I put it this way? If he doesn't play Sunday against the Spurs, that tells me, without officially telling me, don't expect anything out of Wiseman.
But haven't they already been telling you that?
They said don't expect a lot.
Now they're saying don't expect anything.
Correct. That's what that would mean.
Like next level. We got a next level.
Exactly.
They'd be taking it to.
Yeah. To me, don't expect a lot is tamping down expectations and saying, look, he's only going to play a little bit. Maybe he can help us in the right situations. This would be, he ain't playing at all. He's not good enough to get on a court right now. That's what would be worrisome to me. Dave's in Fremont. Wants to talk about James Wiseman. Hey, Dave, how's it going, man?
Going good, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
I was out at Chase Center on Sunday.
Okay.
It was magical for me. And,
how come?
I saw Wiseman. That's the reason I went.
All right.
I wanted to see Big James. And, yeah, it was great because the guy that was supposedly selling me tickets ended up flaking on me, and then I had to buy a ticket, and then I ended up being on the floor.
What'd they get you for, Dave? What do they get you for a G League game at Chase? Did they charge you Warrior prices?
Oh my God, not in comparison, but it was $3 guys to sit on the floor.
I believe that. Sit on the floor? I believe that.
This isn't the Taj Mahal.
Yeah, I got some great photos. I'm not on Instagram, but I'll share them some point.
So were you first? So you're telling me you were in the first row or first couple rows?
You with James still, and he does.
$300.
I think he meant like 100.
I think he meant
but
3
still,
digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Evan.
100's not that bad.
Yeah. I think he was saying it was at least 100.
For the C-dubs?
On the floor in Chase with Wiseman playing, market pricing goes up.
Yep.
Dynamic pricing.
Yeah.
But he's not dynamic. That's the problem. Otherwise, he'd be playing for the Warriors.
He's a number 2 pick in the draft.
Oh, man. We got a problem with Wiseman?
It's like...
You hadn't heard me say this
before.
before.
When I saw Albert Pujols play in AAA in 2000, he hit the longest home run I've ever seen hit in a minor league game. I might have paid a premium that night to see him. It was in Sacramento.
Okay.
In 2000. He was playing for Memphis.
Wait, so this is before
the Memphis
before he
Redbirds.
broke in?
Yeah, he came up either the end of that year or the next year.
I thought it was some kind of rehab.
No, he was up in 2001 and he was awesome. He hit he hit it it was unbelievable. Hit it out of freaking the ballpark there. I'll never forget it. I'm like, And he's like a big prospect, like
the Rayleigh Center, Rayleigh Stadium?
Rayleigh Field.
Yeah, Rayleigh Field.
He hit it completely out of Rayleigh Field to left field, over the club. I mean, if you're familiar with it, just over the club. The clubhouse is right in the outfield beyond the wall. I mean, he hit it completely. It was an absolute moonshot. I mean, oh my God! And it was, I'm thinking, who is this guy? And it's Albert freaking Pujols. Like, here we are, 22 years later.
Let me tell you something. There's nothing better.
Wow.
To then seeing greatness at a young age.
Like,
I love it. I like some of the.
I'll never forget that.
Like, so yeah, you saw Albert Pujols play a minor league game.
Yeah.
Trying to think what it'd be like.
Barry Zito was up that year too. Barry Zito was.
I always think about
make a start before he came up.
I always think about that kind of stuff, JD. Like there are people out there that like they saw Larry Bird playing in the pickup games with the garbage man, like there's guys who saw Michael Jordan play in high school,
right?
And like that to me is when you can see I love when there's a guy on the field or on the court that's just noticeably better than every other player.
I've mentioned this to you before, and I want to. There's two of the names I remember. I think I remember right, but this is another my dad's story. He's got an old program of like it was in the late 70s, and it was a high school like all-star traveling team, and it was like Bill Laimbeer and James Worthy, and like there were like other NBA players that were on this high school traveling team that played, like they went around, and he saw him play in Sacramento. He's got a program, and it's like all the names in the program. I'm like, what? Like all these guys that like came into the league in like the early 80s.
Right.
Wow.
I went to a McDonald's high school All-American game in Philly and saw a bunch of high school kids who were then going to college. And you know what? I look back at a lot of guys did. A couple guys made it. A couple guys didn't.
Yeah.
Most guys didn't. I'm trying to. Darren Day. Remember him? He went to UCLA. He ended up playing in the NBA. Darley. Darley's in Concord. Hope I'm saying that right. What's up, Darley?
It's actually Daryl.
All right. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I want to talk about, I think it's really scary what you're talking about if James Wiseman can't offer what Bielitsa is providing right now. I think he's playing absolutely horrible, missing layups, bad passing, everything that he's giving to the team right now. If Wiseman can't offer that, then there is a bigger problem.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, and I'm not one of these guys that picks on Bielitsa either.
A lot of people look at it that way. They're just different. They're just different players in a way. Like you know what I'm saying? Like there are a lot of people that look at it like, well, Bielitsa stinks. Like I'm speaking for the fan. Bielitsa stinks, so he better be better than Bielitsa right now. And I think in some ways the Warriors might tell you he would be. Obviously, he's a 7-footer. But in some ways, I think the Warriors may be telling you he wouldn't be, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, they're two different kind of players. I mean, Bielitsa can, if he can do, if he can do one thing a little bit, it's stretch the floor. There's no chance Wiseman's going to be able to stretch the floor. Like, there's nobody that's going to guard Wiseman at the 3-point line after he hasn't played in a year. You know what I mean? Bielitsa, you have to respect. So, if the Warriors think they're a better team when they spread the floor as much as possible, well, guess what? That's a big thing, and that's something where Bielitsa's better than him at doing that. This is borderline comical, says the 415. Wiseman is not in NBA condition yet. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Well, Steve Kerr's hinting that he's not.
It can't be the reason. Yeah, but this one, 650. Guru, lay off my boy Wiseman. Warriors and Kerr know what they're doing. They'll figure it out. Come playoffs, they'll all be ready. We'll get that ring. Lay off, Goo. Lay off. Tell you what, you're right, 650. Goo's been unbelievably negative. Boy, he's been brutal. He's been brutal this week. No Goo this week, so... Any opinion you think you may have heard.
And it looks like Steve Kerr's just starting to talk.
Okay. And the other piece of news, as it relates to the Golden State Warriors, they put out an update on Steph Curry. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks which would mean he's going to miss at least the next 7 games. And they confirmed left foot. Go ahead, JD. What is it? Left foot ligament damage or ligament injury.
Yeah,
I get it right. Go ahead.
Come on, sprained left foot ligament.
Okay.
So now
we don't know what ligament.
Right. Sprained left foot ligament. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. 2 weeks is April 1st. Easy to remember.
You know what? Am I overthinking it? But
as we
I don't
talk
know if I'm
about
putting
it
out a
every day.
release on April 1st. Nobody's gonna believe it.
Well, that's just kind of a thing they say too. Like the reevaluation is not
etched in stone.
Well, and it doesn't necessarily take place on the 1st. That's just when they say it.
Right.
They're basically saying, "Don't ask us about it until April 1st."
Right.
And on April 1st, they may
say, "Yeah, we're getting to it."
He may get reevaluated the day before. It might be the day after. It's just basically this. It's all right. Here's the deal. Nothing is going to change between now and April 1st. And he's not playing until then.
510 JD says, so wait a minute, JD. Your pops saw Bill in high school. I think he means Cartwright, then sold him a car.
No, it's Bill Wennington.
Oh, Bill Wennington.
And you know what? Bill
That's
Cartwright,
right.
I think, was on that. I think I said Bill Laimbeer. I want to say maybe Bill. And again, I want to say Bill Cartwright was actually in that game too. Bill Cartwright, Bill Laimbeer, James Worthy. Now that I think
And it was
about
in Sacramento?
It was at Memorial Auditorium in Sacramento. It was a traveling high school.
Memorial Auditorium?
Yeah. So it was like
Where's that?
Downtown. Yeah.
About 5,000 it holds?
Yeah, it's a little venue. Yeah, little cool venue. Yeah.
Didn't Wennington said he still has that car?
He did.
His dad sold it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. His old
Did you tell
Camaro.
your dad that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did he get a kick out of it?
He did get a kick out of it. Yeah, it was an old Camaro, like a 90 Camaro, 89, 90 Camaro, 90.
If you're just joining us and want to know what we're talking about,
That was
John
Bill
Dickinson.
Wennington, yeah.
John Dickinson's father sold cars in the Sacramento era, and he remembers selling Bill Wennington back in the day. He used to play for the Kings,
Yeah.
former St. John's player, 20 plus years ago. John Dickinson's father sold Bill Wennington a Corvette. Camaro.
Yeah.
A Camaro.
Yeah. And we asked Bill Wennington about it like a month ago.
And he said he still has
He's
the
like,
car.
I still have the car. I gave it to my son.
That's so cool. That is really cool.
So remember buying it. and yeah, he got the, and there was again the other part. I don't think Wennington remembered, but he like gave ticket. Like we went to a game. Like he gave him tickets.
I'm sure.
He was cool.
I'm sure.
He was cool.
Yeah, he's a real. Well, you know why? He's cool.
He was cool.
He's Canadian. I'll tell you, can't go wrong with Canadians at all. All right, let me catch you up on the big stuff today, because we've had a bunch of stuff dropping, and I want to keep it moving. The big news today in the NFL: Deshaun Watson is going to surprise the Cleveland Browns.
We got another.
Wow.
We got another.
Is it
another quarterback related?
Is it worthy of the breaking news?
I think so.
Okay.
95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Adam Schefter writes here via Twitter, after today's trade, the Watson trade, free agent quarterback Jameis Winston is now expected to be back in play for the New Orleans Saints. So not agreed to a deal, but mutual interest.
Okay.
So when we're ranking our quarterbacks here at the top of the show and who's available and who's not, well, now we know Watson's going to Cleveland. Right. We know Baker wants to play for the Colts.
Yep.
And it sounds like the Saints, now that they can't get Watson, Jameis is at the top of their list.
Right. Which leads to the question, what about Jimmy Garoppolo?
And, oh, by the way, Matt Ryan, he's still a Falcon because the Falcons didn't get Watson.
You know what? Can we do this?
Options limited.
Can we acknowledge, is everybody willing to acknowledge that Jimmy Garoppolo's shoulder surgery is the biggest reason he has not been traded and is not perhaps garnering the interest that the 49ers thought? Like, is that what you believe?
Yeah, I think it's a major part of it.
Okay.
I also think it's maybe some of these teams didn't have him that highly ranked to begin with. And then the injury makes it...
He been in the lab.
Not doing anything.
Jimmy hasn't been in the lab.
No. Well, he might be in the lab. He's just not throwing it.
He's in the rehab lab.
He might be watching film in the lab.
Man. So the Cleveland Browns get Deshaun Watson. A lot of quarterback movement.
So yes, Cam Inman, I love you, but the dominoes do matter.
Did he say they didn't?
He didn't like him. I can't remember what he said. I'm not really coming down his road, but he's like, I don't like talking about the dominoes. Well, yeah, take the L on that one.
Oh, hey, that's not official.
No, but
Garoppolo may be the next domino. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. But the point is,
you're picking on Cam for not here.
The Watson domino.
Sure,
that's a domino. Well, the Watson domino led to the Baker domino. Van Morrison, which led to. Yeah, you didn't think I knew that one.
Well done.
You didn't. Yeah, right. Anyway, and so, yeah.
All right.
I trend about 20. Like I can go about 20, 30 years older than my actual age.
You know why? Because of your dad.
Musically,
you gotta get me.
Both of my parents.
What's your dad's name?
He's also John. Different middle names though. So
Get John and me together.
Yeah,
it could
possible.
I think it could be action.
Possible.
Me and JD's father. Hey, coming up at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, when you hear this sounder. All right, when you hear that sounder, we got your chance to win 2 tickets to see Bill Burr. Bill Burr on May 14th at the Oakland Arena. This is courtesy of Live Nation. Once again, 2 o'clock, in the 2 o'clock hour, when you hear this sounder. Fifth caller at 844-999-4263. You're going to get 2 Bill Burr tickets. That's coming up next hour.
That's cool.
All right. We have a lot to talk about. On the other side, we have some tournament stuff I want to get into, JD, because I saw a lot of stuff last night that caught my attention. And the Golden State Warriors, they got 12 more games left. What do you expect? What do you expect out of them? These last 12 games, we'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun.
Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expense additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry Bahamas.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green of System Pavers, America's #1 designer and installer of elegant outdoor living systems. This spring, love your home again and turn the old hardscapes into big savings with our free demolition and instant recycling cash credit. Call System Pavers today at 888-PAVE-002 and you will save like never before because we'll demolish and remove your old cracked concrete or asphalt for free and give you an instant recycling cash credit toward our beautiful interlocking pavers, SP turf, custom built-in barbecues, fire pits, and wonderful outdoor lighting. This could add up to hundreds, even thousands in savings, but you must call now at 888-PAVE-002. Don't wait. Our free demolition, removal, and instant recycling credit only applies to new orders placed by March 31st. 888-PAVE-002, 888-PAVE-002, or systempavers.com.
See website for full details. Contractor's license 661575.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling so great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
The fastest way to learn what your home is truly worth is from Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Just text your address to 408-740-7400. No phone calls, just text your address to 408-740-7400 to get your home value now.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle, so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Yeah, I don't do drugs, Whitey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Daryl the Guru Johnson, he'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, John Dickinson joining us. An eventful Friday, JD.
So you didn't do it.
It's. You know what? Why don't we try to do it after the show?
Okay. Well, look, it's your call.
Yeah.
But you're trying to do the.
I don't want to do it during the show
anymore. Well, doing it during the show would have been a move, though.
I disagree
because you just would have left it alone.
Well, I'm going to leave it alone at the bar when we try to do it again after work.
Are they going to have Wi-Fi though?
Yeah, they do.
Okay,
you're
going to have to be able to connect to their Wi-Fi.
I'll be able to. My phone, ladies and gentlemen,
your iPhone 7.
I got to just get a new one.
Everybody, yeah. Why don't you?
Is there an Apple store anywhere around here right now?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just go to the one in Emeryville. there it is. Caller number 5. Thanks, because I would have forgotten about that. There it is. Caller number 5 right now. 844-999-4263. Caller number 5. You get Bill Burr tickets for May 14th at the Oakland Arena, courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 5, 844-999-4263. I'm trying to update my phone, and I'm getting a message on it of failed verification because you're no longer connected to the internet. I thought I was. It says I'm connected to the company internet.
Yeah, that can be a little tricky in this room sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you may have been in and then out.
Oh, all right. Now, we'll do it at the bar, JD. We'll do it at 257.
Yeah, that works. Just because my thought was, because you're not trying to do the update anymore. We're gonna wipe the whole phone.
Okay.
We're gonna knock it back to factory specs, but you could have done that while we were sitting here. That would have taken some time.
Okay.
And then built it back, by relogging in and all that during the show, and then it would be ready by the end of the show. It's an efficiency thing.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I digest.
We got rain tomorrow? We're looking at rain?
Are we? Hope not.
I'm hearing rain.
Hope not.
I got a tea time at 9. Let's go.
Bump it up to 6.
That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. Let's go through what happened today, or what's happening today. Number 1, DeShaun Watson. He is going to the Cleveland Browns. So he has double-backed after they were supposedly out of the DeShaun Watson running. Apparently, they were not only just in it, they got him. So DeShaun Watson's going to be headed to Cleveland. Baker Mayfield, whom the Browns said yesterday they would not trade, well, they're going to trade him now, and Baker Mayfield has said he wants to go to the Indianapolis Colts, which is interesting, and it has tentacles out here in the Bay, JD, because Indianapolis is a team that still is being linked to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
But not if they go get Baker Mayfield.
Exactly. And now Jameis Winston's back in play with the Saints because the Saints are not getting Deshaun Watson, and Matt Ryan obviously remains with the Falcons because the Falcons did not get Deshaun Watson. So it is all interconnected.
It is. It is. And it continues. It continues. What's the next domino, JD? Jameis Winston?
Looks like it, or Baker Mayfield.
Right, because Matt Ryan's going to probably sit tight now, you would think.
Or the Carolina Panthers step up and say, all right, Niners, we'll give you da-da-da-da-da. Here's Jimmy.
See ya.
Exactly. But does he want to go there? Because I know a part of this, too, Steiny, is there's a belief that the Niners are going to work with Jimmy, right? Like, not only get some value, but work with Jimmy to try and get him to a destination that he wants to go to. Well,
they don't have to.
They don't have to, but if I'm Jimmy...
Yes?
I wouldn't want to go to Carolina.
You don't like Charlotte?
If they're the one team.
You don't like Charlotte?
I just don't like that situation.
You ever been to Charlotte?
I've never been to Charlotte. It's not an indictment of the area.
Oh, I got you.
I don't know the area, so I wouldn't say that.
Charlotte.
Queen City? Come on. It's a pretty nice place.
Queen City's Portland, isn't it?
No.
No. That's a Rose.
Oh, that's
City,
right, the Rose City.
Queen City, also Cincinnati. I don't know why it's both of them, but yeah.
Well, you know the game I used to play with former Bay Area media member Dave Del Grande. We used to rank all the cities. I told you this, didn't I?
Refresh my mind.
Okay, so we both covered the Warriors, and how many NBA cities are there? Probably 28, 28, 30 cities. So we would rank the cities, and we said to each other, well, if we could have the number one beat of any NBA team, where would you live? Where would you pick? And this was about 20 years ago, so a lot of it had to do at the time with who was good back 20 years ago. But I always said, number one, and this was when the Warriors were terrible. I said, still, number one. Golden State Warriors in the Bay Area. They were number one. Because I don't want to move from here. I love it out here. And even though the Warriors stunk back then, I was like, no, that team doesn't matter. I just want to be here. This is Matt Steinmetz. Thank you.
Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
So my top 5.
And you don't mind. And sometimes, you didn't mind covering a bad team either.
Not at all.
Like, that's the other thing. And that's the one thing. Like, a lot of beat writers don't mind covering bad teams.
You know what? Honestly, JD,
if
this was a little different because it went on for 12 years.
Sure.
So that's a little lengthy. After about 6 years, I was like, hey, you know what? Come on, let's get to 500. What's it like covering a 500 team?
And then they went 19-63.
Thank you. Exactly. So my top 5 was the Warriors and the Bay, and then the Philadelphia 76ers in Philadelphia, because that's where I grew up, around there. So, yeah, I'd like to work at home, maybe. Number 2. Miami, the Miami Heat, clearly. Miami and New York, the Lakers.
Younger Steiny.
It was.
South Beach Steiny.
Yeah. And then
I would thought Seattle would have been in that mix.
Well, now it's Atlanta, for sure. But Atlanta wasn't really on the map 20 years ago. It was more like New York, L.A., the Bay, Miami, and Philly. But we also did the whole rankings. And so, like, I had Milwaukee in my top 10.
Yeah, you like Milwaukee.
Right.
Maybe he had
He had him in the 20s, because he liked golf. Back then, he loved golf.
Right. And you
so
can't
he
do
had
a lot
like
of
Phoenix.
that.
He had Phoenix up high.
And if you're going to Milwaukee, you're probably going to Milwaukee in like January.
Always.
A lot.
Always.
No golf in Milwaukee in January.
No. Miniature indoor golf. I don't even know if they have that in Milwaukee. Anyway, Steph Curry news also came out today. The Golden State Warriors announced that Curry got a ligament problem in his left foot.
MRI indicated Curry suffered a sprained left foot ligament. I'm surprised you haven't jotted this down yet. Sprained left foot ligament reevaluated in 2 weeks.
I don't have to write it down. I got you, my man.
Well, you're not going to have me the next 2 weeks.
Wow.
I mean, maybe a day or two.
I mean, nobody. Yeah, nobody. Anyway, so Steph Curry will be reevaluated April 1st or right around there, and then chances are he'll probably, hopefully, if fingers crossed, he can get on the court the last 2 or 3 games. I think would be what they want. They play the Spurs on Sunday. The third thing, San Francisco Giants are being linked to shortstop Trevor Story of the Colorado Rockies. And I guess I didn't realize it's no big deal, but when I heard Trevor Story and the Giants, I thought, so I guess, what about Crawford? But apparently, Story will just play somewhere else.
Yeah, there's some thought that he's maybe willing to take a shorter deal than 5-6 year deal. Maybe he wants a 2-year deal, 1-year deal where he can opt out at the end, and that he would, in the short term, to get paid and find a situation he likes, change positions or play multiple positions. I think the Giants would be interested in him at second base, maybe a little third. And we were talking about it in the crosstalk with Willard, maybe a little outfield, Willard and Whitey. So I think that he becomes somebody the Giants would have interest in if he's a 3-4 position type right-handed stick that they can move around.
Steiny, how many writers picked Sacramento as the top market? Now, I know that's a little joke there, but I had Sac in my top 10.
Well, 20 years ago they were good.
Well, I had Sac in my top 10 markets. Hell, because I think I had all the California cities.
Because you're close to the Bay.
Well, you know what? I'm not one of those guys that rips on Sacramento.
No,
I think Sacramento. I like Sacramento. I do.
Yeah, that's fine.
And here's the random tweet, text of the day, JD, from the 408. Taco Fall would be a good addition for the Warriors. Taco Fall.
Okay.
Where did he come from? Where did that even come from?
Back to Wiggins.
Anybody who's above 7 feet tall at this point, I feel like people are just clamoring for.
Exactly.
The NFL released a statement about DeShaun Watson, considering obviously some of the, not a lot here, but any transaction, this is from the NFL, any transaction would have no effect on the NFL's ongoing and comprehensive investigation of the serious allegations against DeShaun Watson, nor would it affect his status under the collective bargaining agreement and personal conduct policy. If the league's investigation determines that Watson violated the personal conduct policy, discipline may be imposed pursuant to the policy and the CBA.
Okay.
So, Cleveland, you're getting him, but if the investigation goes a certain way, he still could miss time.
There's a question here on the text line that's a great one from the 925. Why would anyone of sound mind with a no-trade clause want to go to the Cleveland Browns? And the answer's simple. He got $230 million guaranteed. It's the most guaranteed money in an NFL contract after higher now than Josh Allen. Josh Allen got $150 million guaranteed. That was the previous mark for most guaranteed money. DeShaun Watson just got $230 million guaranteed. And, listen, I have nothing against DeShaun Watson, but holy hell, JD.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets into some trouble, to say the least. Doesn't play last year, and boy, you want to talk about a reward. Man.
Big reward.
That's what happens when you can play. If you can play.
A lot of talent.
No doubt about it. So that's the big news of the day. DeShaun Watson going to the Cleveland Browns. Let me ask you this. I actually got home yesterday and watched some NCAA tournament basketball. I was wondering, did you check any out? Any thoughts? What do you got?
No, I did. I went home and I got the multiple screens and I set them up. I was watching everything. I get whatever game was. I typically will go with whatever game if it's a relatively close game.
Right.
The next game to finish.
Sure.
We'll get the sound, and then I got the 3 screens. So I got the other 2 games. Or, 2 of the other 3 games. Sometimes there's 4 games going on, but 2 of the other 3 games I got on the other screens. I just kind of click around and watch. So I was locked in from when I got home until the end of the night. It was a blast. I love it.
Yeah, I do too. I like it too. And JD and I were talking before.
St. Peter's.
What about it?
They won.
I know. They beat Kentucky.
I mean, that was the big.
Well,
that was the big in the early part of the
You know what? One of the great things about the tourney is you either have these connections with teams and universities or you don't, and it's just like. For example, there's a couple games here that I will watch just because of let me tell you where I'm going to be tomorrow at, 6 o'clock? 5 o'clock? I'll figure it out.
4:10.
St. Mary's, UCLA?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I will be, that's going to be a start to finish job. That's in Portland?
Yes.
Up in Portland.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
And let me tell you something.
I'll look at the games you want to watch and kind of plan the day around it as best you can.
And every once in a while, JD and Evan, when I think, Steiny, are you losing your passion for sports? Something like this happens. I'm like, no. I want St. Mary's to put such a beat down on UCLA and Mick Cronin. I can't tell you how much. I want Randy Bennett to coach circles around Cronin.
Why?
Because I can't stand Cronin. Because he's an embarrassment on the sidelines, JD. An embarrassment.
Okay.
He's a madman. Okay. He's a lunatic. And I don't like him, frankly. What do you want me to say?
It's antics?
Yes.
Antics.
Yes. I'll tell you what, it started last year when I was watching, this was when he was at, 2-3 years ago, he was at Cincinnati. Cincinnati's up like 5, but they're holding on, and one of his kids commits a turnover in the backcourt, and he is jumping up and down, and he is stomping, and he points at the guy who turned it over, and he goes, get over here, and the kid comes over, and he's right in front of Cronin, and Cronin is beside himself, and Cronin goes, would you please calm the F down? I'm like, you're a madman. He's not going to listen to you. You have no composure at all, Cronin. You can't be asking your team to be composed if you're not composed. Go, Randy Bennett. Go get this one. Go get this one, Randy Bennett. Man, I want that one. A couple other ones that I'm really interested in. When's Wisconsin play Colgate? Wisconsin-Colgate. That's a fun game.
That should be tonight around, I think, 6:40.
Okay, Wisconsin-Colgate. My best friend went to Wisconsin, so I got that tie. But, Colgate's, I like to see the Colgates against the big boy schools. I think I'll watch Davidson, Michigan State, Steph and Draymond Green. Let me ask you this. You think they do that on purpose?
I think they did.
No question?
I think they did. I also think they wanted to... I think part of that was they wanted Michigan State preferably to end up playing Duke in the second round. You get Izzo against Coach K, and Maybe that's the end of the line for Coach K if they get upset. So I think that was part of it. But I do think, all right, all right, Michigan State, Davidson. Steph Curry went to one trade. Like that'll like you get a little extra pub maybe out of that game.
Who's going to break the story of what Draymond and Steph Curry bet on that game? Because they got action. They got wager going.
I'm going to say no story broken. Like nobody's going to actually break it. I think it's going to either be like Instagram story from somebody, or it'll be asked about in a press conference whenever the next time one, like Steph. I mean, who knows when he's going to talk? So Draymond, it might end up being Draymond like after the game Sunday. We'll have to see. But I think
if Draymond comes to the podium in a Davidson sweatsuit, I think we'll know what the bet was.
Yeah, in a Steph Curry Davidson jersey.
Exactly.
Probably like a bottle of wine, right? Something like that.
A medium.
Yeah, a $750 bottle of wine, these guys.
Well, we know that Draymond can't, do his... He likes his red wine.
He does like his red wine, but he doesn't get drunk off it.
No, he can't.
No.
6'7", 230.
235.
Oh, sorry.
And then lastly, I always like to keep an eye on old friend Eric Musselman at Arkansas, JD. Arkansas, of course, playing New Mexico State.
Yeah. They get a weak draw because of the upset.
Oh, that's right. New Mexico State beat
Connecticut.
That's right. UConn.
Yeah.
Does that mean you guys' brackets are looking pretty toasted at this point?
Yeah, I don't have a bracket.
Yeah, I have a couple.
And I want to get to that real quick. At 888-957-9570, I don't think there's any doubt the bracketology, the interest, has waned in the last 10 or 15 years.
I don't think so.
I do. And you know why? I think it's because of the play-in game. These play-in games, Sunday's Selection Sunday, so everybody on Monday finally gets the brackets when they get to work and they're looking at it. And they got to make a decision now by the next night, Tuesday night. That's awfully quick. I know, JD, I need 2 days of research to lock in. You filled out a bunch of brackets?
Yeah, I got 2.
Okay. What you got winning it?
Well, one of them, like the earliest I've ever had an issue. Kentucky. I had Kentucky.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
And one. The other one's Arizona.
Okay.
Because I try and pick a team to win it that isn't the obvious team.
Right.
I know Arizona's a 1 seed, but
if it makes you feel any better, JD, to peel back the curtain a bit, Spadoni had Kentucky playing Iowa in the national championship game. So
yeah, I had Iowa going to like the Elite 8 and one, and I can't remember which one. I don't look at it's kind of nobody wants to hear about your fantasy team. Nobody wants to hear about your bracket busting, right?
I think people would rather hear more about bracket busting than fantasy sports.
I agree with that. But I had Iowa going far and one. But once I get that's the one thing I've done now is like I'll do it. I get in, and then I just try to enjoy the tournament. Like I don't want to be because okay, here's a perfect example of where I am on the tournament. I did pick Kentucky to win it all in one of my brackets, so that bracket's toast. Like immediately light it on fire. You can't win anything with that bracket, right? But I'm watching St. Peter's in Kentucky, and I'm rooting for St. Peter's,
right?
Like I don't care. I don't care if it means my bracket. Like, so I want to, once the games actually start, I want to just focus on the good basketball. Like, I don't care if I picked the Dons last night or the fighting John Morant's at Murray State. Like, I don't care.
No, I hear you there. By the way, I really like Murray State's coach. McMahon, is that his name?
I can't remember.
I like him.
By the way, John Morant, he got off the, he had a good tweet last night. It was pretty funny. John Morant, obviously of Murray State, he said it was something to the effect of, well, one team in Kentucky won today.
And with that tweet, most people find out where Murray State is. Nobody knows.
In Kentucky.
Well, I know, but that's the point.
Does anybody know where St. Peter's is?
New Jersey.
Okay. I didn't know that. I had never heard of St. Peter's before.
Really?
But again, you're from that area, kind of.
Yeah, it's North Jersey.
Yeah,
probably 25 minutes from New York City.
John Morant last night. A team from Kentucky won today.
I think I could tell you what state every school's in. Like, okay, where's Creighton? Do you know what state Creighton's in?
Nebraska?
I'm going to say Kansas.
Iowa? It's in the Midwest, right?
I would guess Oklahoma.
Creighton?
Yeah. Not Creighton Barrel either.
It's not
Creighton University,
Nebraska.
Oh,
no kidding.
Oh.
Omaha.
You know what? No, I've heard good things about Omaha. Believe it or not, it's a growing city.
Yep, fantastic place. And college baseball World Series here. So,
of course. Division I, though. Not like Willamette would never have gotten there. Okay. Even if they put a postseason run together.
No, they wouldn't.
Exactly. Somebody wants to know where Longwood is. That one I do know. It's Virginia.
I didn't know that one.
That's where Jerome Kersey went to college.
Yeah, all right.
You looking at the bracket? Is there any other schools there?
I'm not, but I got a bracket here. I can pull one out.
I thought Creighton was in Oklahoma.
Where's Wright State?
Ohio.
Okay.
Ding, ding.
Yes. Now, we could also really go in depth and start saying, what are the cities that the schools are in?
You could.
That's always kind of fun, too. Davidson is in North Carolina, I believe. Steph Curry's city.
I'm actually playing in South Carolina, so kind of a home game for the Fighting Steps.
About Colgate?
New York. It's in upstate New York, I think.
Okay. Colgate. What's another one?
How about Yale? Where's Yale?
I don't even remember.
Evan?
North Connecticut. Come on.
Okay.
It's Connecticut.
Yeah, okay. Connecticut. New Haven, Connecticut.
I've actually been there. It's a really nice campus.
It's a beautiful campus. It's not a great town. In fact, it's a little seedy.
New Haven?
Yeah, New Haven, Connecticut is where Yale is. And you can call Yale the Bulldogs or the Eli.
What about Bryant?
Bryant's in, I happen to know this because
They lost to Wright State. I guess.
They're in Rhode Island, Bryant College. See, Bryant College used to be Division II, and it was just, I thought maybe it was another school that wasn't really interested in me. But a good friend of mine back in high school, Mike Towns, good ball player from Blue Mountain High School. He went to Bryant College. I think it's in Providence. No. Basically, the best place in Rhode Island is Newport, Rhode Island. That's nice. It's on the water. Very ritzy, JD.
Okay.
Very, very ritzy.
Speaking of ritzy, what about Montana State?
What about it?
Where is it?
Helena.
No, that's the other big city.
Billings.
I should know.
I've been to Billings. Montana. Warriors played a preseason game there back in the days. Back in the day, yeah, they played the Sonics.
Jesus.
Because they used to play preseason games kind of near the stadium. So Montana's considered, was at that time,
territory.
Sonics territory.
But my God.
They played in like a farm show.
Why couldn't you just play in Spokane? That wouldn't have been far
They played in Spokane.
Yeah.
I've been to Spokane at, I don't know, does Gonzaga play at that arena, that nice arena up in Spokane, or does Gonzaga have is their gym on campus, Evan? You should know this.
I just know they call it the Dog Pound.
See, I think Spokane also has a minor league hockey team where
I want to say they may have built a new arena there.
I think you might.
It looks like McCarthy Athletic Center opened in 2004.
That's
Okay.
where
Not
what?
that new.
What is?
It's where they play. It's the Gonzaga.
Okay. And where's Brown?
Rhode Island.
Where's Villanova?
Not in Philly? That's what I'm seeing from the text line.
It's
technically not Philly, right?
But it is. Yeah. It's right. It's the main line. But that's so funny. Like I'll root against Villanova.
Of course you do.
Every single game. I know a lot of people that went to Villanova. I think it's kind of, let's put it this way about Villanova alums. They're big fans of themselves and Villanova. They really like Villanova. They think they're a little bit elevated from most universities.
What would the equivalent out here be?
A little Stanford-ish. Stanford. We were a little better than you. Just a little bit. We don't like to talk about it a lot, but you know it and I know it. By the way, Montana State's in Bozeman. There you go. All right, we give away those Bill Burr tickets. We're good there? All right, we're good there. Hey, Tourney Time is here, and Odyssey has you covered. Listen to live play-by-play for every game, plus access daily team podcast, betting tips, and more. Visit Odyssey.com/Tourney or the Odyssey app today. When we come back, we are going to catch you up with all the NFL news and how it relates to the San Francisco 49ers, and then we'll update the Golden State Warriors situation. They are practicing right now, and Steve Kerr is talking to the media. Don't go anywhere. We are going to finish so strong, you have no idea.
Your roof. It takes a beating from our heavy rain and sunshine. Replacing a roof is a major undertaking, but Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help make it easier for you. Golden State carries a great selection of roofing tile like steel and composite material that looks like wood, slate, and terracotta. They also carry underlayment, sealants, and other components. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Angelina Loyola, a first-generation college student, took a class at Evergreen Valley College and found her home. She graduated in 2008 and came back to teach.
Growing up, I had no one in my immediate family that attended college, so naturally I didn't think it was for me. I took a chance and decided to take a college course at EVC. My first class was an Enlace English class, which was designed for Chicanas and Chicanos to succeed. I remember walking into that class and seeing so many brown faces, people that looked like me, including my professor. It was in that moment that I felt validated, accepted, and empowered to pursue my degree.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with the Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live, working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
How many of you have pets? Now think about how lucky you are to have such a sweet little pet in your life. But unfortunately, there are countless pets out there that don't have a home to call their own. However, Bob's from Skechers is trying to change that. With every purchase of adorable Bob's footwear, apparel, or pet accessories, Skechers makes a donation to Petco Love. And with your help, we've already saved the lives of over 1 million pets and donated over $7 million. Find Bob's at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, select Petco locations, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. Welcome to another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Say hello to the Walkers, a family of not 1 but 4 Gagillionaires, each living up their Gagillionaire life at ludicrous internet speed. First up, Anna Walker. She dominates streaming like the matriarch she is. No show ever goes unwatched under her watch.
Next episode.
Next up, Peter Walker. There's no stopping this dad bod from showing up to his virtual workout sessions.
Let's go leg day.
And finally, the Walker twins. They may look alike but couldn't internet more differently. Harry dominates his fellow online gamers while Heather group video chats with friends.
Ooh, nice background filter, Jess.
Live like a Gagillionaire. Get internet that upgrades everything. AT&T Fiber, now with speeds up to 5 gigs.
Limited availability in select areas. Speeds not guaranteed. Single device wired speed. Max 4.7 gig per second. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Vontae and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
If I had my choice between empowering Klay Thompson to be the best version of Klay right now and empowering Jordan Poole, I would lean in the Jordan Poole direction. I really believe he is the key.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Now through March 27th at participating Big O Tires. Come in and save $100 instantly on select sets of Ford tires with paid installation. Plus, save an additional $50 when using your Big O credit card. See store for details and find additional cash saving offers at bigotires.com.
Progressive presents Forced Metaphors about bundling your home and auto.
When you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, you get great savings and round-the-clock protection, which is as beautiful as looking your firstborn child in the eyes for the first time. Well, that's a bit much. Maybe it's more like looking your second-born child in the eyes for like the third or fourth time. Point being, the savings and round-the-clock protection are really, really magical.
Forced Metaphors. Presented by Progressive. Bundle and protect today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship. But at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, but because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30. and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. Hims offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with Hims, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
We are going to finish so strong, you have no idea.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru will be back on Monday. Take it to the bank. Just like he takes that paycheck to the bank. Well, he didn't have to. Guru still talks about how his, for whatever reason, his direct deposit apparently drops a day early.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You got it Friday or Thursday. I got mine yesterday. It was like during the show at some point. I got the notification, boop.
Yeah, we're just having a little fun trying to name some, what state some of these colleges are in. I came up with a couple. You know where Rutgers is?
Rutgers is New Jersey, right?
That's correct. Piscataway. How about Bowling Green? Bowling Green. Bowling Green.
It's Indiana or Kentucky.
Ohio.
Ohio. That's correct. That's correct. Seton Hall.
That's also New Jersey.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Norfolk State. That's obviously Virginia. Clemson.
One of the Carolinas. South Carolina?
I get those mixed up.
South Carolina.
Okay. All right. Anyway, we're watching the tourney.
Dwight Clark.
That's right.
I was trying to do my...
Nice, Guru.
I was giving you a little goo.
By the way, looks like USC and Miami of Florida in a barn burner. 66. See, that it's so funny. Nice move by that kid. And we're even. Here comes Florida, 10 seconds remaining, 66 all. It's been a barn burner here in Tuscaloosa. Smith drives to the hole, little floater blocked. But there's a foul. There's a foul. That's what you want to see. Guy at the line with the chips down. Andy Enfield, the coach of Small World. Andy Enfield, the coach of USC, went to Johns Hopkins, which is
New York.
Johns Hopkins is in Maryland.
Oh.
Maryland Johns Hopkins used to be in the same conference as Franklin and Marshall College, and they were Division III. And then he, of course, went on to Gulf Coast University.
Yeah, Florida Gulf Coast. Kevin Durant got fined
for what?
For you didn't see this? For directing obscene language toward a fan.
Oh, where he was saying, "You love this."
No,
you love this. Don't
no, it was a little different. What
did he do?
I'm going to find it because I want to make sure I get the exact quote right.
Well, there's been a lot of that stuff.
I have it
lately.
right here. So Kevin Durant, this is from the other night. Kevin Durant, a fan. They're playing. I think they were playing Dallas, and a fan you can hear. And I've got the video. We can't play it because it's the language. But a fan says, "Kevin," he yells, "Kevin, you got to take this game over," and you can hear it.
That's right.
And Kevin Durant goes, "You got to shut the bleep up and sit down."
That's right. I did see that. I also saw.
Real cat, you got to shut the bleep up and sit down.
I did.
It's great.
I also saw a kid yelling Westbrook, and Westbrook came over and said, "What'd you call me?" And I think you're not going to believe this, but I actually think the guy taking the video may have just made a mistake because it did look like and he kind of said Westbrook. So it's kind of, and Westbrook came right over, and he said, "What'd you call me?" And the guy said, "Westbrook." And then he goes, "No, Westbrook." And he goes, "I'm sorry, Russ, I didn't mean it like that." He sounded like he had screwed up, but nevertheless. Where's Vanderbilt?
That's Tennessee.
That's correct. Yeah. How about Tulane? Tulane.
I know that's Louisiana, right?
Nowlands.
Yeah.
Okay. How about Grand Canyon University?
Arizona.
That's correct. How about Centenary? Robert Parrish's.
That one I got no clue.
Centenary.
Got nothing.
Shreveport, Louisiana. How about Stetson?
That's in Florida.
That's correct. You know what their nickname is, fittingly? The Hatters.
I believe Jacob deGrom went there.
Oh, nice. All right. Time to get serious. Now, we can still do it with a smile. A lot of interesting stuff happened in the world of sports today. DeShaun Watson is going to be a Cleveland Brown. Four teams were said to be in the running. The Browns were said to be out of the running, but apparently they're not out of the running. DeShaun Watson will be a Cleveland Brown. He's going to waive his no-trade clause. Baker Mayfield, who yesterday demanded a trade, and the Browns said, you're not going anywhere. Baker Mayfield has made it clear he wants to go to Indianapolis because it looks like he will now be traded with DeShaun Watson in the mix in Cleveland. Also, DeShaun Watson, JD, by going to Cleveland and not Atlanta, it means Matt Ryan is going to stay put. So there'll be no Matt Ryan availability.
Cleveland has their quarterback.
Right.
Baker Mayfield now enters the chat as far as who's going somewhere else. He wants to go to Indy. Ryan stays put. And now, New Orleans is also in on Jameis Winston now.
Interesting.
And so that is another, all of these teams potentially having dance partners. Having matches made. The lone team off to the side right now is Carolina among the big group.
And Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously still a San Francisco 49er, at least for the time being.
And none of those, like Winston to the Saints is not done. Obviously, Atlanta's got to try to redo Matt Ryan's deal. They'll figure something out there, and then Mayfield's still in play. Maybe Indy would rather have Jimmy than Mayfield. Who knows?
Maybe Indy would rather have Baker Mayfield than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Or Jimmy.
Yeah. No, to me, it wouldn't surprise me if I heard they like one guy more than the other or the other guy more than the one. As it relates to the Golden State Warriors. By the way, there is a piece of news that we haven't even mentioned today regarding a player and his injury, but I'm going to start with Steph Curry. Golden State Warriors put out a release today that JD will let us know about. He's got foot issues, left foot issues.
The big thing is he's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from today, so that puts him out the next 7 games. He'll be reevaluated 2 weeks from today, which is April 1st. Now, the Warriors do play the 2nd and the 3rd, so anytime that reevaluation date comes up, don't think that that's going to be, all right, he's back on April 2nd. In fact, history would tell you he's probably not going to play on the 2nd or the 3rd. So it's, I would say 7 to 9 games at this point that Curry's going to miss, 7 for sure. But the MRI that he underwent Wednesday night after the game against the Celtics, a sprained left foot ligament. No, we do not know what ligament, but again, reevaluated in 2 weeks. I still say this is good news because
I think so.
At that 2 week point, you're still 2 weeks away from the playoffs, and there's even a window for maybe him to play in the final 3 games, which I think is, you'll take that if you're the Warriors.
Absolutely.
And I know Steve Kerr today, I saw this quote from Kareth Burke, who was covering Warriors practice, and it was as you would expect from Kerr, but she put out the quote, this from Steve Kerr, the fact that Curry'd have a chance to come back rejuvenated and recharged, much like he did last year when he went out with he took the fall in Houston.
Tailbone?
And then he missed some time and then came back and went nuclear for the remainder of the regular season, and the Warriors got hot.
How many games were left when he came back last year?
There were still about 20.
Okay.
More than 20.
Okay. The other piece of news, and this one got buried,
but it got ugly that time he was out. It got kind of ugly last year.
You mean they didn't win?
It got really ugly. It was right. It was basically this time. I don't know if you remember. He got hurt on the 17th of March.
I don't remember.
Last year.
Go ahead.
He got hurt on the 16th of March this year.
And it was in Portland, I believe.
It was in Houston.
In Houston.
Yeah. It's in Houston.
The other thing, and I thought this was a real good piece of good news. Apparently, Moses Moody's day-to-day with a shoulder.
Yeah. I
thought that could have been, I thought that, listen, I'm not saying, Moses Moody, they can't win it without Moses Moody, but I thought, it'd be a shame if his season's over on a shoulder injury right there.
No structural damage.
Good. That's good. And then let me ask you this, JD. Right now, the Golden State Warriors are third in the Western Conference. They're 3.5 games up. 3.5 games up on both the Jazz and the Mavericks. Can they hold on? Do you think they're going to hold on to the third spot?
Yes, I do.
What would it take? 6 and 6?
Yeah, probably 6 and 6. I think 6 and 6 because again, if you're 6 and 6, you'd have to. The other team would have to go 9 and 3 or even better, right? 9 and 3 or 10 and 3,
right?
At that point, or better. So I think 6 and 6 would do it. I mentioned this a little bit yesterday. I can run through it again right now. Like I am holding the Warriors to a little bit of a higher standard during this time that Curry's out than maybe I would have previously. I think because they've had some success when they've handed the keys to Jordan Poole or done some of these developmental games where they play the young, because everybody else is going to be back except Wiseman, who, forget about that, doesn't matter. So, I look at it as, and you tell me if I'm crazy, the game against Sunday, that's a winnable game. You're playing San Antonio at home. You've already beat them without Curry and others in San Antonio.
Yes.
To me, that's go win that game. And I'm kind of holding you to an expectation that you do at home.
Well, I'm
don't give me the Curry's out and now you're a little let down and now you can't beat San Antonio at home. I know the Spurs beat him at home earlier in the year.
I'm completely with you now. I'm not going to put it all on go beat the Spurs. You have to, but I'm looking at it. You got 12 games left.
Yeah.
Don't give me 3 and 9.
No.
Don't give me 3 and 9.
Well, yeah, you go 3 and 9, you are going to be 4th or 5th.
You might be.
Remember, 4th could be 5th too because they're basically tied. Utah and Dallas.
Yeah, you're right. But my question, JD, with the Warriors is,
you go to Orlando.
6 and 6?
Well, go to Orlando. And, I'm looking at it.
They should win 2 games on that road trip.
I hate doing this, but here's how I look at it. Right. I'm going to just go through it quickly.
Okay.
And you can count the record out.
All right.
Okay? I'm looking at San Antonio, go win that game.
Okay.
Orlando, win that game.
Okay.
All right, you're gonna take an L in Miami and Atlanta.
2 and 2.
2 and 2. Go beat Washington in Washington.
3 and 2.
You're gonna lose to Memphis. Sorry.
3 and 3.
You're probably gonna lose to Phoenix.
3 and 4.
Probably gonna lose to Utah.
3 and 5.
Go beat Sacramento.
4 and 5.
Go beat Sacramento at that point, and then you get the 3 days off. You play the Lakers at home.
Okay, you can get that. 5 and 5.
Okay, and then your final 2 games are at San Antonio and at the Pelicans.
No reason they can't go 6 and 6.
Is on the table.
And 6 and 6 gets it done.
Yeah.
6 and 6 gets you the 3 seed.
And 6 and 6 could be maybe you don't beat the Lakers, but you beat the Spurs again. Maybe you do beat the Lakers, but you don't beat the Pelicans. There's a little bit of wiggle room there. So I'm holding them as long as everybody else is playing. And I think they're in a different situation with Draymond now, I think, than they've been in others. Whenever Steph's gone out in the past, it's kind of been, Draymond's going to get his load lightened a little bit.
Yep.
I don't think that's happening now because Draymond's got to work his way back into a ramp up.
What's one thing that's interesting, JD, is every once in a while I'll be out and about and somebody will be like, Matt Steinmetz, you're on the radio, and then they'll say, hey, what's JD like? What's JD like? I'll say, good guy, get along. I like talk. And then they'll say, you guys seem to agree a lot on. And I say, yeah, we do. But I'll tell you what. Let me let everybody in on something we disagreed on recently, where JD bothered me.
Okay.
This is where JD bothered me. So, as you know, I keep an eye on some other teams. The Minnesota Timberwolves are now the team I keep an eye on because their coach went to the same college that I did.
Okay, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah, you do know where I'm going. That's right. You do know where I'm going.
The Orlando game?
Yeah. Okay. So the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have the best record since the All-Star break, okay? 7, what was it?
It was a week ago today, I think.
A week ago today, they lose to the Orlando Magic. And I start getting texts from my guy, JD.
It's one text.
Nah.
It's one text. That's a bad loss.
Oh, it's a bad loss. What's up with your boy Finchy?
Nah.
You can't lose that game to Orlando. And I'm like, dude, relax.
You're
I'm like,
embellishing
they're still the Minnesota. Well, of course I'm embellishing it. I'm like, dude, they're the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've never won a damn thing. They're now now you're expecting wins over every team that stinks.
No, but that's a bad loss. And then you know what they did? They went to Miami and won. Okay, they got it back.
They're 9-1 in their last 10 with
know.
one loss against the Magic,
and that's okay.
No, it's not. You're going to hold. It's going to be. You're going to hold on to that Orlando loss.
No, I'm
like
not.
Guru holds on to Garoppolo's overthrow of Emmanuel Sanders.
No, I'm not.
One of the things that really annoys me. Do you realize
I hate being this guy, but I'm going to be this guy. I'm going to be this guy in this particular situation. Because I also hit you with hey, you remember back in, I don't know, December? You don't, which you probably really don't. But when I'm like, yeah, Minnesota should be a lock to make the play-in. Like like not even 10th. Like they should be a lock. And nobody's been more bullish on your guy Finch than I have.
That's true.
I immediately started watching him when they plucked him off the Raptors roster. Immediately, I'm like, I was telling you last year they were different after he took over.
Yeah.
Like last year, Timberwolves.
Well, the other thing
It's
is,
still a bad
and Warrior
loss,
fans.
It's a bad loss losing to Orlando. It's a bad loss.
Don't like.
They won one in Miami. They won one in Miami the next game. They got it back.
You know what? If you can change a bad loss to a non-bad loss.
Yeah, they did.
Right, so it's not a bad loss anymore.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we can go halfway there.
Yeah,
that's fine.
We can go halfway there. And I gave you the I think I gave you the nugget. I may have mentioned on the air not giving it to you. But I had read after the Orlando that they had lost 6 of their last 7 in Orlando, but they had won like 5 of their last 7 in Miami, which is the most Timberwolves thing. Like they get
the Amway Center.
They
Amway
cared
Center's
when they
tough place
played
to win.
Miami. They tried, and because that's the part that I don't like. They tried against Miami. They didn't try against Orlando. Like I know you're going to be like, oh, didn't try.
It's the last time the Timberwolves made the postseason.
18?
Yeah, you know what? They made it that year with Wiggins. By the way, let me tell you something.
Jimmy Butler.
I know Warrior fans like to cackle at the trade. That trade ain't as bad as you think. D'Angelo Russell for Wiggins and Kuminga.
It's called good for both teams is what it's called.
I mean, was Kuminga a little too much? Yes. But keep in mind that their current front office did not make that trade. The coach now, Finch, was not in on that. But my point is that D'Angelo Russell, you said it, he's a different player than he was for the Warriors. And I kind of agree. You know what? You know what's funny is, what was the big story before? Karl Anthony Towns, so soft. He's so soft. They're 41-30. So he ain't as soft anymore. Finch has got them playing good defense. Here's my question. Regardless of whether Warriors finish, whether it's third or fourth, who do you want to play? Minnesota, Dallas, or Denver?
I'd rather play Minnesota.
Would you? I think I would too. Simply because
they're volatile. They
might be bad.
They do a lot of stupid stuff.
They do.
They kind of remind me of like a Don Nelson Warriors in a way.
But that might be scary.
Yeah, you get through it. It might be scary, but you'll get through it.
The thing that scares me about Denver and Dallas.
What Nelly always say? Just good enough to get you beat.
Yeah, just good enough to get you beat.
Yeah.
How about American University? You know where that one is? I know where that one. I applied to American. I got in. I'm
going to say Pennsylvania then.
No. It was a couple schools I thought I could walk on to, and then I said, you know what? Walk on to American University, be the 11th man, and go 9-18.
And where are they again?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay.
Washington, D.C. Yeah. Here's one I don't know.
But George Mason's close to there, right? Or
Virginia, I believe.
Arlington, Virginia, or something.
Like that.
Yeah.
Where's Appalachian State? That one I don't know. I'd guess West Virginia.
It is in North Carolina. It's like in the hills.
Like near Asheville?
Right near Asheville. Yeah, I think it's close, borders like on Cherokee, North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Asheville's a beautiful, beautiful city.
Amazing. Right near the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Look at you. You've been there?
I have.
Yeah, I drove through there.
It.
Really, really good school. NCAA tournament, of course, taking place over the weekend. Warriors-Spurs on Sunday. And for the last time this week, how much we got?
We got 3 minutes.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
Back to Wiggins.
Well, Wiggins has got to get back into the fold. Back to Wiggins. See, that's the thing of, like, Wiggins will have an opportunity to kind of get his game back. But this is kind of what I was talking about. Without Steph Curry, obviously there's 25 points out there and there's 20 shots to be had. 16, 18 shots to be had. So who gets them? But the thing that concerns me a little bit is whoever's getting them now and over the next 7 or 8 games, you're going to have to make another adjustment once Steph Curry comes back. And the Golden State Warriors, come the end of the season, JD, are going to have to figure out who plays and who doesn't play game to game on the fly. Because now the best case scenario for the Golden State Warriors is they get healthy for the first time as the playoffs start.
Yeah, or with 3 games to go. And I, how much do you really want to go all out in a back-to-back at San Antonio and the Pelicans, those final couple of games? You really don't, right? Like, because I think that's going to be a debate we're going to have in a few weeks. Like, should the Warriors try to get everybody in and for what? I think they're going to go the for who, for what route on that.
They usually do.
Unless it could really make a difference between maybe being the 3 versus being the 4. But even then, they were already out this last week on the 2.
You know what?
We're not doing anything crazy for the 2.
You know what's interesting is I think if you've ever played like Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Iguodala, Looney, and Curry, they played the we don't care about the seeding game 4 years ago.
Sure.
They didn't even have the number 1 seed in the Western Conference one of those years in 18 or 19, I believe. Right? Houston had it.
18 they did not.
Okay,
yeah.
So in other words...
19 they did. The other years they did.
In other words, if you've already played that game where seeding doesn't matter, it's never going to matter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, these guys are so confident. All right, who do the boys have?
Damon back in today with Ray. Ken Rosenthal coming up at 5 o'clock.
By the way, hopefully Damon's all plugged in and ready to go, and he can hear this. Indiana, you stink. They stink. Seriously, they stink. Go Gales! Have a great weekend, everybody.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses. So help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device on the largest, fastest, reliable network.